show this one for the GoFund because when I tried to put the link in, it wouldn't do it. Okay, I got myself on mute. Excuse me for that, Lisa. Uh,
Hello.
hello, how you doing?
All right. Shalom, everybody in the chat. It's good to see you all. How you doing, LVZ? I see you out there.
Now, what I'm going to ask my channel again, can y'all hear Lisa's voice? I'm going over to my channel right now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, could y'all give me a number 1 on my channel? Do y'all hear Lisa's voice? I'm just checking. Um, just give me a number 1.
Yeah, they should be able to hear me because you're public
Yeah, they
and
do.
I'm
They do.
public. Okay, good, good. So our audience should be merged together at this point.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So,
And
and
if you see the ones with the little link on them, you'll see the avatar with a little link. Those are your people. The ones without the little chain link on there, those are my audience members.
oh wow.
That's how you can tell the difference.
Wow, that's amazing. That is
Mm-hmm.
amazing. I tried to put the link to the GoFund, Lisa, but I had issues with it.
I'll get it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, okay, all right. Excuse me. So,
All right. So let me just get this all set up, y'all. Um Probably now about a month, huh? Close
yeah,
to it.
yeah, I was in the
Um
hospital almost a whole month.
yeah, Kim called me and let me know that she was in the hospital, and of course it took me by surprise, and I was really concerned about her. She can tell you I called her almost every day. I could not get her off of my mind. I was concerned. I just wanted to make sure she was okay. It kind of scared me. I'm not going to lie to you.
Wow,
When I
I didn't
heard
know
about it, I was scared. I was scared for you,
that.
especially when you say things to me like I can't walk. I'm like, wow, no, that is huge.
Yeah, that was like, yeah, that was that is continued to be a humbling experience for me, having to learn how to re-walk. Now it's like my right side of the body was no problem. I could walk, but then on the left side of my body I couldn't, and it was
Well, yeah, you
hard.
need kind of need both in order
So I
in order to get up and walk. But
yeah, so I
yeah,
was
I was concerned because not only that, she has some personal issues that would be impacted by the fact that she couldn't walk. So,
yeah.
I was
Mhm.
concerned about a lot of things, and I certainly was praying every day for her recovery. I was. I did not miss a beat with that. And I know many of you were doing the same thing out there. And we just got to keep prayed up when it comes down to her health because we want her back 100%.
Yes,
And that's what I'm praying for every single day.
I appreciate that, Lisa. I really, really do. And I was astounded and taken back the people that had donated to my GoFund because I'm not used to anybody. I'm always the one that's the first to donate, the first to do this, and I'm having to learn how to receive. I'm not real good at receiving gifts. I've always been like that. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just that's just me, and it literally brought tears to my eyes because I was like I didn't know people cared that much about me. Um, I'm just being honest with y'all. It really it's a humbling experience. All of it. Learning how still learning how to walk on this because my foot up to my calf is well my foot is always numb and
Mm-hmm.
I was having spasms in my calf. Even though it's my back, you don't feel it. I don't feel it in my back. That's the crazy thing. That sciatica. If anybody ever had any issues with their sciatica, they know what I'm talking about. And my right side of the body is where all the injuries are. So I have issues with my sciatica since the age of 13. Um, then I worked construction. Um, and I work some hard construction. I'm a welder. So we're like athletes out there. So I tore my body up with that. Then what happened was I had the surgery on my back. That went well over 15 years ago. Then what happened was I was in a car accident. I was rear-ended on the Bay Bridge, tore my
Mm-hmm.
meniscus on the right side. That surgery went well. Then I fell in a ditch and broke my ankle. And I um it messed up the alignment of my sciatica on my right side. So it started bothering me again. And then I have bursitis on the right side of my shoulder. So it was like everything is on the right side. And so when the left side went out, it gave me no warning. I just got up to go to the restroom, and it was the worst pain I ever felt, uh,
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. And I might as well also tell y'all, about 3 months ago, I ended up with a pinched nerve in my neck, and that lasted for like 3 weeks. And you don't feel it. You don't feel it in your neck. You feel it in your back, like your right. I mean, left side of your back. I'm like, damn. So I went to emergency for that 3 times, and it was a severely pinched nerve, and hopefully it'll undo itself, which it did. And so it's like my whole body's like a ball of hurt. But I want to tell y'all something that I discovered this week. In fact, they said I didn't. My doctor said you need more potassium. Do you eat bananas? As much fruit as I eat, bananas I don't eat that much of. So I started eating. I ate 2 bananas a couple of days ago, and it took the spasms out of my calf. So I did my research um, bananas, and it just generally take pain out of your body if you're arthritic or anything like that. I just wanted to share that, and do your research. Like I often say on my channel, do your research um, on that. Lisa, uh,
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you a question. That GoFund link, would somebody put it on my channel? Because, like I said, I had issues with it. I see it's on your channel.
Yeah, they can copy and paste it.
Okay, well,
You
you know
should
what?
be able to.
I'm
You
not even thinking. I could do it myself. I'm
Yeah,
not
you can
even.
click on it and just get right to the GoFundMe page. Yes, Mr. Catter, the GoFundMe is still there. I have no intentions on taking it down. So it is there for anybody to make donations, even if you want to do it right now.
Yeah, and then I had also put up my Cash App. Um, Let me see. Let me try this now and see if this thing will go through. There it is on my channel. I just put it on my channel, um, on the GoFundMe. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Um, when I got home, um, I came home last Sunday. Um, the bills was already sitting up there. I'm like, damn, I ain't even been in the hospital a good month, and they
Well,
already sending bills. I mean, this ain't
they're
playing.
vultures. Yeah, they're
I
vultures.
said,
They're
Lord.
vultures. I mean, that happened the last time I was hospitalized. It seemed like the very next week the bills were pouring in, and I was like, "Well, damn, these people they don't care nothing about folks."
No, they
But
sure don't.
Joe Biden now got where they can't put a judgment on your credit report anymore.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
good.
they can't
Uh-huh.
do that because some people had really astronomical bills
Mhm.
and they couldn't even get cars or homes because
Of their medical bill?
hospitals and these doctor offices were putting all kinds of judgments on their credit. So you'll still have a judgment, but it won't show up on your credit report anymore.
Yes. Wow. That's good to know. That's good to
Hmm.
know.
Yeah, he
So
just passed that. In fact, while you were hospitalized, he passed that.
uh-huh. Yes. So just for y'all to know, um, a nurse has already came by to assess me. And I had a beautiful contact with this sister. She's a Hebrew as well, and she had the little wrap on her head and everything like that. And it was a joy to talk to her and get me laid out. And tomorrow I will be starting my physical therapy here at the house. And another thing, I'm seeing a new doctor, and at Stanford Hospital, which they're like real state of the art. And what they're going to do is a nerve damage test on both
Mhm.
sides to see how extensive the nerve damage is, because I'm not real quick to let them start cutting on me again. You
Mhm.
know, take
Mhm.
the least evasive process. But I'm gonna be honest with you, because we most of the time we do know our bodies, we do feel our bodies. Um, it feels like I really do need surgery, and I could be way off, but the intensity of the pain that I was feeling with this. Um, I've been down this road before. This is something totally different. Um, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I did not know that we had a sciatica on the left side. I never knew it. As much as I read and research, I never knew it. I'm just being honest with y'all. I did not know it. So
Mhm.
all of it's been a humbling experience um, for me. Because like I said, I'm having to learn how to let people take care of me and learn how to receive. And my husband and son, they was a wreck. Um, and I appreciate your support too, Lisa. I really do. Um, Lisa, you're a sister from another mother. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I had to get on her about worrying about all these other things.
mm, yeah, I got in
You know,
trouble.
she worries about a lot of things, and I'm like, "No, you gotta focus on yourself."
Yeah, I got in trouble. I was like, boy, she chewed on me real good. And I needed it too. And I told my husband, and he said, I ain't gonna breathe, I ain't gonna say nothing else. He said
Mm.
she might call me too and give me a spanking.
Yeah.
And we have to do that because especially as women, we um we are caregivers, and we
Mhm.
neglect ourselves,
Yeah,
we do those things and
absolutely. We sure do.
don't even realize what we're doing at the end of the day. Um, and we just be a total wreck. We're the nucleus of the household. And a lot of women think that's being selfish, looking out for themselves. Um, just making yourself ragged for your family. That ain't gonna help. Oh, okay, Donna. You say you have sciatica in my legs. Try some bananas, girl. I'm telling you, read up on it. Whatever you can use, try it. Just try it. Yeah, she used to have a oh, okay, I'm on Lisa's channel. I'm getting confused. Okay, I was getting ready to say she used to have a link on my channel. Some people I do remember having links and
Yeah. Yeah,
everything.
and I see some people are logged into both your channel and mine. That's why you're seeing some names repeat twice.
Yeah, this is amazing. I like this. This is the first time I ever done this. I like this. I'm gonna keep this where we can
Mhm.
collaborate together.
Yeah,
Uh,
I did this with Tareen when I was over. He interviewed me back in August,
mhm.
and I did it over there. And it was nice seeing, his audience and mine merge together. That
Yeah,
was really nice.
this is pretty cool. I like all of this. And so,
Hmm.
boy, people on your channel coming. I have that. I have scoliosis um in my back. I'm just people suffer. Just don't know, never know what a person is going through. You
Yeah,
know, we
that's
we
true.
we in the royal family, we do suffer in silence. It's a and it's not a wonder that we didn't with the stuff that we go through. It affects your entire being.
Right.
Sometimes,
But you know what? That's not entirely our fault.
no, it's not.
Them folks that we got to deal with, they try to make it seem like we're not entitled to sympathy. And I think many of us have internalized that and we believe it, and it's simply not true. That's why we got to break away from all of the bad habits and bad teachings that we received. We just
Mhm.
got to get away from that.
Yes, we
You
sure
know,
do.
nobody got the right to tell you you're not entitled to even sympathy. But when something happens to them, they want everybody to drop what they're doing and attend to them. No, I'm not doing that.
No, that's absolutely right. Um, I was it's a bit off the subject. I was thinking about when I was having a conversation with one of my relatives, and she is all caught up in all the drama that's going on right now in Israel. And I'm like, the people don't give a damn about us. That's what I was saying in my head. It's awful what's going on. Don't get me wrong. It's awful. But when it comes to our pain and plight, um, just suck it up, you know.
Yeah.
Just suck
Well,
up.
yesterday we had just a small incident, and I was glad we didn't have a lot of trolling.
Mm-hmm.
We had one woman that was in the chat, and she put out there, why won't Black people pray for Israel? And one of my subscribers, and I'm so glad, the rich boy was fast on his feet and he got her butt the hell up on out of my chat.
Wow.
You know,
Wow.
and I'm grateful for that. Brother Nirya, thank you so much for the super chat. Shalom, shalom, family. Good to hear from you both. May Yahweh continue to bless your health. And thank you so much. That's so thoughtful for you to even say that, because all of your prayers really are appreciated. And I just want to say, on the behalf of True Royal Family, when she was still trying to get through her health issues, many of you reached out to me and expressed how you were praying, and I do deeply appreciate that. I was praying hard as well. So
Um,
thank you to each and every one of you, because trust me, your prayers count. You know, like I was telling True Royal last night, in regards to them believing they should have our prayers. Remember, y'all, the Most High only hears our prayers. He don't hear the prayers of Gentiles. He hears the prayers of his children. That's why they keep coming around every time something happens. Oh, pray for this and pray for that, because that's the only way the prayer is going to be heard, if it comes from us. And they know this,
mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
know, and I flat out refuse to give it. Now, I'm going to pray that my people make it through and we get through these last few days that we got left. But as for them, good luck to you.
But
That's how I feel.
Lisa, you saying something that's deep to me. If they are pretty much demanding our prayers, then they
Mhm.
know who we are, and they
They've
always
always known. They've
have. Uh-huh.
always known, True
Hmm.
Royal. They've always known.
And I've been saying for the longest on my channel, we did not lose everything, you know. So for them folks to want to reach out to us, um, they can feel what we have not lost, and I've often even said this: for any kind of folk that come after us just very vicious and mean spirited, and you can feel that energy. Now, this is just me saying it. They see the kingdom in you, and they see the everlasting life in you,
Oh
and
yeah, yeah. They
that
see it all.
disturbs them. That
Mhm.
disturbs them.
Mhm.
That
Yeah.
disturbs them
Yeah.
greatly.
I mean, we vex their souls.
Mm-hmm.
That's why whenever just us saying certain things will
Mm-hmm.
drive them over to get in our comment sections or a chat to insult us, because we are literally vexing their souls.
Mm-hmm.
They're feeling it. But the bottom line is, if y'all remember when Ukraine broke out, they were coming all around, pray for Ukraine, pray for Ukraine. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, I don't recall anybody from Ukraine being concerned about us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry. I guess it is just human nature. Why would I want to pray for people that I clearly know on any given day don't like us? I'm done with that. And I know many of you are done with that stuff, with praying for a bunch of people that show nothing but disdain for you. I mean, no, no, I'm sorry. Those days are over.
I want to say something real quick. Sean Stovall, if you have an issue of me or anybody else putting up the links for donations, you can leave. Ain't nobody begging you to stay here. Talking about what are the prompts for donations are not computer savvy. You can just go. Now, one thing that you don't know about me is it is rare for me to ask for anything. I'm a giver. And in this situation, I do need help. I'm not gonna front. I
Mhm.
really do need help. And like I said, I'm always the first to give. So
But
don't
you
be
know
so
what?
quick.
It's always like that when it's us. And I don't get that. I don't get that even from our people.
Hmm.
Whenever it comes down to donating, when it's us, it's always some issue. But I
Hmm.
bet you if some white person comes and throw a link up, nobody will question a thing.
Hmm.
Nobody will question a thing.
Hmm.
And I just don't get it. And I guess it just goes back to all of the things that have been bred into us that people want us to believe. And there are some people that just keep clinging to that mess. And I
Yeah,
don't know why.
yeah, because I'm a big person that donates and always concerned about our
And I
folks.
have too,
Uh-huh.
and I go sometimes I'll just go into a chat and make a donation. And some of
Mhm.
you have seen me do that.
Yeah, and the prompt.
I mean, many of you have seen me do that. I don't have no issue with that. But then when it's time to reciprocate it, okay, what's going on? Oh, you don't deserve this and you don't deserve that. Says who?
Okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding you, Sean. You said I don't know how to go about donating to you. Why are you coming at me like this? Well, I'm going based on what you said. You said, what are the prompts for donations? Not computer savvy. All right. I'm only going by what you said. Okay, you said you never done this before. All you got to do is click on the link and it'll walk you through. So forgive me for misunderstanding what you are saying, but to me that seemed like more like judging a person putting these links up. This is nothing new um, on YouTube. People donate every day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you said I'm not okay. I'm not saying I'm not about computer savvy, sister. Okay,
Okay.
sometimes we have
Yeah.
a miscommunication uh,
Mm-hmm.
in everything. So forgive me if you felt like I was coming at you, which I was at first, but I misunderstood the way you um, put that message out and
Mm-hmm.
everything.
Um,
So go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah, you can copy and paste the link if you can, but the GoFundMe is still active. Danielle Meyer, thank you so much for your contribution, and I see you gave that to the True Royal family. It says, Queen True Royal. I am so happy to hear your beautiful voice, and I have been praying for your speedy recovery. Thank you on the behalf of True Royal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I truly thank you.
So,
Yeah.
the thing is, giving is always at your discretion.
Mhm.
It's, and that is always the policy I use. If you want to give, that's fine. If you do not, that's fine.
Mhm.
But I do have an issue with someone coming on and try to berate me like you shouldn't have that up when that kind of stuff is all over YouTube. You can go to any channel, whether it's us or someone else, that's all over YouTube,
Mhm. That's
you
true.
know? So,
Mhm.
no, that's where I got a problem. I remember one time Tareen had some woman over there and she gave a phone number talking about she want to talk to me about donations. I should not be asking for donate. I said, first of all, you ain't my damn mother. You don't get to tell me what I can and cannot do. And I said, and I'm not calling her. I said, who the hell does she think she is? I'm not going to
Mm-hmm.
call you so you can sit on a phone berating me over something that's done all across YouTube. I don't care what channel you go to, all of them got this kind of stuff up.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Yeah,
come on. How you going to demonize one person and it's on billions of other channels?
that's crazy. Let me say this. You said, can I send you a money order? Oh, yes, you can. Let me give you my email because people have different ways of giving, and we can converse behind the scenes. Now, what I do, if anybody's new to the True Royal family, any giving that I do, I demand that the person don't say, "Oh, True Royal really do when she get her donation, she really do say what she do and everything." I don't want you to identify yourself. I'm not about that. Like, this is I gave to this person, I gave to that person. I'm not. I like to keep it private. Um, and I often say it's your responsibility when you need supplements to reach out to me because I can't keep up with that stuff. But I have been threatened, warned behind the scenes with these donations that I bet not give it out to nobody and do what I need to do to pay my medical bills and everything. So I'm going to take heave, which is hard, but I'm going to do that and
Yeah.
everything. So.
Um, Onika, I see your, hold on, let me just pull your super chat back down so I can read it. So she gave another donation, super chat to the True Royal family. May the Most High continue to keep his highest hedge of protection around you and your health. Love you, Queen. Thank you so much, Onika. Thank you so much.
Okay, Sean. Here's the email, and then I can give you um, my my information behind the scenes, and you can send a money order. Well, actually, I have no problem giving that information up front because it's my PO box.
Yeah, that's what I use. I have a
Yeah.
box too.
Uh-huh.
And so, you know what, y'all? What was so funny? Some white supremacists saw my address that I have pent up in my comment section and said, "I'm gonna put it all over the internet. You put your personal address out. That ain't even my personal address. Y'all. That's a box." And I
That's a
said, so
box.
I responded back to him. I said, "Good, put it all over the internet. Tell the people you're sending it to get my reparations to me." I ain't never heard back from them again.
I like that one. That is funny. That is funny.
I said, he
I
got to
love
be a
that one.
fool to think somebody put their personal. I said, that just goes to show you how stupid they really truly are.
Let's see. I'm putting it.
Good. Put it all over. Put it on all them sites and tell them to mail my reparations. There you go.
Okay. There is my PO box right there. And you know what's so funny, Lisa? Where my PO box is where my PO box is located is right there where that lady got cussed out. It's right. It's literally on the corner.
Oh, in Alameda, Alameda, Karen. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I lived in
Well,
Alabama.
mine,
Uh-huh.
so I know people know that I'm in New Jersey, but my address is Delaware because that's where my incorporation is. That's where
Uh-huh.
I'm incorporated. That's why I use that address.
Boy, that was that. How many hits did you get on that one? Because I couldn't stop going over there. I'm not gonna lie. I kept going over there just to get my laugh on. Oh, that was funny. Oh, that was so funny.
That Alameda, that was probably one of my biggest ones
Uh-huh.
that I put out. I think I put that one out like either 2018 or 2019. That
Uh-huh.
was funny. That man cussed her butt out. That was
Ooh, and then
that was funny as hell.
she was slobbering all over her
Yes,
shirt.
he had old drool on her damn clothes and everything. I said,
Boy,
this old stupid bitch thinks she got the right to talk to a black man like that.
like what you
And
do?
she's standing there with some damn Alzheimer drool on her shirt.
Lisa, I literally used to live on that very street that he cussed her out. I knew exactly what I was looking at. Oh, I kept going back, going back, listening. That one,
Mhm.
and then that one that you did a live stream, and I was at the hotel because the fires were so bad. We had to go to a hotel, so we did a live. You did a live stream, and we was talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger's teeny package. Oh, that was so funny. I kept watching that, and then a lot of other people did. Some videos, folks just gotta go. You just can't get enough.
He was in the news a couple of months back, and he was saying how upset he was that his, I think, 4 children he had with Maria still won't talk to the son that looks the most like him that he had with his maid. And he's really upset and hurt that they won't talk. And he said it really is not his, I think his name is Joseph. He said it's not Joseph's fault about what happened, and and he just wished that they would come together, and he feel they would like him and all this stuff. Well, but I think his 4 kids, they just ain't having it. They're not having it.
Didn't even want to pay child support. He a straight dog. But what was deep to me was Maria, the little boy would be coming over, and as he got bigger, his head is exactly like his father.
And got his same features and everything.
And then he said, we're going to have a discussion here.
He even smiles like him too. If you look at them side by side, they smile exactly alike.
And the kids, like you said, the kids he had with Maria, they don't look nothing like him. But he knocked up the maid in the broom closet.
and the boy comes out a carbon copy of him. Yeah. But look, y'all, the bottom line is we are grateful for your contributions. I saw it in, and I tried to immediately, because I wrote out a thank you to send to each and every one of you that did a donation. And I tried to do that as quickly as you put the donation out there. I tried to send that thank you, so I would not miss a living person that made a donation.
Well, I wanted to say something, adding to that. So while I was in a rehab facility, and I was there for 18 days before I left the hospital. So I'm up on my computer, and I'm just reading the comments because it was very refreshing. I read all the comments, all the prayers. And one thing that I wanted to say is I don't want to waste your prayers, because sometimes people earnestly pray for you and they ain't doing nothing. And what motivated me to get up, they said I had to use the bedpan. And I was like, I got to get up. As bad as this thing hurt, I can't do bedpan. And so also I'm looking at people, because some people left comments also on the GoFundMe. Somebody donated $700. And that knocked me down. I mean, it really knocked me down. And I always appreciate, because on my channel, I always just ask for $5. I appreciate that $1, all of that. But for somebody to do that I don't know who they are, I immensely thank them. I said, this is a humbling
something similar happened to me, and I know exactly what you mean. I can emphasize what you're saying. It is a very generous thing that you see, and our people are generous by nature. We just are. We're a very generous, loving people, unfortunately to our detriment. But yes, it was a beautiful thing seeing that donation, and I had something similar like that happen. So I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. That was
tell them about your roommate.
Oh Lord. Okay, so my roommate, she's 75 years old. And the lady was nice. Don't get me wrong. She was a nice woman and everything. And so I got up to go walk around, because where I was at, I was next to the window. She was next to the door. So I had to pass her. So the curtain was pulled back, and this woman is leaned over. I mean, I call it the gangster lean. And I was like, her name is Mary. I said, Mary, oh, okay. I see you about to fall. Get in the bed. So I didn't think much of it. So I go do my little quick walk. I come back, Mary still on that gangster lane. And I said, this woman is an addict. So then I find out later she's taking what do they call that? The synthetic heroin, methadone.
Mm-hmm.
They giving her liquid methadone. Then she gets a sleeping pill. She gets a Norco and everything. She's demanding about what she get. That woman would be leaning all day. I call it the gangster lean. Then, oh, it gets worse. Then, when we get any kind of food, she immediately demands sugar. And this woman put sugar on all her food. When I got up one day, she had a Coca-Cola, chocolate pudding, and hot chocolate all at once. And I know this woman is my elder, 75, yes, 75 years old. And so I said, Mary, all that sugar that you're taking in ain't good for you and it won't heal your body. And I said, do you know when you drink one can of soda, that's 2 servings? Do you realize how much sugar you putting in your body and stuff? And I had never seen nothing like that in my life.
But
And
you
I
know,
mean,
that's a common thing,
mm-hmm.
because people with addictions, they'll get addicted to other things. And it looks like she went from drugs to sugar. That's
Yeah,
what it looks like.
and then taking that methadone still get you high because
Right.
I
And that
heard
that
her.
doesn't that doesn't make sense when you think about it. You
Mhm,
using a drug to get someone off of a drug. I
mhm.
don't know. That just doesn't make
Yeah,
any
that
sense
just
to
don't
me.
make no sense at all. And she said pretty much, she said out loud, I'm not I'm not ever getting off of methadone. And she prefers she said the liquid is horrible, but she prefers the liquid because it hits her system real fast.
Mhm.
This
Mhm.
woman be high all day. And then she be running around begging. So when my husband came, could you get me some cigarettes and could you get me that? And then she eats so much sweets. It was just incredible. I never seen nothing like that in my life. And the physical therapist who came through, real nice sister, she said, I don't like Mary leaning like that. What is going on? And I just straight up told her this, the sister, what was going on. Yes, sugar does cause inflammation.
Mhm.
I know, Mike, because what I did was um I had put on a little bit too much weight and I reduced my sugar intake, and in 2 years I lost 80 pounds.
Mhm. Yeah, somebody wrote it, Strawberry 32. It's called addiction transfer. That's exactly right.
I never heard
They
of that.
yeah, usually, and you know who else do that? Alcoholics. Like if they'll get off of the alcohol, but they gain addiction on something else. And drug addicts will do that too. So she went from the drug to the sugar.
Wow. And but she on that synthetic heroin. Now Candace
Mhm.
said I work in the therapy department of a nursing rehab facility, and the daily drama is astounding. And don't talk
Mhm.
about a full moon on that. Yeah, that just left. You know what? I'm gonna tell y'all another story that's gonna knock y'all down that happened in there. So my husband came to visit me and he seen a body bag and he said, did somebody pass in here? And I said, I don't think so. So anyhow, hours later, when my husband had left, one of the guys that come and visit me and Mary, older brother, he had told us that this woman had died. But what happened was that knocked us down, that knocked that man down out in the back where the vending machines and all that stuff was. He said he's seen well over 100 crows back there waiting. And when they took that woman's body, them crows left. I was
Mhm.
astounded because then the next
Miss Ebby L, thank you so much for the super chat. May the Most High come to bless you and heal you, True Royal.
thank you very much. Um,
MLMR.
and
Thank
then it
you.
just
Thank you so much, sister.
and then it just turned out that Lisa, when Sabbath on Sabbath and we did the Bible study, Brother L was talking about doves, and then yeah, doves and ravens. Was that? Yeah, I think that's what it was. Because I think technically they are ravens. I could be saying it wrong. Don't get me wrong. But it just astounded that brother that he had seen all of that back there. And then it astounded me the next day when we had Bible study. And I was like, wow, that is deep. That is real deep. But it was two other people that was taking methadone, and they all were elderly. And they was all doing that gangster. I call it the gangster league. And stuff, because that woman was so demanding. She was pissing the staff off. She was very demanding about getting her stuff, because she would jump all over you, and everything. And the food, the plate, I put it to you like this: the place is pretty much run by Black folks, top to bottom, and the cleanliness was astounding. They keep everything very, very clean. And I had found out, because one of the sisters that worked there is a good friend of my husband. And she said when COVID had hit, she said, not nobody in that facility who was in there or even worked there had COVID. They kept that out of there. And what was surprising to me is the amount of Ethiopians that worked there. I mean, it was a shitload of them. You know, I was surprised. I didn't know they worked in that field like that. It was just amazing. It was amazing because they don't really up here in the Bay Area, they don't have a lot to do with us. And so I was a bit standoffish with them. And then there was quite a few that were very pleasant, very nice. But what was interesting to me, Lisa, was because now nurses and and I guess you call them assistants or whatever, when they, now when they wear their nurse outfit, now they wear different colors and things like that. Damn near all them women would wear their pants ultra tight. I mean, just plastered on their ass. I was like, wow. And so my neighbor said, what you got them pants on there tight for? What you trying to sell? Oh, that woman had me cracking up. Oh, she had me cracking up. She would get in their behinds, but she would be asking me for stuff. I got to the point I would just say no. I couldn't hold it. I couldn't hold it in. And she did say, I know you looking after me, honey, because one day she asked me to go get her a soda. No, I'm not doing it. Go get your own damn soda. I'm just not doing it.
Yeah. Well, sugar is one of them things that, if you notice, the Heavenly Father did not want us to have sugar at all. And back in the day, our forefathers did not have white sugar like you see today.
I didn't know that.
We didn't have that. You could have, something sweetened, but usually our people would use the natural things or would use honey, to sweeten stuff. But the white sugar cane that you see today was never used by our forefathers. And you see how, that's going to look at all the obesity in this country. You can tell. So, molasses, a lot of the natural things our people use.
Yes.
That's very
important.
You want to hear something funny, True Royal?
Yes.
While you were in the hospital, there was some whale that washed up on the beach around here, okay, in this state. And I always said to myself, why is it, and I know some of y'all might notice it, why is it that every time a dead whale wash up ashore, all these white folks are out there?
Yeah, that's nothing new.
What is the reason? So I went out to research it, y'all, and I found the answer. All you got to do is type whale gold. Apparently, the insides of a whale's stomach turns to gold. And they said there's tons of it. Listen, there's tons of it even floating on the ocean. And people go out there in boats and pluck it out of the water and sell it. Go look it up. Just type in whale gold. I said, I was wondering why they always show up every time there's a dead whale that washes ashore. They're trying to get the stomach out of the whale because that's where the gold is, y'all. Look it up. I am not making this up. Whale, just type in whale gold.
I'm doing it
That's
right now.
why you see these white folks showing up everywhere, going out there towards them dead whales. That's what they're trying to get the stomach, and they're trying to get parts of the stomach to make perfume out of it. So that's why they're running out there and flocking out there. I knew it had to be a reason. I said, I know they can't love no damn whale that much. Now I know
What?
that what I thought was true.
That is astounding.
Yeah, gold. They said the internal stomach is like a chunk of gold. And even whales that don't beach themselves ashore, when their bodies start decomposing, that part of their stomach will come out and they'll just get in boats and just pull it right off of the surface of the ocean because it apparently it floats. And
Ooh,
they
look at
know
that.
it's there, and worldwide they run their asses out on that water and pluck that stuff up whenever
Damn,
they
they
can
said
find it.
somebody plucked up enough to get 500,000
Yes.
chunks of
You
floating
see
gold
how you
found
see
in.
what they hide from us?
What?
Yes. You see
That
what
is
they hide from us?
astounding. Girl,
Yes.
I got to do a video on that. Oh, look at the pictures.
Yeah. Look at the actual gold that comes out of their stomach, y'all.
Oh, that's astounding.
Look at the gold. And it's not just them. Do you know animal carcasses will do that? That's why they go around digging up animal carcasses. The same thing happens. It turns into gold.
Well,
And
I'm
they
looking.
take the gold and just sell it on the market and get enough money to live on.
Well, I'm looking at it.
I mean, you like I said, you see how what they hide from black folk?
Yeah, well, I'm doing a video on that. Do you know I'm looking at whales that have vomit gold?
Yeah, gold. They vomit gold. That comes from the stomach, the same part
Damn,
that they're
that's
looking for.
astounding.
Did y'all know that? Because I said
Agreed.
something, because I said to myself when I said, it's got to be something to these white folks always flocking out to a dead whale carcass.
Yeah, I
Am
was
I
wondering.
missing something? That's when I went to look up and I found that information, y'all. That's how I found it.
Oh, wait. I'm
That the
looking at it right
stomach is
now.
let me tell y'all something. The stomach and the oil that makes perfume are the two biggest things they want. All that other stuff is secondary. I'm just telling you the truth. All that other stuff, oh, they want this and this. Yeah, they do want the other parts, but the stomach and the oil for
Uh-huh.
perfume is the top thing they want from that dead whale.
That's astounding. Just looking at it is astounding. And
Mm-hmm.
I had wondered why I thought they was trying to save the whale. Shit,
No,
they
they
trying to
ain't
get
trying
the
to save the
gold.
whale. They're trying to cut that baby open and take what they want from
I
it.
wonder how long does it take for gold to develop in them? Or they just develop with gold in them?
No, it develops over time, but when the big ones, especially them big, super big ones, that
Uh-huh.
means that whale probably been out there for a few decades. You can imagine the gold that's up in his stomach.
Yeah, and they even selling whale jewelry.
Yes. Yes,
Wow.
you can make jewelry out of the gold that comes out of their stomach and from the vomit. And
Uh,
y'all, I
dude,
know it sounds disgusting, don't it? But they literally, and I'm not, you can even look this up. They literally get boats and go out
wow.
there looking just for this.
Astounding.
Just for this. That's what they're looking for. And I
You
was
know,
like, I knew it had to be a reason why they were flocking around them dead whales, because I would see it all throughout my life. And I'm sure y'all seen this too.
mm-hmm.
Y'all seen it too. It's
Like I
like,
said,
why do these people always show up
I
with a
really
dead
thought it was
whale?
I really thought it was to save the whale. That's all I kept
No,
thinking was,
just think about it. A lot of times when they're out on those beaches, those whales are already dead.
okay, I'm on my channel. I just put up the pictures of it, and y'all can see it. Can you see it over there on yours, Lisa? The presentation.
Yeah, I already got pictures of it. Because
Okay.
when I learned about it, I grabbed up pictures and I said, I was going to talk about this with my people, but
Uh-huh.
I like I said, when you were hospitalized, that's when I
Mhm.
came across this,
Okay.
because that happened out here at one of the shores in New Jersey. And I was like, why
Mhm.
are all these people always around a dead whale?
Well, y'all looking at it right now. You see these chunks. And
Yeah. And
this is the
some of
stuff
them
they,
are big now, like them blue whales, y'all know them suckers are huge. And
yes.
the bigger the whale, the more gold you're going to get out of them.
Wow.
You know?
That is
So
deep.
that's why when them big giant ones come out of the water and beach themselves, that's why they be flocking their butts the hell up on up there.
Yeah, like you said, stuff that we don't even be knowing about. That is astounding. Somebody, what you said here, whale's vomit is worth more. It sure
Yes,
is.
it is.
Sure is.
It
It
is.
sure.
They run out there for it. They, like I said, they get in boats and go out in the oceans all the time looking for that. And y'all think they just want to be in a boat sailing somewhere. That's what they're looking for.
That's right. The earth is flat and Yah is black. Okay. Hey, we don't want none of them. Um, uh, you said the earth is flat and Yah is blue. Earth is not flat. Oh my goodness. The
Yeah,
earth is
see that when
round.
them big, like them blue whales, like I think they're the biggest on earth. That's why when they beach themselves and people can't get down there fast
That's
enough.
enough. Wow. You got a
But I
flat. You
said, you
got
know what? You
uh-huh.
live and you learn. You live
You
and
sure
you
do.
learn for real.
You got a flat earther on your channel, Lisa.
Uh-huh.
Oh my goodness. Back in the day, them folks were so dumb. They thought they was gonna fall off the earth.
Yeah, I remember reading that.
It's funny to me.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna front,
Now
but
see,
wow, you done
they'll
taught
get
me
mad
something.
now that we know this, they'll get mad if black folk go down there and beat them to it. And we go down there by them beaches and start grabbing that stuff up before they get a chance. Woo! They'll be plenty
Oh,
mad, y'all.
I wanted to tell y'all, Lisa know about this. I want to tell y'all something funny. So while I was in the facility, um, they had a brand new white folding chair. I was shocked. I had to take a picture of that chair. I said somebody in here black bought that chair. I know they did because
Mhm.
that was the
I
only
got
one
that
that.
chair.
I know you
I
do.
got a white folding chair, y'all. I bought mine. I got
Have you
it.
have you practiced with it yet, Lisa?
No, right now I just got it propped up against the
You just make
wall.
sure
In
you
fact,
said,
I still
man.
got yeah, in fact, it's still in the plastic that it came in. I didn't even take it out the plastic.
Oh my goodness. When I seen that chair, I screamed. I said, I gotta take a picture of this and stuff. Cause I'm telling you, our folks can take a chair and put some serious work in. They
Mhm.
really can. They can put some serious work in with a chair. That tickled me. I'm not gonna let that go. And I had even asked some of the like the nurse that came here. She was a real prim and proper sister. And I asked her, I said, "Did you see the video about the chair?" And she was like, what? And then I said, in Montgomery, Alabama. She said, "Oh yeah." She started rolling. So even the most conservative black folks, they know what that chair is about.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Oh, that's funny to me.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
we'll go. What is that? Armia Benton said a rush of gold on whales. Yeah, yeah. I said, wait until
Wow.
our people find out what that stuff is. So
Boy,
they gonna be
we
burnt up if we show up on them
look,
beaches.
yeah, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there real early with a machete. You gotta have some good tools.
Mhm.
Some make sure
But
everything
that's
is
what they
sharp.
do. And in fact, one time years ago, there was a dead whale that washed up on the beaches here in New Jersey, and you could
Mhm.
see them cut in the stomach. You could see somebody had one of them a big long sword or knife or something, and they were cutting right into the stomach. I said, they know exactly what to go for.
Mm,
They know what
wow.
to go for, but we're in the dark about this. But I don't think we ever were. I believe we were the ones that told them, and you know how it is.
Yes.
They wipe out your history. We
Mhm.
would know that over them any day of the week
That's true.
normally.
That is absolutely true, Lisa. You're right about that.
Mhm,
Boy, that right there has astounded me. I have to put that kind of information out. That is very important that we know these things. We need to
mhm,
know these things.
mhm.
We gotta make sure that we continue to stay educated.
Yeah, and apparently, apparently antlers that come off of animals,
Hmm.
that also, depending on animals, that also can be gold, and they'll dig that up.
Well, I
And
know about the,
they call that a brown gold. And
now I
that
know
is
about the
also
antlers.
sold on the market. It comes from the antlers on animals. I mean, y'all, I'm learning a lot. I'm
Well,
learning a lot.
I
And
didn't
all
know
I can
about,
do is pass it on to you.
I didn't know about the gold on antlers. I'm gonna be
Yes,
honest with you. But
yes. It's
what
a
I do know,
if you type in brown gold, it should pop up and you'll
what I
see it.
do, what I do know about deer antlers is that they have health properties, and they'll take them and shave them literally, literally down to like like the croissants. They'll shave them down where they're that flaky, and you can put them in your mouth, and they'll dissolve. And when my dad had his health store, a lot of white folks would come and buy um, deer antlers. They would buy the shavings of it and stuff. I know it sounds weird what I'm saying, but it wasn't weird to me because it was always around me. And after I had all my children, my dad would always bring me deer antlers for a few weeks to digest. Because of this health store. But you just spark something, Lisa. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
yeah.
give
If you type in brown gold shed antlers, and the information should come up. Yes, you can get gold from antlers too, and they know it. And that's why a lot of times you'll see them rummaging through the woods. You ever
you.
notice how they love the woods?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
start looking, start observing the things these folks love.
Wait till I tell my family this one. That's gonna knock them all the way down. Man, I ain't never. Wow, that's amazing. Just to
Just
even.
type in brown gold and you'll see you also can get gold from antlers.
Wow. You know what? The best way to do it, Lisa, is to Google golden animals. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm just letting y'all know, and there's animal called y'all ever notice how they love archaeology and want to dig up these? There's a lot of gold in these dead carcasses that's been in the ground for many decades.
Mm,
And
mm,
when they
mm.
dig it up, that they just don't tell you that part, that there's gold down there too. They just don't tell you.
That's amazing. That is
Yes,
truly
brown
amazing. Mhm.
gold, and that is also sold on the market.
Wow. Yeah, there are people in here saying "Wow" on
Yeah,
your
yeah.
piano. I can't
So
get
so
enough of that.
y'all, you heard it here first. You heard it here first, y'all.
Well, I was talking to a brother a few months ago, and he was watching something on TV. And white folks think they're gonna live out of space. And anyhow, um, when he was watching this, it was raining, and it was raining liquid diamonds. That is astounding.
Oh yeah, a lot
Liquid
of that comes from the
diamonds.
stars. A
I'm
lot of that
like,
comes from that. A lot of that comes from the stars.
Yahweh is so amazing to
Mm-hmm.
me. Liquid, can you imagine raining liquid diamonds?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm, mm, mm,
I
mm, mm,
mean,
mm.
it's
Yeah, that's
all
another
kinds of
wow.
stuff. There's all kinds of valuable things on this earth.
Mm-hmm,
And of course, we've been denied because we got the greediest pigs in the history of the earth running things.
mm-hmm,
But it
mm-hmm.
doesn't mean that, all this stuff ultimately is ours anyway, because he made this earth for our sakes. He didn't
Yes.
make it for
But,
them.
but, but
It's
how is
theirs temporarily. It's theirs temporarily, and that's it.
uh-huh. Hi, Black Mama. How you doing? I know a lot of people don't get the notifications and everything. So we're
No, they
doing
never do.
we're,
You know how YouTube do.
so Black Mama, we're actually doing a double stream. So my channel also um is streaming too. This, like I said, this is new to me. I like this. This is fun.
Yeah,
We can collaborate together and everything. And Black Mama, thank you for your
yeah,
donations.
yeah.
I know mhm.
Yeah, it is illegal to collect rainwater, but you know what? It wasn't back in biblical times. That's why they talk about cisterns in the
Mhm.
Bible, where our
Mhm.
people had cisterns right next to their homes where you would just collect the rainwater and use it.
Mm-hmm.
But when the devil gets in charge, that's the kind of stuff he does.
Yeah, they have
You can't collect rainwater, but you got to pay for some shitty ass water coming out of a faucet that the average person don't even use.
Yeah, they have arrested a lot of people up here in the Bay Area, and it's mainly white folks getting rainwater, and I'm like, that don't make no sense to me.
Just type in cistern. That's what people get. That's what was used back in biblical times. It's used even to this day for collecting rainwater, and some of them are as big and as wide as your house. And people will use it for everything, for cooking, for bathing, and for cleaning. And they use it. And some of them are ginormous that people have.
Wow.
They are so big, they go like the whole length of your house, and they just collect rainwater.
Yeah.
But the devil makes you pay for water that falls free from the sky, y'all.
I know they probably done sat up in a room and try to think of how they can charge us for the air that we breathe. I can imagine they'll put a device on you, and
you're only allowed to take 2,000 breaths per day.
Yeah.
After that, you're gonna start choking.
Yeah, are you and that thing start running out, you be taking your debit card trying to swipe it so you can keep breathing. And they would pull some junk like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, they'll do that. But yeah, they big on that collecting rainwater, because I know there was a alternative school here in the Bay Area, and they have the children doing gardening and everything. It was really teaching those kids a lot of good things. And they were collecting rainwater. They wanted to shut down the whole school.
Oh yeah, well, that rainwater. Listen, we had a white city councilman here in the town I'm in. He wanted to go around, inspect everybody's yard, and charge an extra tax on people that had a garden, but he got shut down. You know that fool wanted to do that? Yes, if you had a garden in your backyard, he was going to charge you extra taxes on that.
That's amazing.
But of course, the township came down on his ass hard, and he backed off of it. I said, you see that? I mean, if they could tax you for just walking down the steps in your homes, they probably would do it. How many steps did you take going down? You get charged $1 for each step.
Lisa, I just thought of one. They would charge every time you flush that toilet.
Well, in a sense, they do. We get that water bill.
Yeah, we sure do.
Mike C, thank you for the super chat. May the Most High also bless you and your family, True Royal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow, you got my head spinning on that gold coming out of wells. Because, like I said, I used to trip off of it too, and I was wondering why are they running over there so much.
I noticed it, because I was like, they said a whale beached overnight, and it was on first thing in the morning early. And I was like, well, how all them people get out there? It's only like 6 something in the morning. And then I was like, I got to look this up. There's got to be a reason that I'm missing on why they keep flocking to these dead whale carcasses. And when I started doing the research, that's how I found out.
Yeah. And you listen, my royal family, you Google that and look at the images, and you're going to see even whales vomit gold.
Yeah, it's gold. They go out and collect that. They get in boats and collect that off of the ocean. They said their vomit floats on the surface and it can be seen. So that's why they'll go out there in them boats, and you think they're just leisurely going out there. They're looking for that stuff. They're looking for all of that.
How you doing, LVZ? Thank you for the roses. That's sweet.
Thank you for the E-roses.
E-roses. Yeah, that you make me think of my husband. My husband has never gave me flowers, but he did give me some plastic rose. Well, if you let's say fake, they not plastic and stuff, but I'm not gonna complain. He's kind. He's kind to me, so that's all that matters.
and y'all, they don't hide it. If you go on YouTube and start putting in things like whale vomit or whale gold, watch the videos that pop up. I even watch those. There's a lot of videos where these people, oh yeah, as soon as I hear the news that one is out here, I get in, I try to get the vomit. I try to get, yeah, they all on a video telling you.
Damn. You know
Yeah,
what?
just look it up. I'm serious. I watched several of the videos of them. Oh yeah, I come out here all the time looking for this.
I'll tell y'all one that they have no shame about. In certain regions in California, poppy seeds will just grow like on a valley. And somewhere almost near Southern California, they had this whole valley full of poppy seeds growing. Them white folks was out there in droves. Do you know they had chartered buses to go out there to pick that poppy seed? I mean, they was just putting them in like big old trash bags that you use like when you cleaning your yard.
Just start looking at where they go flock, y'all. Just start being more observant about that.
And then it was
Thank you, Tyrone Lewis, for the super sticker.
It was so shameful, Lisa, that they even had their children out there plucking the poppy seeds.
Well, yeah, if you look at the dead whale carcasses, they got their kids up there too.
Yikes!
Yeah, they bring their kids up there to watch them butcher up the whale and try to get parts and everything from it. Yeah, they bring their kids.
Well, this is how we have to do it. I know a couple of little things. We're going to get some Tyvek suits. And you know that Tyvek suit, you can put the hood on, everything. Then we're going to get the mask with the canisters in it. Because, see, we don't like gore at all. That ain't our thing. But remember that gold is in there. So you can do your thing and you can cover up if you got to wear two. Just put them little white Tyvek suits on. And then we need some big ass machetes and we need to sharpen them real good. And then we need to practice with it, you know. So when we go out there, we know what we're doing and we know what area to hit to get that gold. All right.
Oh yeah. Pink, blue. Yeah. Our melanin is our gold. Our melanin is our gold.
How much is our melanin worth?
Huh?
How much is melanin worth now? Have you checked?
Not recently, but I know they are now putting melanin in computer chips. They're using melanin in computer chips.
Get out of here.
But see, you know what? They know the value of us, y'all. Trust me. And they know our value is the most highest on earth. They know this. You know, they're just hoping that you don't find these things out about yourself.
Yeah. Like the one that I like to tell that was astounding to me.
Yeah, melanin is worth more than gold. Yes.
The one
that worth more than gold.
The one that I love telling y'all about is all vegetation. And when I talk about vegetation, what we can't eat, the trees, the grass, the flowers out there, and then vegetation that we can eat, lettuce, spinach, fruit, that's vegetation. All vegetation has the Black woman's DNA in it, all of it.
Yeah, I know. Our DNA is everywhere. In fact, even the universe is melanin. All of the universe above us is all melanin.
Yeah, when you look above,
all of it.
When you look above, you're looking at melanin at night.
You're looking at the whole universe is melanin. So that's why they said that melanin is life. Melanin is life. It really truly is.
And then what they do is every year over in Europe, they have a melon conference. We're not invited at all to these conferences to give updates on how they can extract it and all those different things like that. Oh yeah, they're very serious about.
That's why they done bought up all the funeral homes. If you notice, it's even Black funeral homes are not owned by Black people. Go look it up. Them folks own it. Yeah, because they want to get to the melanin.
Yeah, that's really deep. Because I forgot, but I remember I ran up on some website and it was talking about like how many ounces our melon is worth. And I'm
somebody posted 571, and I think that is more like it.
What is that per ounce?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah, and that's why the kids are always going, our people are always going missing practically more than anyone else. We
And
know
then,
why they're going missing. We know.
yeah, I know. My father was telling me years ago up in New York, they found 16 black men killed, and all of their hearts were surgically removed.
Hmm. Well,
You
you
know.
remember the old Rockefeller, the one that kept getting all them
Oh
hearts?
yeah, that's
And
right. Yeah.
I really believe all them hearts came from black men. I really
Mhm.
do.
Oh yeah, they want our any parts of our DNA thing. You know, this is the one that Lisa taught me. I was telling her about some old ass white woman that lived, you know, for a long, long time, and she said, yeah, she was breastfed by a black woman, and that made so much sense when Lisa said that to me. I said, yeah, that make a lot of sense.
Yeah, you got to look at all these rich people and they live into their hundreds. Go back when they were born, they had black nannies in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they had black wet nurses that were right there in the house.
And what gets me is you can't stand us at all, but you don't mind um um your children suckling from the breast of a black woman.
Because they know what you're worth. They just pray that you don't figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Ain't that deep?
They
That is deep.
know. I mean, if their breast milk was all that, they wouldn't even want us to do anything with their children. They would do it themselves.
Yeah, they test that stuff. And you know, like it's very, you know, like premature babies, they literally be asking folks, come and donate that, they'll pay you for it too. Um, our breast milk, because it helps premature babies really thrive, really
Mhm.
thrive. Yeah, it's a lot out there, Lisa. You done woke me way up on that one. I like stuff like that and stuff.
Mhm.
Hearing that, and then what that brother told me about, it can rain liquid diamonds.
Mhm.
I said, Yahweh is amazing. That is some amazing stuff. Even like I was even like when a few years ago when you showed us those videos of the giants around the earth. Woo!
Mhm.
Yeah, Henrietta Lacks. Do you know with that Henrietta Lacks, they had um lost her DNA and went to her children and got some more.
Mhm.
They finally got some money out of it. I don't know what they got,
Yeah,
but
but they're suing. They got a lot of people to sue. They
mhm,
did out of one company. They suing John Hopkins and a few labs that used her DNA to
mhm.
make, vaccines. And I mean, they did all kinds of things. In fact, that's why they said her DNA revolutionized medicine. And it
Mhm.
did.
It did.
It
What is
did.
that?
I mean, a lot of not only here in the United States, but even companies around the world owes that family. I mean, her DNA was not just used in the United States, it went worldwide.
Yeah, what is that? Brother Sly said my twins were premature. They donated breast milk and helped them tremendously. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. That's real important. And then what is this one? Oh yeah, I never heard of that one, but I believe it's true. The seaweed surrounds. It can absorb radiation. You know, everything is put here on this earth to heal us. Um, I remember I was reading this article, and they were encouraging um, psychologists once they graduate from college to move up to Oregon because they needed. There was a lot of people with mental health issues, and so somebody observed that Saint John's Wort was growing in abundance in Oregon, and Saint John's Wort is if you take it, you can take it in a tea form. It's good. It's the equivalent to taking Ritalin that they give children. And what was astounding about that, I said, that was nature growing around these people that got mental health issues, and nature was saying, "Hey, just pluck this and drink this, and that will help with that." That was amazing when I read that article. That was real deep
Mhm.
because I researched what St. John's Wort is about because
Mhm. I
that
took
really
that.
is.
I've been taking that for years.
Uh huh. Yeah, that's
It is worth having. In fact, I got a big bottle of that stuff.
um I don't I don't have an article about those 16 black men. My father told me about it years ago. When my father told me about it, we didn't even have the internet. I would have to look that up. But if my father told me something, it was true. He wouldn't make up things like that. But that's something worth trying to find. You never know. Some of the things we find and stuff. Because some people make a comment like, why y'all out here blogging? All we got to do is just read the article ourselves. We be digging all over the world looking at stuff, and we bring it forth. Like Lisa just brought forth something that we did not know. That's what that's worth about. Yeah, milk thistle is really good for all the organs. And if you take a lot of medication, take milk thistle. And if you take it over time, it'll even give you a youthful appearance.
Yeah, it is good for the kidneys and your liver. It's very good for the liver as well.
Yes.
It just cleanses everything.
Yeah, you're right about that, Tex. The world was at peace before white people came into, and it's just chaos.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
chaos.
but and that right there, just more proof they can't run nothing, y'all.
No, they running it in the
They
ground.
can't run anything. But if you listen to them, they think they're the best at everything. They have never been the best at everything.
I wanted to add
They have
something.
never been the best at everything.
I wanted to add something when me and Lisa was talking when I was in the facility, and Dianne Feinstein had passed, and I live in Feinstein country, and Lisa said, Harley, what was it? They claimed that there was a like a bomb threat or something like that, and
no, they said they had to close her funeral for safety purposes.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't that. Lisa was on point about it. Hardly nobody showed up.
Yeah, nobody was showing up for her.
Because I when I was talking to Lisa, I was looking it up, and there was a drone shot, and you know how they go overboard and go shut down the streets and all that. It wasn't no traffic. They didn't even need to do that. They made and then the way they were using the camera, they did real tight shots. And I said, okay, I see what Lisa's talking about. Them shots was tight, and they just kept showing the same people, and it just hit my mind. It's like when Trump, during Trump's inauguration, they didn't need to shut down nothing. Hardly nobody showed. Hardly nobody showed up.
Yeah, nobody showed up for her funeral, to even view her, nothing. I mean, they showed Kamala and Nancy Pelosi. They did those little still shots of them, but as far as a crowd of people, it just wasn't there. I don't think anybody showed up in San Francisco.
That was hilarious.
I don't think nobody showed up at all when she was lying at state.
And then the press, he demanded for the press secretary to go out there talking about it was record breaking. Oh, that was funny because that guy did not want to do that. He did not want to do that. Shoot, nobody wasn't thinking about Trump. Trump was in his feelings. Feinstein said, why was Feinstein couldn't even walk or remember her family? I remember one time Lisa did a video and my husband was listening to it. And she said she was coughing ready. My husband screamed. He had tears in his eyes, Lisa. Oh, yeah, that was so funny. When I seen that woman, looked like one side of her face was paralyzed, and they gonna wheel her to work. Somebody gonna dress her. When the last few days they was dressing her, somebody pick her up and wheel her ass to work, and she just be slumped over. She don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they said they had to hold her butt up. I said, shoot, she need a nursing home. She don't need to sit in the Senate.
Yeah, you're right, Joyce. It wasn't televised. You seen little clippings here on local news about her.
I think she died in D.C. because they said Nancy Pelosi flew her body back to California, and I think her butt died in D.C. I don't think she was in California at all when she passed.
Yeah, she did some really nasty things up here. She was a part of that Jim Jones, and what she did was her and her staff gave a list, Feinstein, of black women widows who had homes. Gave the list to Jim Jones. Then they folks would go down there and, visit the black woman and invite her to the church. And damn near all of them women gave their property up. He said they would take care of them forever and all that kind of stuff. And I was telling my son-in-law about this. My son-in-law family lost 27 family members in one day. 20 people, 27. Most of them were children, he was telling me about. And because he admired Feinstein, and me and my husband had to school him. Boy, she was a sack of bitches when he left the house. He was so embarrassed. I said, you didn't know. He thought she was a kind woman and everything. Because every year his family, they got a huge placard with all the names on it. And every year they have some kind of service. And his aunt, she's a doctor. She's even writing a book about it, because he told me the stories. Some of his family members ran out in the jungle and hid. So it was a lot of his family out there and stuff. But the majority of them, they died and stuff. And Feinstein's got blood on her hands.
And Feinstein was the one that tried to raise the Confederate flag out there in California.
Mm-hmm.
Tried to do that too.
When that happened, I was in high school. It took me a while to remember that. And it was an older black man that climbed up there twice and took it down.
He was fighting with him.
Mm-hmm.
He kept putting it up, and he kept climbing the pole to take it down. Yeah, I remember.
Wow. Oh, she had something to do with that too? With the Zodiac killer? Get out of here. Being caught? Boy. I vaguely remember that. I was a child too back then. Now, black folks left that Kool-Aid alone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they can have that Kool-Aid. Shit ain't good for you anyway. Straight up poison.
But yeah, Dianne Feinstein was not a good person.
And what did she say about reparations? Oh, just let that go.
Told us to forget about it.
Yeah.
Why don't we just forget about your old raggedy ass? Look like everybody did forget about her. Mm-hmm. Nobody showed up to view her.
Wow, that is deep. That is real deep. Yeah, that is really, really deep.
That is deep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, scandalous mayor. Say, yeah, she was the mayor of San Francisco. That's where they had her body lying at state up at the city hall in San Francisco.
Yeah, there wasn't no long line for nothing.
Ain't nobody trying to look at that old relic.
Yeah. I'm encouraging y'all to watch this new movie called The Burial. It's on Amazon with Jamie Foxx. It's a true story. Y'all need to check that out. That's a damn good movie. I really enjoyed watching that movie. I watched it twice. It's like, and I'm gonna watch it again on Netflix. Cleopatra. I enjoyed watching that.
Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, and
but because somebody had emailed me. Yeah, the brown gold. What they look for are moose antlers, deer antlers. Those type of antlers. That's what they want. That's where you can get the brown gold.
That's amazing, Lisa.
And they just go in the woods. You notice how they love the woods? They love the hell out of being in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know why.
They got us spooked. Living in the woods, going out in the water and stuff. And I wondered too. I just thought, Lisa, with the whales, they was trying to help the whale get back in the water. I didn't know they was running for some gold or something like that. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
So it's whoever get it first, huh?
Mm-hmm. They don't care about them dead carcasses. They just want to pick and pillage it.
The stuff we really need to do our research. That's why I'm not even interested in TV, because the things that I find out just blows my mind, and I can't wait to present it to the royal family.
Yeah. Najah Johnson, you're right. Because don't they love also living up in the woods? Now you see why.
Mm-hmm.
You see why they go around looking for that stuff. I mean,
Uh-huh.
if you go on even YouTube and you see them out there looking for moose antlers, yeah, because that's brown gold. So they go out there, they'll go in the snow, go through the snow, trying to see if they could locate the antlers. And you'll see they have like, they'll be out there and have a whole pile of them.
Mm-hmm. What's
You
that?
know?
Yeah, yeah, like even like yeah, Tex, you're talking about the ivory from elephants. That is so sad for
Mm-hmm.
them to kill them and stuff. And you know, the stuff that they be out there doing, it makes me think about the animals um um are because they be experimenting. I think I remember seeing that on Lisa's channel where uh, one animal has sex with another animal and then they end up killing each other. I think it was like a moose or something. It was something real
No,
just off.
it was a elephant, a male elephant having sex with, he literally raped the
Mm-hmm.
rhino.
Mm-hmm.
And then after he gets finished, he chase it down to kill it.
Mm-hmm. And then
Mhm.
like the female lions and stuff like that have a mane like a male.
Mhm.
And they out there doing they out there just messing around. I tell you something else sickening that I heard a couple of months ago. Um, they're trying to push this law now where if a teenage child, when they in their state of puberty, to stop it so they can be male or female. I'm like, Lord have mercy. I
Yeah, but
mean,
they still go through the aging process and they still gonna die.
yeah,
You know?
you know,
But, yeah,
um,
that's just them trying to F up the aging process. They've been doing a lot of things in regards to that.
get out of here. I found out in college that the strings on a violin are made from a cat's intestines.
Mhm. Mhm.
I play the violin. Ain't that a trip?
Mhm. Hey, these people
Whoa.
are sick. The stuff they do is not supposed to be done, y'all. Just understand that. Even a lot of stuff that they do to these animals, those things are not supposed to be done
Oh,
at
so you said
all.
it was actually sheep. All of it is sick.
Mhm.
You know, I remember watching, I know y'all seen that video where they had this old chair on some plantation and when they ripped it open, it had black folks' hair in it as a
Yeah.
cushion.
And they did that for a lot. They did that even for pillows that they slept on at night. Mhm.
What? A woman got caught smuggling giraffe feces, claiming she was going to use them to make a necklace. What in the hell?
Mhm.
What? Wow, that's all I can say. Wow,
That's why a lot of times when they go out there on those safaris, sometimes they get killed by them animals. Some
they
animals,
sure do.
sometimes they fight back.
Yeah, this I remember seeing this white man. He sprayed um moose, female moose urine on him, and he and then he taunted a male moose, and the male moose was trying to rape him. That
Mhm.
man got brutalized by that moose playing
Mhm.
around. Remember that
Yeah,
video,
well,
Lisa?
there was one that I loved. I think it must have came out, y'all, like around 2017, 2018. This
Mm-hmm.
white man went out there over in Africa and shot an elephant. He shot a female. And he's, you know how they stand in front of the picture to
Mm-hmm.
take, because they're so proud that they murdered this elephant. That elephant had one more breath left and rolled his ass and killed him.
Wow.
It was a female elephant, they said. And he took
Wow.
that picture and she rolled over. She had enough strength to roll over and rolled right on top of him and killed his ass.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I said,
You
see, them animals ain't stupid. They know.
you remember that video where they had this lion and they had a like a gate or something you could go in and out, and that older white man went in there and he drug his ass and his daughter was screaming. You remember that one?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
they take too many risks around animals. I
yeah.
remember there was this white couple got married and went to Africa, and they stood in front of a rhino to take
Mhm.
pictures, and that rhino knocked both of them down.
Mm, mm, mm.
All animals are not going to just sit and let a human approach them.
Mhm.
I even
I
saw a leopard. One guy got close to a leopard. That leopard picked his paw up. And I mean, when I say he smacked the shit out of this dude with his paw, he slapped the living hell out of that dude. And
Mhm.
he was like, all right, all right. And it was like, don't get close to him. No, them cats, they know. They don't want
Mhm.
humans near them like that. That
Yeah.
cat, and when I heard the slap, it was that hard.
Wow.
I
Wow.
said, you
You
lucky he didn't
remember
hit you with this paw. He didn't have his nails retracted. I said,
you
you're lucky he didn't have the nails retracted because he would have took your face off.
Yeah, you remember that incident that happened up here in San Francisco Zoo a few years ago? Um the zoo was closed and these three white guys were taunting a lion
Yeah, the
and
lion got out of the
yeah,
enclosure and
he
traced
scaled
them.
that
Yeah, I remember
scaled
that.
it- yeah, scaled that wall. That wall was high. I've been to that zoo many a times and scaled that wall and went and found him. And one of the guys, he had scratched his head, and you could see the claw marks all in his head. Oh
Mm-hmm,
man,
mm-hmm.
but they was out there messing with him and taunting him and all of that. You know what gets me about them? Like one time out in here in the Bay Area, a shark killed a white guy. He was on surfing, but he was laying on there and he bit him. And they won't eat you because they don't like the taste of us. The white folks was out there looking for him to kill the shark.
Yeah, they
They
always
got
do that.
pissed.
But
Uh-huh.
no, that's not true. They don't like their flesh. If you go back during the slave trade when they were transporting our people all over the place, those sharks used to actually follow the boats, waiting
Mhm.
for them to knock one of us over.
Yeah, they would eat
It's
us.
not everybody's flesh they reject. They reject them folks' flesh.
Mhm. Yeah,
I
because
guess they don't want all that sulfur.
yeah, they're sulfur based and we're selenium based. It's a lot of selenium in nuts. All right. And we know what sulfur smell like. And this ain't no joke. I'm allergic to sulfur based medicine. It breaks me. I'm allergic to them. Literally. If I take anything with sulfur in it, I get welts on my face, the palms of my hand, and the palms of my feet.
Mm-hmm.
It
Mm-hmm.
ain't no joke. I can't have no sulfur based medicine. Because somebody said wet dog.
Mm-hmm. No, they won't eat them, but they used to follow the ships that would have our people on there because they would want them to throw one of us overboard. They didn't have no problem eating us.
Mhm.
They didn't have
Mhm.
no problem eating our forefathers.
No, not at all. But what get me is they wanted to go out and go find. I said, now how you gonna go find the shark that bit him
Yeah,
and
they'll
go
just
get
kill anyone. They'll just kill anyone and then claim they got them. Thank you, Grace P,
it?
for the super chat. Let me say it's time for me to make a contribution. Thank you so much. It's deeply appreciated.
You know, um, this white guy was telling me one of his friends like to go out and scuba dive, and he said that he got on the back of a whale, and just was on the back and everything. He said it was pretty scary because sometimes the whale would go deep, and so eventually he got off the whale. And he was telling his friend that the being on the whale, all the gook was on his scuba diving outfit. Anyhow, about a month later, this white boy get a knock on the door, and they took him to jail. They were filming him. The Coast Guard was out there filming him on that well. That dude had to do some serious time for that.
Well,
They
he
don't.
should. I mean, that's not what these animals are for.
Uh huh.
They seem to think the animals are for them to abuse and do whatever because they that's all they know how to do is abuse everything.
Mm-hmm.
Tiki, thank you so much for the super chat. Let me go back to it. It's just moving so fast. So glad to hear from you, True Royal, and I pray the Most High continue to cover you. And thank you, Lisa, for keeping us informed. Thank you so much for your super chat.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone.
Well,
Prayers, everything.
y'all, everything's going to change.
Mhm.
Remember, when we transition back to our rightful place on this earth, the animals are actually going to be like allies to us.
Mhm.
You'll be able to be outside and the lions will be able to come around you and you won't have no fear of them.
Well, we got a taste of it, a little bit
And
of a
and
taste of it,
and I
Lisa.
mean, even big animals that you would avoid, you
Mhm.
wouldn't have no problem being around because we're gonna all be in harmony and we'll all be at one as one with each other, and that includes the animals. So all these animal attacks and stuff, you're not gonna see that anymore. They're
Mhm.
actually gonna come around us and you're not gonna have no fear of them. And it
Well,
won't matter what species of animal it is, even the poisonous ones, you won't have no problem being around.
what astounded me was when we had the shutdown with COVID, how the animals came out. And the one video that really touched my heart was watching horses in the ocean play.
Mhm.
I was like, wow,
Yeah,
the animals were just coming
yeah.
everywhere. I had fun making them videos
Mhm.
and making a joke out of it, but really it touched me. And I
Yeah.
said, wow, the animals know something is going
And
on.
even they know when they're in distress. They know they're in distress too.
Hmm.
Everybody is gonna be glad once these folks that are running things fall.
Yeah,
Even the animals, everything's gonna be happy.
they was coming, they were billy goats was coming out. And I said, this is their natural habitat. They naturally was just coming back to what was theirs and stuff.
Mhm.
And it was
Mhm.
they didn't buy and they didn't, and what I'm saying is they never attacked nobody or anything. They was having fun,
Yeah,
you
and
know.
that's how it's gonna be again for them.
That let you
On a
know
much
how
bigger scale, though.
that let you know how in tune they are to the universe. They knew something was going on.
Mhm.
People were in. They was even saying the Himalaya mountains. Some people never even seen those mountains. It was so much pollution up there. It was astounding how
Yeah,
that disappeared.
if you remember even in Italy, the water that's always murky,
Hmm.
over in Venice, they said the water turned crystal clear, which proved that man is the one messing up the water. The water turned crystal clear when they were on lockdown. They said you could even see the fish swimming around in there.
Yeah, I did see it. I seen it myself. I
Whoa,
see.
there you know what, y'all? There is something interesting that came out about Italy. I was looking at an article actually before I came on here. There is a place in Italy, they haven't had one single birth in 3 months.
Get out of here.
They had nobody is having babies. They said it's been 3 months since the last birth. I said, I'm not surprised. It just more proof these people are on their way out. They are on their way out.
That's astounding, Lisa.
And I was looking at that just before I came on here.
Mm, mm,
It
mm.
was in Ostia, Italy. Yes, yes. And yep, they said there had not been not one single birth in 3 months. And yeah, they said the people are astonished. But it just goes to show you how bad it is genetically for those folks. It
Mhm.
is bad. And they know they're going extinct. That's why they're putting these articles out. If you go and look about
Mhm.
how they know they're going extinct,
Mhm.
it
Mhm.
won't be very many of them over this next century still on this planet, and they know it. But the funny thing is, they think they get to a point who's going to be in charge. Well, once we're gone, it'll be the Asian. No, you don't get to a point
No, no.
who's going to be in charge after you fall. Okay, it don't work that way. Did the Egyptians get to choose who was going to be in charge after them? Hell no, the Most High ain't going to let them choose nothing.
You right about that.
They think they're going to pick, oh, well, it's going to be the Latinos and the Asians. No, it isn't. It ain't going
No.
to be none of them.
Yeah,
You don't get to pick.
if they could have their way, they think we'll go back on them plantations. And one thing I can say about um I call them our royals, they attitude and they mentality. Think about the ones that don't listen to us at all. They're not going back on no damn plantations. Mm-mm. Ain't
Well,
going.
just
And I wanted to add something to this real quick. I want y'all to keep this in mind, and you know it within yourself. Slavery was never a smooth transition. There was always something going on. There was always uprises. We were breaking tools. We were burning crops. All kind of stuff was going on. We was poisoning them folks. So don't, like when you see these movies, like we just was just cooperating, and I knew it. I knew it. I could feel it. I said, there ain't no damn way our folks just, everybody on these plantations just sit up and say, I'm just gonna go along with it, and
Well,
and
yeah, it's
listen,
just like them saying, "Oh, well, you're scared." No, every black person is not walking around here scared of you.
mm-hmm.
That's why them white chairs came out on your ass. That's why everyone walking around here ain't scared.
Mm-hmm. 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 You right about that. And yeah, my father told me about that grind up glass. They would grind it to a fine powder, because glass ain't nothing but sand. To a fine powder. Our folks would cook everything in lard, everything. Like if they made some greens, they'll just put a hunk of lard in it. Then they would put the glass in it, and then you eating that stuff, and you're getting 1,000 cuts in your intestines, and then your arteries are clogged, and stuff. Our folks knew what to do. We
Well,
just did.
they would have been clogged anyway because they were heavily using that pig lard.
Mm-hmm.
They would have had clogged up arteries anyway. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they were heavily using pig lard back then too.
Yeah, yeah. I was on C-SPAN. It's a government channel. I watch a lot. Been watching it for years, and they do book reviews. And it was a sister that wrote a book about what was really, really, really going on those plantations and stuff. And a lot of them were afraid of us on them plantations. And a lot of us was running them damn plantations, but she had me cracking up about some of them stories where they would break the tools, and they just figured we were so dumb we didn't know no better. It's like when you were telling me about how they didn't even know how to count their money. Tell that one, Lisa, how we would get money. I love that one.
No, but most of y'all know this. You know how your grandmother and her old friends would just sit around on the porch and talk. I used to love listening to my grandma and her friends, because they would be telling some funny ass stories. She would be telling the funniest stories. Well, back in the day, especially when my grandmother was a teenager, the only jobs they would give to Black women were domestic workers. So quite naturally, all of her friends and even her at one point in time, they worked in white folk home.
Mm-hmm.
And they said when they would get paid, they would accept their pay. But they said when them folks weren't around, they went in their wallets all the time and took whatever they wanted. And they would be on the porch laughing their behinds off about it. They said they used to go in their wallets and take whatever they want. And then one of my grandmother's friends said her husband was questioning his wife, "Did you take my money?" And she said they took whatever the hell they wanted out of them wallets and did it all the time.
They're so slow. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I love that.
They were barely literate, y'all. It wasn't no situation where they were literate, but our people weren't. When a time when a lot of our people were illiterate, they were illiterate too. They couldn't read and write either.
But we could count.
Mm-hmm. Knew how to go in there and get whatever you want out of their wallet.
That is funny. I know my mom was telling me that when she was growing up in Arkansas, it was very consistent. It was white folks in the neighborhood, and every single one of them were filthy. Their houses were filthy, the top to bottom. And my mother said they pride themselves on cleanliness. They would starch and iron their sheets and pillowcases and stuff. And even though they were poor, our folks kept clean. But them same white folks was consistent. They didn't wear they didn't believe in wearing underwear, or I guess they couldn't afford it or anything. And then had the nerves to think they was better than everybody. So it was a lot of poor.
And not only that, we used to take their food too. Our people used to work in their houses and everything. They would take their food too. We weren't stupid.
No, I witnessed that. I personally witnessed that as a teenager. When my grandfather was going to college, he during the I call them the holidays, he would work for the Goldwaters. In fact, he even did their term papers and stuff. And he would work like as a bartender and stuff like that. And so those families would ask my grandfather, "Do you have anybody that can cook for us?" So my grandmother would come, and the family just put a whole little crew together. And my grandfather said he would get them folks pissy drunk, and they would be out there taking the turkey, the ham, and whatever the hell they want. Them people would be towed back. He towed back. And so one summer, no one, I came down during Christmas season, and my aunt had took it over because my grandfather was teaching at the university by then. And my aunt, you should have seen the back of the trunk of her car, Lisa. She had all kind of food.
Mhm.
And my aunt had to give food out. You know, she had to end up buying she in her garage, she had a deep freezer. She had so much food from them people. And they didn't even notice it and
No,
stuff.
they don't notice. They be so damn drunk, they don't know whether they consumed it or not.
But,
they wouldn't know.
but the thing that they didn't want up there in their mansions and stuff, they didn't want like professional catering companies or anything like that, because they would be doing some wild stuff and they didn't want nobody to report them. And my family and some of family friends, they didn't care. They paid real good. They paid in cash up front. And they don't care what you cook or what you do, just serve them. And that's what my family did for years up in Arizona to make their money
Mhm.
and stuff. It tickled me.
It's not like, you know, they want us always to believe they're so advanced. They weren't that damn advanced. They didn't even know when them folks were ripping their butts off. My mother was telling me a story. She said they had to teach them how to eat the watermelon. She said they would get a watermelon and would be eating the green skin on it, and said black folk would be laughing at them because they didn't know how to eat it. And they would be laughing at them, watching them eat. They would eat the skin, the rind, everything.
What?
The parts you weren't supposed to eat, they were eating.
Lisa.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah, my mother told me that. Said
Wow.
they had to literally teach them how to eat the damn watermelon.
That is past dumb. That don't even taste good. What's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm.
You know, remember I was telling you my grandmother worked for some white folks, and it was just, they had two children, a teenage daughter, and they had a little boy. He was about 5 or 6. And if he couldn't get his way, he would take his head and ram it into his mother or sister. And so my grandmother told him he couldn't have whatever. And he got ready to take his head to ram my grandmother. And my grandmother stepped to the side and he slammed into the cabinet. And she would have to whoop his ass because his mother wouldn't do nothing. So he became some little like local politician up in Arizona. And periodically he would run into my grandmother. By then she was working for the school district. Say, "Hey, Miss Newman, you remember you used to beat my ass? I love you for that. You kept me corrected." They'll trip like that. But then the other story, when she first started working for these people, she went into the teenage girl's room. She had a nasty panties on the floor. She went and got her. She said, you keep these panties off the floor and you make up your own damn bed." She ran their house. She ran their house. They was weak. They was just weak. She ran them people's house and stuff. And that ain't the first time I've heard them type of stories. It's like they don't know how to discipline their children or anything like that.
Well,
So
they
they
didn't even want to be bothered with them kids. That's why they had that black woman in the home. They just threw them kids on black women. At the end of the day, that's all they did. They didn't want to be bothered with them.
And then tell the story that you told me. Once we started stop working in their houses, what ended up happening. That was
women's movement. The women's movement happened. See, when civil rights happened, that's when black women started slowly leaving those domestic jobs. And we never really went back. That's why now you see all these Mexicans and these illegals doing those jobs, because we never really went back to it.
Absolutely. And they was having drama in their household. Even when they had the shutdown, the divorce rate went up in their house. But what got me was the lice. Oh, Lisa, didn't you hear? It was about 2 weeks ago, I think, somewhere over in Europe, they having a major bed bug problem.
Yeah, I did a video on that,
Oh,
by
you
the
did a
way.
video on that one.
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
I missed that one. I'm gonna have to go back and watch
That was
that.
Paris. That
Oh,
was
in Paris.
Paris.
I
Yes.
thought of you. I thought of you when I seen it on the news. I was in the facility. Oh, I gotta go watch that one. I said, wow, bed bugs in Paris. That's funny.
Mhm.
Oh, and they just think that place is so grand. You go and visit them, and they have the best food and the best wine and everything.
I've been to Paris, and Paris stinks. I'm not exaggerating, y'all. And I told my subscribers this. It smells like, you know what it smells like? It smells like garbage and urine. When you
Wow.
get in the heart of Paris, it smells disgusting.
Well, I've heard white folks say they went over there to a discotheque and it smelled awful.
Yeah,
in there.
it
Ooh.
is. You're talking about people that don't bathe all the time, and y'all all packed up in a nightclub.
Oh,
Yeah, it smells
Yikes.
bad.
yikes. Oh, yikes. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, no. So what I'm telling y'all, I've been there. It smells awful, and people will spend money and go honeymoon there and everything. It's nasty. Paris is nasty.
Yeah, it's overrated. Very overrated. You know, when you showed us the slums over in
Mhm.
Europe, damn, Lisa. Wow. The Beggs Buzz went on those
Well,
trains.
yeah, well, they always want you to believe anywhere they live, that's the best place. Actually, no, it isn't.
Uh-huh.
Those aren't even the best places here in the US.
Uh-huh.
You know, just take notice. Those best places always get hit with the natural disasters.
Yeah.
just go and look, because look, there were places in this land that the natives would not live because of the natural disasters, like in certain areas, and
Mhm.
they would avoid living there. But when these folks came over, they just start building everywhere, even in places that the original natives would never live in.
You know that you're absolutely right, because when Katrina went down, where the natives were, they were
Yes,
fine.
John.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
They were fine. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right, Lisa.
Yeah, they had sense enough to avoid certain areas.
And then what's so stupid, then they want to bury folks and you can't even go 6 feet. And they got grave, bodies were coming up from these graveyards. You got to think about it. If you can't dig 6 feet, something is a problem.
Mhm.
You think, the type of equipment that they have, I know about it, that you can survey the land where where there's not water. You don't bury people like that. You can't even go 6 feet. Damn, something is a problem. But no,
Mhm.
they're gonna live there anyway, like they're in Florida, get their whole house sunk in. You just never know when that's gonna happen. And those things are really easy to find out. Now these days, I'm telling y'all something. If you about to buy a house, go online and you can find out about the land survey out there, what's really on that land. It is very important to check that land. And if that land is fine, secure your mineral rights. I'm telling you something I know. I know somebody in a family that I'm real close to, that they secured their mineral rights, and a girl that they adopted, she's grown now. She gets a check every month, and they ain't even touched that ground yet with all that oil on it and stuff. Even my son-in-law, their family just found out that they had some land with oil. So secure your mineral rights. It's very important.
Yeah, come try to play that eminent domain stuff like they always do on our people.
Oh yeah, they famous for that. Yeah, they real famous for that and everything. Wow, I just love fellowshipping with everybody. It's this is I want to first and foremost I want to tell Lisa that I respect you, Lisa. I love you. I admire you. I can't wait to the day that I can hug you and meet you in person. But you have been a very good, I can't even say a friend, a very good sister to me. I really appreciate you. And I want everybody to hear that it is really hard out here in this internet world, because people are turn on each other, know people's business and all of that. And
And
that
sometimes they turn on you and then come back and think you're gonna help them with something. Those are the ones that make me laugh.
You never know who you're gonna need out here. We don't tell each other's business or anything, but I wanted the royal family to hear that I really love and respect Lisa. My family do. And thank you for putting up that GoFund for our family. I didn't even, my husband thought of it and he said, babe, we're gonna need some help. And he was absolutely right. I had to
Yeah.
humble myself because I was like, oh no, we don't need to do all that. He said, no, I'm gonna ask Lisa, will she do that? And Lisa instantly put that up. And I just immensely thank you. I'm humbled. That's all I can say. It's hard for me to receive, but this time my back was up against the wall, and I'm not gonna waste y'all prayers either. I just appreciate everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Texvor, thank you so much for putting that up. Y'all heard of Hughes? Let me pull it back down. Everything just goes so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Hughes Van Ellis. He was one of the surviving of Black Wall Street. He passed not long ago. You know, he like the other ones. I believe he was like 102 or 103.
Wow.
So when Black Wall Street happened, he was still a small child.
Isn't that amazing?
And he just passed.
Mm-hmm. So was that the last person? Because you know how they wait.
No. The women are still alive.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This was just an elderly man that was part of the trio. He died. The two women are still alive.
That's awful.
105. Thank you, Black Mama.
You know what I do often, especially way down south, when there's like a major disaster. Remember that building had collapsed somewhere in Florida? What I do is I research the Black history there, and it's just really astounding what's been going on lately. There was, we know there was more than one Rosewood, and it was many towns like Rosewood that these folks
there were several of them.
They would destroy. And then look at what happens many years later. Buildings collapse, floods happen, there's always something very major that goes down. Like we were talking about that river where a lot of folks end up dead in that river, where they just flooded that whole town over some white woman coming up dead and all of that. And it was real deep, because when I did that video about that building collapsing in Florida, we when I slowed it down, we could see demons coming up out of that building, Lisa. We could. I mean, folks was pointing it out left and right. It was real deep. It was really, really deep. But Lake Lanier and stuff. The one that got me, and
Oscarville, that town, when it was still there, it was Oscarville.
I tell you, the one that frightened me personally, the one about where the peaches grow, where they had just dumped Black folks there.
Devil's Punch Bowl. Yeah.
The peaches are big and huge. Nobody won't eat them jokers at all.
The seed in there is black.
The seed? What?
Yeah, the seed inside those peaches are black. That's why people won't eat them.
Lisa, don't tell me that. Oh, wow. Oh, I got to go back and look at that.
Yeah, that's the Devil's Punch Bowl. I know what you're talking. Natchez, Mississippi.
Yeah. I can recall I was about 9 or 10. We went to Texas. I do remember that. And my grandfather, I don't know how that man knew them backwoods. And we went to our relative, where our relatives were buried, a Black cemetery. And to this day, it just reoccurs in my mind a lot. I knew something at 10 years old, something wasn't right. Lisa, when we had to go through all the shrubbery, duck, and all that kind of stuff. And you should have seen the tears in my mother and grandfather's eyes to see something like that, to go to how they do us, how we was buried like that. It was just awful, really awful.
Yeah, I went to a slave cemetery when I was 16. Just going to a funeral. My mother took me back there.
Wow.
And the front part of the cemetery were the more recent deaths. But if you had to walk way in the back, that's where the slaves were. And you really couldn't get all the way back there because the ground was so soft. It was hard to walk on. So you could only go to a certain point. But one thing, and I was telling True Royal this, one thing I noticed, I could not believe the amount of children
Hmm.
that were on the markers where they died. There was a lot of toddlers, a lot of kids that were dead. And I
Yes.
was like, damn, it's so many.
And you remember, Lisa, the number one death when we were enslaved were white women stumping children.
Mm-hmm.
That was the number one death. You
I'll
would
tell
think
you what, it must be true because I know when I was in that cemetery, that's all there were just black
Mhm.
children all over the place. It was a lot of them, y'all. I can't even describe how many it was.
It might.
And I was 16, so that was at the time prior to, any kind of cameras on phones and all that. We didn't have that back then.
You saying starvation? It could have been some, but the number one death.
No, I don't believe all those deaths were starvation.
Those women.
No.
Those women were angry because their husbands was impregnating black women, raping them, and that was the number one death. She would go in. I did a lot of research on this. That how they justified it was the woman, the white woman would just be in a fit of rage and she couldn't control herself. You got to think about what I'm saying. You would think the number one death would be hanging black men, but it was the children, because she would stomp them to death because there was a reflection of her husband raping the black woman.
No, it was not. All them deaths were not starvation. There's
Mm-mm.
no way that's even possible. But yeah, I believe there was some instances of starvation, but not
Mhm.
all of them.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
like I was telling Lisa, I was reading
Especially the
these.
Civil War, there was a famine in the South. That
Yeah,
is true.
that is, but it was everybody was affected by that. And I was reading, and it was slave narrative. Some of this information I got out of slave narratives, and it was this one black man that I was telling Lisa about, that the slave master's wife loved brutalizing him, and she would often lie on him and tell her husband to beat him. Well, she wasn't realizing he was growing up, so her husband was gone, and she decided to do what she normally do: hit him, pick on him, just all kind of stuff. And he snapped and he whipped her ass all over that house all day. He just let it all out. He didn't care no more. And he did not leave the plantation. He waited till the slave master came back. She come running, battered and bruised, and said, "Look what he did to me," and go beat him. And he said, "I'm not beating him no more. You deserve to get that beaten." And he said he was astounded. Eventually he did escape, but he was sick of her. He said, "You sickening. All you want to do is just see these people get beat on." I was shocked reading that. I was really shocked, but I wasn't shocked with the behavior, And we always talk about the first teacher of the child. This is the one that keeps um, um, wanting to keep this thing going. Y'all know I keep repeating the same thing. Now it's been like 5 years. I had that vision. I keep saying Yahweh literally spoke to me and said the white woman would be the first to get my wrath. And that does not exclude the white man, because he upheld her shit.
Well, it can't exclude the white man because everybody
Mhm.
gets punished as a group. So
Mhm.
not even their children or elderly can be excluded.
Yeah, and then I've heard so-called brothers talking about, well, she was subjugated too and had to go
Well, those
along
are
with
the ones that just want to be in their panties. I'm
Yeah.
serious. When you
Uh-huh.
hear that from the men, those are the ones that just want to be in their panties. That's why they're talking like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. That if y'all start doing y'all research, she was heavily invested in the slave trade. There's many stories where, like this one black man escaped. He went to New York, and she followed his behind, and they went to court, and she fought that, and she was able to take him back. You know, it's a lot of stories like that. So don't let these Beckys and Karens fool you. Way back in the day, she was heavily invested in it. She didn't want to do nothing around the house anyway with her sorry ass, you know, and it's still like that.
Hmm.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, they do. I mean, look, whenever you hear the men talking about, oh, well, the white woman was suffering too. Her man was doing this and this and this. Go look at those guys. 9 times out of 10, you're going to find him all hugged up with a white woman online. some picture or something. I'm
Mhm.
serious.
Yep.
You know,
Uh-huh.
that those are the ones when you hear that kind of talk from them, that's the one that's always out, you know, with white women, dating them and everything else.
Look at that. Um,
Those dudes ain't fooling no damn body.
what's that? 40%, what, 40% slave owners were white? Yeah, yeah. Um, I'm not surprised by that at all. I think I had read something like that too. And they were very ruthless. Like if their husband died, he died first. Maybe he wanted to free some of them. Shit, she would manipulate that wheel. No way. No, and they bequeathed a lot of us too. That was sickening. You know, that happened even, I think that even happened with Harriet Tubman when she escaped, and then her sister, you know, they punished her sister for the escape. She just said she couldn't do it. But yeah, that's why that's the reason why Harriet Tubman was so messed up. They would make her watch the babies all night, you know, and she a child, and then they knocking her all upside the head. She couldn't get no sleep,
Yeah,
you
she
know.
couldn't even hear out of one ear because she was beaten so much. They said she was deaf in one ear because
Wow,
they just beat on her so much that she lost her hearing.
I didn't know that. But
Mhm,
I do know something that what a metal object was thrown at her head, and she sometimes she would just have these spills and fall out and stuff. Yeah,
mhm. That's from her being beat up on all the time. You know,
they
these
were
people
very
are
bru-
rotten. You know, I was when I was first introduced to the truth, there was a video out, and I believe this was California. And one of them white guys walked up to these Hebrew Israelites on the street, and he said, I know everything that we did to y'all. He said, and I understand, but when it's our turn to go into slavery, please take it easy on white people. I was like, you got a lot of nerve. A lot of
wow.
nerve.
Yeah, they want to. You know, they want to go before Yahweh and negotiate
No, there is none.
punishment. That ain't gonna happen.
We're his children, and he didn't even do that with us. They
But
are
you,
not his children. There's no way that's going to happen.
Lisa, do you remember that video where this white woman was challenging these Hebrew brothers, and they took her Bible and opened up, I can't remember the scripture, and they had her to read what exactly was going to happen to
Well, yeah,
them.
I posted that video. I know what you're talking about. I
Yeah, and
posted the video.
she was crying up and down the
Mhm.
street. She couldn't
Yeah,
handle that.
I remember that. I actually posted that video too.
And do you remember one night I was on your channel and it just hit me like a ton of bricks, and I said this. I said, white women will be wailing in the streets of America the way that the black woman has wailed. And Lisa said, that's in the word.
Yeah,
And
and also that many of them, you're going to see more and more of them as single mothers. A lot of them are,
already
you
now,
know, but they that's information they try to hide. But there are a lot of white women in this country raising children on their own. They
mhm,
just have made a concerted effort to keep it out of the news or
mhm.
talk about it. But
but where,
it's a lot of them.
but where you will see it a lot at, go to the post office and you'll see um, a listing of these men who ain't, and the majority of them are white, who have not paid child support, and most of them, I mean, doctors, lawyers,
Yeah, they're
accountants.
usually men with money.
Yeah, and when I seen that in a couple of post office, I was looking at the pit. They had the pictures of the dudes, and it was just paper after paper after paper where these dudes have went to other states. The women can't find them and everything.
You know
I
who did that?
do.
Bob Dole. Remember Senator Bob Dole? He
Yeah, I
was like that
remember.
when he divorced his first wife. They had children. He
Uh-huh.
refused to give her alimony and refused to give child support, and he didn't.
Get
And
out of here.
those kids were still underage when they got divorced. He flat out refused to help raise his kids and provide any type of financial support. And he didn't do it.
Grimy.
He didn't
Wow.
do it. He's one example of a politician that would not take care of his own kids.
Shoot, think about Giuliani. His kids can't stand him. Um, he had married his cousin. His
He,
kids can't stand him.
a lot of them,
Giuliani.
by the way, a lot of those Italians do that.
Yeah, they do.
Mm.
Um, And ain't he filing bankruptcy now?
Well, he's trying to, but I think they said he owes $500,000 to the IRS.
Trump ain't gonna Trump ain't gonna help him. Trump won't even pay him. He owe
Well, oh no, him and Trump made up.
I don't trust that, Lisa.
Go online. No, listen to me. Trump about a month ago did a fundraiser for Rudy Giuliani. Go look.
Wow, Lisa.
No, they made up.
That fool. I don't trust that.
He did a fundraiser for him, to help him with his legal bills, because Rudy Giuliani, he's another one that's all tied up in the courts right now. It's not just Donald Trump.
You mean Trump did something? Well, he didn't technically really do something, Lisa, for him. Trump real good at doing fundraisers.
Yeah, well, that's what he did for Rudy Giuliani about, I think, like a month ago.
Okay.
To help him raise money to cover his legal bills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're not on the outs with each other no more. They haven't been for a while.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. That's why I don't get all involved in their fights, because they'll be fighting and almost going to blows, and then the next day they practically French kissing.
I've seen
and get involved in that mess.
I seen that kind of mess when I was working, Lisa. They would be fighting like cats and dogs, and then go to the bar like nothing had happened and stuff.
That sounds like them.
But something else that I noticed, when they really slammed down on each other and had nothing to do with each other, then they would want to come to Black folks and get some counseling.
Yeah, it's free therapy. That's what we used to call it. Oh, they come for free therapy.
Yeah. I see it, Lisa. I see it.
Yeah, but we don't all allow that. Many of us that know what's going on, we don't allow them to come and do that too. There's a lot of us that refuse.
Now, they said back in the day, Rudy Giuliani's net worth was $90 million. I don't know how true that is, but that's what they said. 90 million. If that's true, how the hell did you end up broke like that? Yeah, they said Rudy Giuliani's assets on Forbes was 80 million.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm looking at the current. They're saying his net worth is 1 million.
Yeah, that's probably right. These people ain't all good with money. They try to project that to us, but they're not all good with money.
Shoot, look at Trump. Like I said, this is the one that really gets me. You have a casino, and the casino don't make no money.
Yeah, he locked them folks out. That happened here in New Jersey.
That blew my mind.
When he started running for president, it was on the news. It made big news when those people didn't even know they were getting laid off. They just showed up for work, and everything with the doors and everything were chained up. That's how they found out they were out of a job.
I encourage y'all, because Lisa had encouraged me to check it out. He was talking about Trump's first wife and said she was just as ruthless and mean as him. So I watched this series on Netflix, and Lisa was spot on. That woman is vicious, and the whole time Trump's father would be there with him and stuff, and his father was constantly telling him, don't do this, don't do it. He would go totally against him, but he would always bail him out. I mean, he had big money like that. I mean, he didn't know what the hell he was doing back then. He really didn't. But them hotels and stuff, and the way she got down, that woman was evil.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Ivana was not nice. And you know what, to be honest with you, neither is Melania. His women are not nice. They're just as cutthroat as he is.
Mm-hmm.
They just know how to be quiet in front of the camera. So you think they're probably a little meek. They're not meek at all.
Black Mama, I'm putting it up now on Lisa's, on the GoFund link to paste on the chat. I can't, Moz, can you help me? Try it again and see what happens. And stuff. When we get done,
I'll go to my community tab and I'll put it up there and you'll be able to click on it. Okay. You'll be able to click on the link from my community tab. That's what I will do. I already got it out there a few times,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll put it up again.
Back to Trump's wives. When Trump and them, when Trump got in office, his wife, first thing she did, came in there nasty, firing folks. And it was a black sister that she came after, that people really liked her. I forgot what her position was, but she came in there really nasty, firing folks. And then what got me, she wanted to try to make it look like she's a nice person. And remember during the Christmas season, had all these black kids coming in there. I don't know what school they had them kids coming in. I said, they ain't fooling nobody with that shit. That woman is evil.
In fact, some of the black parents were upset that their kids were there. They didn't want their kids around her.
I don't blame them. Mm-hmm. And then what got me, Lisa, remember we was talking about, she thought she was gonna get some kind of money after he left office. She was waiting for her money.
Yeah, well, that's only if you win 2 terms. Like when the Obamas left, they gave Barack Obama $60 million and they gave Michelle Obama $60 million. They both left with that. But that's only if you do 2 terms. If you're a 1-termer, you don't get that money. You don't get, just like Trump did not get a library. You don't see the Donald Trump library. No, that's only for 2-term presidents.
Yep. And she was sitting
if you don't win, then you don't get that.
With her scheming ass. You know, she thought she deserved, she didn't even want to be there. They had to damn near drag her there, you know, talking about she wanted her son to finish school and all that kind of stuff. She didn't want to be there. She was just nasty. Oh yeah. I'm reading these comments. Yeah, she didn't get she didn't get no 60 million.
Yeah, just go out there and look. President Obama and Michelle got 60 million apiece.
Yeah.
Now when they left the White House, and I think the Bushes, the same thing. I think George W. Bush and his wife back then, they got 40 million. 40 million each.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you get for serving 2 terms. Donald Trump did not win the election, and therefore he was not entitled to get that money, and he never got it. Now it should give you some idea why Trump was so toe up mad about losing, because he knew he wasn't going to get that money. Now y'all know why he was really mad.
Well, you know, you always can learn some things. What got me, Lisa, was when they they seen him do it. That's the part that gets me, where he had took documents, very top secret documents, and took them on to Florida. And I said, I didn't know that they could do stuff like that. You know, Trump revealed a lot of things. You know?
Yeah, but you know what? They do let them have some documents, because the Obamas left with some documents, you know, but they got to get it approved before they can leave. Donald Trump just took stuff. He didn't get any approval through the FBI or, Homeland Security if he could get those docs. And that's why he got raided, because they got to get that stuff approved before they leave with it. And he didn't do that.
Boy. I remember reading an article, Lisa, about when he had went to court and they had put Trump in such a bind. And I know, and I know what they did before they put him in a bind. They studied him real close, because he thought he was going. Well, first he wasn't going to go to court at all. That's what he thought. And then it was like, you're going to go to court or you're going to go to jail. So when he get to court, they specifically let him know, you better not utter one word. Then they got on his attorney, and then they was talking about things like, well, can he go to court this time opposed that time? Because the taxpayers are spending all this money. You ain't never cared about what the taxpayers are paying Trump. That's he didn't like the fact that he was sanctioned, and it was just really funny to me how they just had locked him down, because he likes to make threats and stuff, and I don't think he's gonna be able to hold it. He gonna make a threat. He can't help himself. you
Well,
know.
one judge already threatened him and told him he better not go out on social media talking crap about people in the court anymore.
Uh, uh, uh,
So,
uh.
I mean, they are getting to him.
Yeah, they just show their true self. That was like, I forget that dude's name. His other partner, when he went to court the first day, he had a whole stunt in there. Somebody falls out like they sick and all that. And what got me was the whole time that white boy went to court, he always was surrounded by black folks. What was that guy's name? He got because they raided his house too. Little funny looking dude, got a big long nose, a long head.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and they had raided his crib, and it just astounded me. I said, look at this. Every time you go to court, you're surrounded by black clergy. Now you want black folks to pray over you and all of this.
Oh yeah, well, see, that's why they want us around. When they start feeling better, then that's when they ready to kick you to the curb. That's why it's not even worth doing it in the first place.
Yeah, they something else. But you said that's why he stole the documents he wanted to get paid. Trump is dangerous.
Well, he is, and you don't know who he spoke to and gave information to. Yeah, Roger Stone. Thank you.
Yeah, there it is.
Roger Stone.
Y'all remember? I know Lisa remember this, and y'all, some of y'all do too. Remember when he first became president? They had like some kind of dinner party, and they was outside. I remember it was dark, and it was people from different countries, diplomats, and all this kind of stuff. And he was showing documents to them people. And I remember
he wasn't supposed to. I remember that because that made the news. Yeah, I remember that.
I'm like, what the hell is he doing? I'm like, wow, you already getting started.
Yeah, but he might be the president again because I think he's polling stronger than Joe Biden right now.
Wow. Yeah. To me, it don't matter. It's one and the same at the end of the day.
Yeah, we don't get nothing out of the deal. That's the way I see it. But we got a lot of diehard Donald Trump people among us.
People nuts and stuff. What tickled me is all them people that got indicted, and them two black people, because the one black guy, he was they said he was a flight risk. I said, what does these two black people have done to get themselves in that situation? Thank you so much, Chris. Another rose. That just tickled me. That was so funny. And stuff. So I watched, because I didn't know, I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't know nothing about these black folks, and I had watched some footage where that black woman that's also part of this stuff, she was threatening another black woman, and that was that girl and her mother. They would always work at the polls and stuff during the voting time, and they was threatening the whole family. And they crazy. They kept sending pieces to the house. It really affected that family. They had to pack up and move.
Yeah, I read about that.
They wouldn't disclose it, but I read an article that they got a lot of money out of that. The people that was messing with them, they got sued behind the scenes.
Yeah, that black woman that was smiling in the picture, she was one of the ones that was confronting the family.
Yeah, with her crazy ass. And that black guy has something to do with it too.
Yeah, he was the two of them were actually, he was the one that provided the address of the family to her, and she started going over there and knocking on their door and interacting with the family, which she had no business doing. You can't go up to somebody like that and talk to them about some damn campaign and putting votes in somebody's favor. You can't be doing no mess like that.
Absolutely. I said, this woman is nuts. When how she threatened that, and then how it just lingered on. It really, because I watched that testimony twice. It really affected them people. You doing Trump's bidding. And I said, people need to pay real close to Trump. Now that's rare with Giuliani because they go so far back. But when you working around Trump and your ass get in trouble, he's not gonna help you. He's not gonna help you at all. Like them dummies that was up there defecating all over the up there in DC. They really thought that they was gonna be pardoned. Even though they gave them a slap on the wrist, they was looking for Trump to pardon them. some of these folks is so
He couldn't.
deranged. Mm-mm.
He couldn't pardon them though.
Mm-mm. He wasn't the president no
You
more.
know, because he was the president, but that what they did and the kind of crime it was, he could not do anything for them. But see, it was dumb of them to go up and storm it, believing they were going to do all of that and just walk away and get out of the whole thing. But technically, they kind of did. What did they get? 2-week sentences, 3 weeks behind bars? That ain't no damn punishment.
Some of the like that guy with that horn or whatever that crap is on his head.
Oh yeah, the cow horns. Yeah. You know, after he didn't even do all his time. And you know, after he got out, he went back to court to try to get the whole thing wiped off of his record. And the judge pretty much told him off and refused to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he thought he was going to get everything wiped off like he didn't do nothing. And that judge was like, oh, hell no, we ain't taking nothing off.
Yeah, my boy is sorry. He still live with his mama.
Mm-hmm.
He don't work. He
knew he was going to get that mess off of his record, and that judge pretty much shut him. In fact, I did a video on it. The judge shut his butt down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chris, they did leave their DNA all over that place. A black contractor got the contract to clean that stuff up.
Mm-hmm. Can you imagine? He had to clean up their pee and defecation.
Yeah.
Can you just imagine that? They went to the bathroom in that place like they were animals out in the wild.
You know what, Lisa? One time I was watching some of that footage and I closed my eyes and they sound like animals. It did not sound human. All that stuff that they was doing. And I never forget, Lisa had called me. She said, you got cut on the TV. See what's going on? I'm like, what's going on? I was shocked. I said, no, they didn't.
The thing is,
really?
You can see, but you know what? When you look at those lynching photos, you can see once they get all hyped up, nobody knows how to bring it down. It's like they all in unison go into overdrive. You know, it's just like a stampede of animals. Once one starts stampeding, they all just start doing it.
Yeah,
and they'll stampede all the way off a cliff. And they'll just fall off of the cliff. That's how they are.
That is crazy.
And not one person standing in the Capitol said, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Maybe this is not right. No, they just run out. You know, it's like a stampede of animals.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they did sound like snarling animals. That's how it sounded to me. When I closed my eyes, I said, damn, that don't sound human to me at all and stuff. But yeah, somebody put in there that whoever the contractor should have charged in the max. Oh yeah, in the world of construction, because there's a cleanup. And yeah, that's hazardous waste. And
it sure is.
And they train you. I got hazardous waste training.
You know, that's what them people had.
Yeah, you got to put on those Tyvek suits. They had to really bundle up real good. You know, you better have on thick gloves. And because I remember I did some hazmat cleaning and we ran up on some hypodermic needles, Lisa. Scared the shit out of me. That scared me. I was like, oh, hell no.
I remember one time when I was working in corporate America, y'all. And you know how they always tell you shouldn't hold in when you gotta go, just go and relieve yourself. Well, I got caught up in something and I just wanted to finish. So by the time I finished, I had to run to the bathroom. And I got to the stall. This woman was in there before me. She walks out. I open the stall door. There's blood droppings all over the damn toilet.
Oh.
I'm not exaggerating, y'all. Blood droppings all over the freaking toilet seat. And her ass did not wipe it off. She left it that way.
Wow, I would be, that's embarrassing.
So there was another bathroom. I just ran from there and I dashed into the other bathroom, which was smaller, and I was able to go. Yes.
Yeah. I went
to the bathroom and left her damn period blood all over the freaking toilet.
Yeah.
I'm nasty.
I'm squeamish about bathrooms. I'm real squeamish. That's That's one of my pet peeves there, Lisa. That is sickening.
It is sick. That's
You know,
nasty.
because
But, yeah. I've seen countless of them not wash their hands. I can't tell you how many times I saw that when I worked in corporate America. You see that a lot when you work in an office and there's a lot of them working around you. You will see that a lot. And I know many of you have seen it, especially if you work in close proximity of these folks. You would have seen that. I saw it back. Actually, you know what, y'all? I saw it back when I was in high school. I kid you not. I would go to the bathroom. They would be in there. I have seen many of them walk in the stall and just pick their books up or whatever they brought in there, their purse, and just walk right out the door and never. I saw it back then.
But that was the reason why when my daughter was in her second year of college, she couldn't take it no more. And she just came on back home because she was right across the bay from me in San Francisco. And my daughter can't deal. She just couldn't deal with no nastiness. She said she went in the shower and somebody had took a dump. Now, these are all females and stuff. And I seen somebody talk about how they'll throw their sanitary napkins just out in the open. No, it's like generation in our family.
Yeah.
We would take them.
Not only that, you know what? And before you go any further, you know what else about them? Because I went to college with them too. Their hair sheds a lot. It's not unusual for you to walk in the shower stall and their hair is shed all over the walls and the floor.
Correct.
That's one thing. Their hair is always shedding. And so their hair is everywhere.
Yeah, that's awful. No, what I was just saying is how our family taught the girls, you take your napkins, you wrap it up in some old newspaper, put it in a trash bag and take it outside. Don't have none of that shit in the house and stuff. And you would think somebody would, but I didn't see all kind of stuff too, Lisa. You would think somebody would have some kind of decency. You wouldn't want, you seen her, so you knew her. You didn't know her, but you knew her face and you know how nasty she is and stuff. That is awful. Yeah.
Well, that same woman. That same woman, let me tell y'all this, that same woman, she had small children at the time. And she had her brother watching her kids. Well, her kids didn't develop right because her brother would sleep all day and not feed or take care of her kids. And she ultimately had, I think her son was like 3 and still couldn't walk. I was like, wait a minute. I said, how could you not notice that something was wrong? How the hell did you not look at your kids every day and notice they were hungry? They were not being fed. Her brother literally didn't feed them. He just went to bed and went to sleep.
He sounded like he was on some damn drugs.
He said, and you know what? This goes to show you how they'll take Black women, children over the most remedial thing. You know, they didn't take this woman's children away. She still got to have her kids. And then you could see this big old child she would be walking around with because they couldn't walk. They couldn't walk. The child was, I think, like 3 years old and still couldn't walk.
Lisa, was you the one that did that story where these 2 white girls were sisters living together, and the neighborhood had reported them because they would see the kids in the yard?
Yes, I did that story. Yes.
And remember, they said that their diapers were sagging.
Yeah, and they were too big to even have diapers on. They were like 5 years old and stuff.
And they had probably shit and pissed in their diaper for the whole week.
That's why they were sagging, because they said they weren't changing them. So the diaper would have so much defecation in it, they were sagging.
That was sick. And they said them girls were just all drugged out and everything. But yeah, the neighbors would see them just, I can't imagine that. Oh, wow. But
yeah, the neighbor said the home even had a stench. They could smell it.
Damn. That's awful. That is awful. I wouldn't want to do a job like that.
But you know something? Despite what happened, if they get out of jail, they'll let them have them kids back. See, they'll do that for them. But our women, they'll lose their kids for good over some remedial stuff.
You're
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah. And I remember when this happened, I was like, how the hell do you go around your kids every day and you don't realize they're hungry?
yeah, they're hungry.
I
They
mean,
nasty. You smell a shitty, pissy diaper,
I
and
said,
you
this woman just blatantly ignored everything. That's what I
yeah,
think she did.
a shitty, pissy diaper, and you ignore that. You smell? I guess they got used to the smell, you
Yeah.
know.
And
But
she claimed she didn't know her brother was doing that. I said, you
please,
know what? One thing I remember when my son was little, if he was hungry, he would always come to me and I would know he wanted some food. How the
Mhm.
hell do you not know that about your child?
That's right. That's right.
It
And
doesn't make any sense.
how can I put this?
But she didn't lose her kids though.
I'm gonna put it like this. But you know what I'm talking about, Lisa, because I don't want to expose nothing. So I was told by some kids that I know that they were in foster care. And this happened to them 2 years ago. In the place that it was just two kids, two boys, where they were staying. Those people would not let them eat after 6 p.m. They literally would lock the cabinets, chain
Mhm.
the refrigerator. Literally, these kids
Mhm.
told me that.
My
You
my
know,
son had friends, and I will never forget this. And they were like, "Oh, can I get this?" Or can I said, "Yeah, just go, open the fridge and just grab yourself a water."
mhm,
And I noticed every time they would do it, they would put the stuff under their shirt. And I
mhm,
was like, "What are you doing that for?"
mhm,
And that's when I found out their mother would yell at them if they start getting stuff out the fridge and she
mhm.
didn't want them to have it. So what they would do is sneak it in and put it under their shirt. And I was like, well, you don't have to do that here.
That's sad.
You don't have
That's
to do that.
yeah. I
But yeah, they used to do that. They would take something and then stuff it under their shirt. And I
I
said,
had
"See, they got so used to doing it, they were even doing that over other people's houses."
I had a friend. I never forget her. In elementary school, her name was Renee, and she had two brothers, and um, they they couldn't. They had to ask permission to get a piece of fruit or anything. They ate very little, and then this is what they would do. Remember when the Welch's grape juice came in those glass bottles, Lisa? Back in the day,
Mm-hmm.
and my mother loved Welch's grape juice. That's why I got it honest. And back in the day, my mother would buy me high C from time to time. She would get that. But if I wanted to drink the grape juice, I was more than welcome to drink her grape juice. And I remember that girl, she said their parents would drink all kind of juices and they would give them Kool-Aid or Tang or something like that. So it was like they separated the food. It literally was like a situation where pops would be eating a steak and the kids would be eating beans, things like that. I seen that with my own eyes. And me being an only child, my mother told me there were a couple of people said, your daughter, she just walk in the house and just go in the refrigerator. She don't ask you for nothing. And my mother said, she don't have to ask.
Yeah, I never required my son to ask, and neither did
Uh-huh.
my parents. My
Yeah.
parents never turned around and said, "What you got?" They didn't do that mess, but I saw that being done to my friends. There
Yeah.
were
Yeah.
a few of my friends, they were monitored like that. But
Mm.
my parents, if I wanted anything out of the fridge, they never said a word to me. I didn't grow up like that.
Yeah, me
But
either.
like I said, I did see other people get chastised for going near the
Yeah, it
refrigerator.
was shocking. You know the policy that I had because I have 4 children. When I would cook dinner, if one of my children was not home at the time for dinner, the policy that we have is save enough for them to get seconds. Don't just be gouging up the food like that. I was always really serious about that. Okay, and people will do that. Be like, oh, well, your ass ain't here. We're gonna eat your portion too. That's terrible to do your family like that. To monitor them every little thing in the refrigerator. Only thing I always say is for children, you can get what you want, but make sure you clean up behind yourself. And you talking about a child cannot eat after 6 p.m. They're gonna be hungry all night. I mean, I still get up through the night having snacks too. I ain't gonna lie, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I get hungry. Um, I have to admit, one night I got so hungry, I had a taste for a pancake. I made a pancake. That pancake was good too.
Yeah, some
I ain't
people
gonna
do
front.
that.
Made me some turkey sausage, and I was hoping nobody woke up, because it was fun eating it by myself.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah, but nobody ever did that to me growing up, and I'm glad I didn't have to be restricted like that,
me too.
you know. But
Mhm.
like I said, I did have friends where their parents would be all over them over what they got out of the kitchen and stuff like that. But that was never done to me.
Yeah, because I have seen kids literally tip in the kitchen and get something that they ain't supposed to have, and hurry up and clean up the cup or whatever like that. And I said, wow, that's sad. They trip family trip out like that. And I can understand some families don't have a lot of food. That can happen too, as well. That's when you got to start making some really wholesome meals, and stuff. But some, like when you see these people do these grocery hauls, all you see is a bunch of junk. And somebody pointed something out real deep. They said they noticed when they do the grocery hauls and they saying their kids going to eat this and eat that and stuff. They said give it 2 weeks, and then the woman be complaining, "Oh, my child got a cold. I don't know why they so sick and all that." Yeah, because you put a bunch of gluten and sugar and all kind of bullshit in it. Where's the fruit at? Where's the fruit? I know things are high, but the fruit is cheaper
Yeah,
than
but
you.
don't you remember on the news during the lockdown? They said all the junk food and stuff was gone from the supermarket and the fruits and vegetables, there were tons of it.
That don't make no sense to me.
They were doing that during the lockdown.
Wow, I seen it, and do you know they had to mark the price down because produce only can last for so long, and we bought a bunch of that stuff, Lisa, cut it up, put it in a freezer bag so we can make our smoothies, and
Yeah,
everything.
I mean, but that right there just proves that Americans, most Americans eat bad. That's what it did prove.
Yeah, it sure
That
did.
the vast majority of the people in this country eat terribly.
Yeah. Yeah, they sure do. Because I mean, you watch if y'all look at some of them grocery haul videos, all you see is a bunch of junk. This junk, and they just pride themselves. They got all that stuff. Mm-mm-mm. Like you said, you can put a Twinkie in a cabinet. Actually, you can open the Twinkie, put it in a cabinet, and come back 100 years later, and that Twinkie, the only thing is the Twinkie gonna be hard, but that Twinkie gonna be the same. That's how much crap they got in it. They were talking about. Um,
Mhm.
they used the Twinkie defense when that guy killed the mayor in San Francisco. What was that? Dan, I think his name was Dan White. Did y'all ever hear about that? The Twinkie defense said he ate the Twinkie
Mhm.
and it had so much crap in it, he went crazy and killed somebody.
Mhm. I
Boy,
heard
oh
about
boy.
that.
And they let that white boy get off. He did a little bit of time in jail, and he moved right back to San Francisco. And the gay community found his ass. They terrorized that dude. He ended up killing himself. He just got in his car in the garage and just cut it on, and um, they found him dead in the front seat of the car. But yeah,
Mhm.
it was all over the community papers and stuff. The gay community would say, "Oh, this is where he lived. This is where he worked," and stuff.
Mhm.
Would you say, "Oh, McDonald's fries is the same way"? I tell you something that blew my mind. I went and years ago, and it stopped me from eating it too. It turned me off. I went and got some McDonald's, and when I got back in my car the next day in the morning, my car smelled like them damn French fries. I said, "That's poison. Why am I?" It wasn't no French fries in the damn car, and I wasn't in the car that long. But the smell, the stench of them French fries was strong, Lisa. Oh, it was sickening. I said, "Damn, I'm supposed to be eating this." A potatoes, because they got different varieties. It's not bad. It's what you put on it. Um, after you done loaded up sour cream and butter and salt and all that kind of stuff, you didn't destroy the whole thing. You know, that was one thing I didn't like in that facility I was in. Lisa, they would take fresh vegetables and cook them down to a mush. I mean, they cook, they took some, because I love steamed broccoli just a little bit. I was hurt. I was so hurt how they screwed over them damn over the broccoli and the cauliflower. And then one day they busted out with a real salad. I ate 4 salads. And nobody wanted their
Well, the
salads.
hospital near me, most of the cooking staff is black.
Yeah,
And then I ain't never see when I was last time I was hospitalized, all I had was soul food every day. I was like, damn, y'all must have black people. And the nurse told me no, because black nurse told me, she says, oh no, everybody down there is black.
yeah.
And I'm telling you, I was getting some collard greens and all kinds of stuff. I was like, wow. I said, hospital food has changed.
Well, when you talk about blacks, because they had to rotate the chefs out, it was one chef, black woman. She was husky. You could tell she was gay, and she cooked made enchiladas. Them enchiladas was screaming. Them, and she put her foot in them jokers. They taste better than what Mexicans can make. Them enchiladas was on point. So it was like a gamble. When you get the food, it might be bad. It might be good. You just never knew. You just never knew. And that woman, my neighbor, sprinkled sugar all over her enchiladas. Any food that woman would get, she would put sugar on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then she was even using that fake sugar. And I told her, because she would get desperate, I said, that sugar cause cancer. That stuff is no good. It tested lab rats and everything. That's some bad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But if you reduce your sugar intake, things will start tasting too sweet, and you'll be astounded the weight you'll lose. And sugar causes inflammation in your body, and you want to keep the inflammation down. And you just go online, and they give you a list of different type of foods that we can eat to keep that inflammation down. Like I said, I had to learn just a few days ago, bananas helps with my spasms. And I've been sitting here about 2 hours, and at first I was in pain, and now I don't have no pain at all. It's really surprising that it can be a mineral deficiency. Yes, you're right. Sugar creates mucus. Sugar is bad.
Yes, it is.
Sugar is,
especially too much of it.
It's sugar in every damn thing. That ketchup. You just go on and on and on. And then you gotta also, like when we went to the store last night, my husband asked for some crackers because we had some beans, and I said, okay, I'm gonna get these Ritz crackers. They said a hint of salt. So I looked at how much sodium was in it. The regular Ritz crackers had 130 grams of sugar of salt. If you eat 5 crackers, the one that had a hint only had 30. I said, damn, that's too much salt. That's way too much. 130 opposed to the hint of it was 30. And so when I taste them, they actually, you could taste a true cracker with just that hint of salt. They were good. That's way too much. Start reading that stuff. It's important. I'm reading this.
Yeah, definitely.
You said stay away from processed sugar because it makes hot flashes more worse. I learned from my manager yesterday. Yeah. It'll tear you up.
Yeah. You can see they have jacked up the food since they've been in charge. And it's all about making processed food so it can sit on the shelf long enough for them to make money. They don't care about your health. They
Oh,
don't care about what ails you and what's coming directly from that food. They don't care.
mm-hmm.
They don't care. They got it all rigged up. No matter what, they're going to make money off of you, sick or healthy. They're going to make money off of you.
But see, you said it's 30 grams of pink blue. You said it's 30 grams of sugar. Like in soda. I think in Mountain Dew, I think it's like 78 or something like that. And my husband's oldest son drink them. I mean, he just slammed them back to back. And I said to him, I said, you putting way too much sugar in you. And he said this to me. The way our family's chemistry is, we're able to tolerate a lot of sugar. I said, okay. I said to myself, if that's what you want to believe it. But Mountain Dew will eat up your teeth. You like them. I seen a video years ago, Lisa, where they were up in the Appalachian Mountains, and a lot of those white folks up there got terrible teeth. And one of the issues is they hooked on Mountain Dew. They can't
Yeah,
stop
well,
drinking it.
over in Europe in general, they have jacked up teeth. You'd be surprised. And a lot of those countries, they look like that because it's hard water. And they'll just keep using and use. That's why their teeth look even that royal family. You can look at them and tell their teeth is jacked up is because of the hard water that they use over there.
Yeah, like when the grandmother, her teeth look like shit.
Yeah, but so does King Charles. Go look at him and Camilla's mouth. Their teeth are jacked up too. It's not just her. I mean, it's all of them. Even Queen Elizabeth, her teeth wasn't all that great. But if you look at members of the royal family, even their teeth are jacked up, and it's that hard. Over in Europe, they got that real hard water.
I'm looking, Lisa.
And you can tell King Charles is not exactly in the best shape. Look at his fingers. He got big sausage fingers. He got all kinds of inflammation in his hands.
That means he's retaining a lot of fluid.
He's retaining, and that shit's coming from his heart. I know why his hands look like that. That's coming from his heart.
Yeah, I see him, Lisa. They showing his teeth even back when he was young up to this point. They showing his mama's. But grandma, you couldn't beat grandma. To me, that was just arrogant because people started sending letters and stuff to them saying, why you don't get her teeth together. How old is Prince Charles? He in his 70s, huh?
Yes.
You
know, he was never a good looking, even when he was a kid, he was not a good looking child. He was kind of an ugly looking kid. And if you go and look at the bio on him, when he went to school, he got heavily teased because of his appearance. They said he took a lot of teasing coming up.
Yeah, his brother is better looking than him.
Yeah, poor Charles. He looked like a donkey.
Well, you know what? When he was younger, his that's Andrew. I don't know nothing about Edward. I'm looking. He back in the day, he wasn't bad looking, but remember when he got in all that trouble messing around with them girls and stuff? That when they interviewed the girl and she was telling what had went down, she said he was sweaty and stinky. She couldn't stand it. Not stand it. Oh, his mama was pissed with him. The mess that he was doing.
And I think Andrew was her favorite.
Oh, really?
Charles was not her favorite. Andrew was.
Okay.
But I think they still maintained a relationship just behind the scenes.
Well, you should see. I never seen this brother, Prince Edward.
Yeah, I've seen Edward.
Oh, he hard to look at. Lord.
Yeah, his wife is Sophie.
Oh, okay.
She kind of favors Diana a little bit.
They said that woman, Camilla, he always been in love with her. Let me see here. Okay, his sister is 73.
Oh, Queen Anne.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's ugly, just like Charles.
Oh Lord. And they got a picture. Her nose is extended, her teeth is out, and everything.
Yeah, yeah, she got a pointy looking
Yeah,
face.
she
Yeah.
sure do. Ooh,
Hmm.
but when you look at her, it looked like Prince Charles in a dress.
Yeah, that's all she is.
She
She
was just
really
like
favors him.
him.
She favors him. I don't think when you look at Charles and Andrew, you can tell that Andrew got his looks more from the father, and
Mhm.
Charles got the looks of his mother.
Yeah, I'm looking at a picture that they took together when they were teenagers.
Hmm.
Oh wow, look at them big ass ears.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
but
And then
yeah,
I'm looking,
Anne is Charles, a female version of Charles.
yeah,
I
I'm
don't
looking at,
find the royal family attractive. I don't. Is it just me? I don't find them people attractive. And I know back when William married Kate, to me, Kate looked plain. I don't think she's all that. I don't think she's all that. She looks like
mhm,
a very plain, ordinary woman, in my
mhm.
opinion. I don't see all this dashing beauty stuff they're talking about.
I feel you on that. It's just so
I don't see it.
overrated. You know what? Off the subject a bit, Lisa. I wanted to ask you what do you think about this drama that's going on with Jada Pickett? Um, I know she's putting a book out.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, what did you think?
Yeah, I think that's all this publicity is. He's trying to drum up because I think this week the book comes out. If memory serves me right, I think it comes out tomorrow.
Really?
I mean, you just got to look at the timing of when she's putting this all out about them being separated. She could
Hmm.
have said this right after the slap
Uh-huh.
a year ago. Well, technically, me and Will are not really together. You know,
Hmm.
he could have said something then. Why withhold the information until you're about to put a book out?
You know, I like I said, I know she makes it difficult, but she don't want Will to have nobody. She wants to have all the
Well, she
control.
said they're separated, but divorce is out of the question.
Mm.
That's what she said.
And sometimes she'll go to red carpet events with him.
Yeah, they'll still make public appearances, but
Hmm.
they're not really technically together. And as a man, my question is, why is he putting up with that kind of arrangement? You didn't do that with your first wife. You gladly divorced her and
Hmm.
jumped all over Jada. But
Hmm.
you're willing to live this separate but married life with Jada? I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. He to me it seems like he's taking on a lot of abuse. And remember, I was saying to you that I notice that some men, as they get older, they get more clingy to their wife. You know,
Hmm.
they just slow down and everything. And I'm not saying he's still young, but he loves her. But it's like she got a wall up. And um I know, like, remember we was talking about the Red Table Talk, and I said I watched it a few times, and her mother and daughter was there. I think,
Hmm.
yeah, and I didn't like the way that Jana talked around her daughter, and even her mother said it. And it's like a level of arrogance there. And I don't know if it has to do if I always wonder about people when they just, if they don't have money and they like everyday folks like us. We, literally in America, we living from paycheck to paycheck. That's how it usually goes. Would you be acting like that the way you acting now?
But you know what? My thing with her is this projection of what she keeps talking about Tupac. Number one, Tupac and Jada never had a relationship. Do y'all know that?
Mm-hmm.
They never had a relationship. They knew each other, because I believe in New York they went to the same school, but
Yes.
they didn't have no boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. So
Mhm.
her infatuation with him, it sounds to me like a groupie. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It
Uh-huh.
sounds like a groupie kind of stuff, but she didn't have no relationship with him. So for her to sit around saying that's her soulmate, you didn't have nothing with them.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's some pictures of them together, but they didn't have no relationship. That whole thing is just weird to me.
Yeah, it
Like
is.
she's romanticizing about him and they didn't have no thing going.
Mm.
That's just weird.
It really is. It really is.
you know? And she was
Mhm.
like, well, I could understand him and all. Yeah, you can understand him, but you weren't his woman when he was living. I mean, those two didn't have a relate. They knew each other. And she
Mhm.
even admit they knew each other from school, but they did not ever really date. And I
Yes.
just find that weird. And how
Mhm.
she just talk, she act like she can't stop talking about him. That's just weird.
Yeah, that really is. That really is. You don't know
And
what
now
that's.
you got a book and you're saying all this stuff, and I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Well, she ain't been getting movie deals. It's a lot of stuff that hasn't came her way. I remember she had a
Yeah,
band.
because you know what? Let's be real. When it comes down to Hollywood, it's far different for men
Mhm.
than it is for women. These
Mhm.
men, they literally age on the screen, and you can see them in old age, and they're still in movies.
Yeah.
And it's just not like that for the women. It's not.
Mhm. You're absolutely right.
Mm-mm.
Mhm.
They
Yeah, you're
definitely got different standards
They even
when
they
it comes
even
down to men and women in the movie industry.
Sure, they even do that to women that's newscasters. I
Hmm.
was looking at a newscaster local here in the Bay Area. Whoa, that man looked old. I mean, he looked like he about to fall over. I mean, whoa. Like I was telling you, that movie, The Burial, Tommy Lee Jones is in it.
Yes.
Lisa, his face looked horrible.
Yeah, well, Tommy Lee didn't even look good when he was
No, yeah,
young.
no,
So, I mean,
no, he
let's be
didn't.
real. That man wasn't even good looking when he was young.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Um, and stuff, and they will. You'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, like you said, he never was an attractive man, but now you take unattractive and put some age on it. Yikes!
Hmm.
That's all
Hmm.
I'm gonna say is yikes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
hear you. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I was just curious. I'm reading what other people are saying, but because Will Smith gets the blockbuster movies, and different things like that. He
Yeah,
just
he's
exploded.
definitely got more work than her. Yeah, definitely.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
And
and
I think I really believe some of her disdain towards him is jealousy. I really
yes.
do.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I really think it's jealousy because his career took off and hers just kind of hit the wall at a certain point and it didn't really go. And I know she's probably feeling it didn't go the way she thought it would.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
We didn't see her in no big roles as a leading lady. We didn't see a lot of that out of her.
No. No. And now she got that what, alopecia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a few people that have that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's something going on internally with that. That shows you all the money in the world can't cure certain things. That's deep. It's really deep.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Hmm.
deep, but I don't feel sorry for Jada. I
Hmm.
don't feel bad for her, even with the alopecia.
Mm-mm.
She is one person I do not feel bad for. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but
What it's like um um what's that actress name? She's married to that basketball player Dwayne Wade. I'm trying
Mhm.
to
Oh, you're
yeah,
talking about Gabrielle
yeah,
Union.
yeah, Gabrielle Union. In fact, she's her fam she's from the Bay Area. Now, before anybody knew Gabrielle Union, she used to work for Payless Shoe Store, and there was a rapist raping women at those stores, and they didn't alert, the other people throughout the region, and she got raped in that situation, and
Mhm.
that's really, really awful. But put that aside, um, she comes off like a bully. She's really been encouraging her stepson to just be a full-blown so-called woman, and then she's literally, which I think nobody should say this in a marriage. She said when she first got with her husband, he didn't know how to manage money, and all he did was run through it. That's real personal, and it's just like a bully behavior. Because when she was in that movie um, about which was a true story, it was a controversy about this movie, and the guy who directed it, he had an incident in college where this white girl claimed that she was raped, and he and his friend had sex with her, both of them. It was a bunch of people in the room. I forget the name of that guy. And when Gabrielle Union found out about it, to make herself look good, she went in on him and said, I thought we were good friends, and then it turned out you did this and that. And what gets me about situations like this, they will show you clearly that this black man did not do this particular crime. They can show you from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, you're
And
talking about Nate Parker. I
yeah,
know
there
who
it
you're
is.
talking about.
Yeah, Nate Parker. Yeah, they can clearly show that this wasn't nothing but a
I got
outright
a cousin that looks a lot like him.
wow.
Yeah, I got a cousin that looks a lot like him on my mother's side of the family.
hmm
Mhm.
and I don't know if some of y'all remember that incident. It just got to me how she um, dug into him, and she was grandstanding in, around these white folks. She was saying what they wanted to hear. And I said, "Boy!" And then this white lady, she ended up killing herself. She had a lot of. Her family said she had a lot of issues um, and stuff. And then they were lying in the movie, saying that they were showing. I seen the movie. They were showing it was somebody did get raped in the movie, but they didn't show a rape scene. But you knew that the rape thing went down and stuff. Because I remember one girl was protesting the movie, and she used to be on Roland Martin. I forget that girl. She was a real big chick, and she didn't see the movie, and she said her job was to destroy black men. I'm like, damn, that was her job. And she said, all, not some, all black males have the potential to be a rapist. Boy, some of our folks.
Yeah, but they're the rape culture is among their people though.
Mm-hmm. And
I'm just telling you, all you got to do is look at the FBI statistic. Nobody raped more than them.
Yeah,
that's the truth.
You took the words right out of my mouth. When they do a profile of crimes that different races, when it comes to a crime, they know pretty much those. They have. I seen it on a documentary how they profile different people, and they're pretty good at it. They're really pretty good at it. That it's always like it's a particular type of white male that they know that have the potential to do that. Yes, Amber. Yeah, I can't remember her last name. I remember she's a real big woman, and she used to be on Roland Martin. He got sick of her, and I said, "Damn, for Roland Martin to get sick of somebody, the stuff to be blurting out his mouth. I mean, he cussed us out on YouTube."
I don't let him do that to me. I'm surprised people still let him get away with that.
Mm-hmm. He be doing all that cussing, and he mad because he can't get any work with those major networks.
Yeah,
And
because they said he acts arrogant.
yeah, and then
That's why, because that's why News One got rid of him, because they said they couldn't stand being around Roland. He was real arrogant and nasty. And so that's why when he was with CNN, they said they want to do black causes, but if Roland is involved, they're not going to do it. So that right, he done burnt his bridges with everyone. So how is he going to get back into mainstream news? He won't.
Every once in a blue moon, they might have him come.
Amber Phillips. Amber Phillips. That was the black woman. I know who y'all talking about. Amber Phillips.
Yeah.
It's had to take a while for her name to come back to me.
I haven't seen her in a minute. She has some kind of.
She is gone.
She has some kind of incident that happened at the airport.
Plane. It was with a white woman. I remember.
Yeah. And then she wanted to start screaming racism.
No, and she wanted us to speak up for her behalf. I remember that. She was trying to get the black community behind her, and nobody would get behind her. I remember that. I remember that. Her name was Amber Phillips. I remember. Yeah, I think the last time we saw her was probably like 2017, 2018.
Yes, like she fell off.
Since.
Yeah, like she fell off the damn earth, huh? Damn.
Yeah, she wore her hair real short and she was heavy. I remember that.
Yeah, tall.
Yep, I remember her. That's what blew up in the news. She had some white woman was racist to her on a plane, and she was all upset about it and was trying to get black folks to rally behind her, and nobody would even be bothered with her.
Because she had a nasty behavior too. Very nasty.
Yeah, because she was trying, if memory serves me right, she was trying to put rape culture on black men. Yeah, that's what you were saying. And that's exactly why nobody would get behind her when that situation happened. I remember that.
Okay, here it is. Okay, I'm looking on her Instagram. I think she's bald-headed now.
Yeah.
She didn't went straight bald.
Since we're talking, we can get into some gossip. Y'all heard that Cynthia G got demonetized?
Oh yeah.
Did y'all hear about that? Chat?
Did anybody hear?
Anybody hear about that in the chat?
Come on with it. make it juicy. Real juicy. Wait a minute. I got my you gotta have something on deck. I got my water today.
No, she was the one that told it.
She got
She went on did a couple of, I think, an interview, and she was the one that told it.
Yeah, because I had that's a first, Lisa, because usually I'll tell you something and you know. And that was it. Oh, that the elder, he's glad. Yeah. She got another little channel. Yeah, she do. But but
I think she'll be back. She'll be back probably in like, you know how they demonetize you and then you can't upload videos for about 2 weeks. So that time just got to pass. She'll be able to upload again.
But when I told you, you said it was a bunch of stuff popping up.
Yeah, there were a couple of videos that came up about that. That's true.
Yep. Well, she be going in. You would think after the loss of her brother or something like that would kind of calm her down. And now, because I went over to her channel, and now she does these mean-spirited commercials about black men. I'm like, wow. Yeah, she do. Mike Talk Greasy, and you know what? You'd be surprised how many black women are turned off about that. I know she got a lot of black women that follow her on that, but trust and believe, some of the sisters I have talked to about that, it pisses them off. Not all black women support that type of stuff, Yeah, that's that. I hate that word right there, feminist. Um, oh, I hate that word. Um, you just end up on your own. And just to say that the only good black man out there is a unicorn, and a unicorn doesn't exist, or abort all black male babies, things like that. That's very harsh, and it will, that kind of energy will impact your personal life. Being, I'm telling y'all something that I know. Being negative and doing these videos, then you attract negative and stuff. It's not a good feeling. Because I've been around some negative people when I first got on YouTube. Lisa know about it. I admit I was naive to it, because the way I approach people, um, I was approaching people like I approach you in real life. And I found out it's people out here that's vicious, and they don't give a damn. And they will say and do and lie or whatever, people fall out and stuff. That's what I was saying about, me and Lisa being friends. Um, Me and her have had disagreements or something like that, but we don't take our disagreements and put it on the world stage or anything like that. I love her too much for that. I know she know things about me. I know things about her. I would never put her business in the street. You know, that's I just I can't comprehend things like that. Um, where you got folks out here recording your phone calls, and it happened to Cynthia G, and saving all your texts and putting all that type of stuff. I don't have no energy even for that type of stuff. But it's folks out here like that. It was real shocking. It happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
Address was put out twice, phone call recorded, but they didn't catch me on, nobody didn't catch me on anything. And I remember I had took a hiatus because I just was sick of all that stuff. And on my Yahoo email, one day, Lisa had left me a message, and she said, "We need you back, Kim. You need to come on back." And I think I was gone like 3 or 4 months. And you were the only one that did that, Lisa. That was shocking to me, because I'm like, how did she find out about my other email? It kind of shocked me, because that's my old email, and that's really how I came back. And then I was just filling out, and so Yahweh literally spoke to me and told me to connect with Lisa. But before that happened, I had talked to Lioness, and she said, "Yeah." She always called me mommy or ma. She said, "Yes, that'll be a good fit." And me and Lisa do have a channel, but we ain't used that thing in a long time. It's still up too, because we had interviewed um, Michael Jackson's niece and nephew, and then we
Well,
had
Nook, I have been everything. I've been a white woman. I've been a Mexican. I've been a Puerto Rican.
oh Lord.
I have morphed into a lot of things, apparently.
Yes, you have. It just it's astounding, that you have been all these things. And you know what? Do you know you and I have finally made what they call that, Lipstick Alley?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we finally got somebody finally put our names up there. No, the one to get me is you a whole white woman, a whole one. And I'm saying to myself,
well, that would be shocking to my two black parents.
yeah,
they would be astounded to know they're black and they gave birth to a white woman.
when you show
the shit out of them.
When you showed your some of your wedding pictures, I seen a whole black woman, and then on that picture there's a picture on the wall. You can't see the face per se, but you know that is a chocolate person there.
In fact, all the pictures on the wall at my parents' house were black people. We didn't have no white people up on the wall nowhere. Oh boy. I tell you what, if I had that kind of talent, I'd be taking it on the road. I can morph into all these people. Hell, hey, I'd be cashing in on that.
Right here. Hey, Lisa.
Yes.
Amari's on. Say hello, Amari.
Hi, Lisa. How you doing?
How you doing, Amari?
Just hanging in there.
Good.
I'm gonna give Kim some chicken.
You gonna give me some ticking? That's how my granddaughter said. I want some ticking.
Well, y'all, when I was a kid, Kentucky Fried Chicken was actually new in our neighborhood. And my mom was asking, what do y'all want? I said, can we go to Fucky Fried Chicken? I couldn't say Kentucky. I said Fucky.
Oh, Lisa.
I couldn't say it.
They ain't got smaller Lisas.
Yeah.
Everything's smaller now with Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah, we
used to say Fucky Fried Chicken.
Fried chicken. We went because we was out of town and we were super hungry. So we went to this place, and it was like a huge, nice convenience store, but they had little fast food places. So we got the chicken. Lisa, the wing was so damn small, and I think all that came to like $11.
Damn, I'm at 30.
I said, well, no, damn. Boy, I mean, since that COVID hit and stuff, I mean, they shrinking everything down. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Everything's going up.
I'll be back.
Okay. You give me some wings?
You want some wings?
Yeah, I want some wings.
All right.
You said, say that again, Lisa?
I said Fucky Fried Chicken.
Fucky Fried Chicken.
Uh-huh.
I like that one.
My son used to like those chocolate cream cookies, not the Oreos, the Hydrox cookies. And he couldn't say it, and he would come to me and say, Mom, can you get me some Hard Axe cookies? I used to be screaming, Hard Axe cookies?
Hard Axe?
Yeah, and they were Hydrox, and I would get them every now and then, not all the time, but every now and then I would get that for him. But yeah, he would call them Hard Axe cookies.
Somebody put it up. Let's see.
And he couldn't say another thing. When he was about 1 year old, he couldn't say cheeseburger. So he would say, Mom, can you give me a cheeseburger? He used to always say cheeseburger.
I know my youngest son, I was still breastfeeding him. And I admitted I breastfed him to the age of 3, but you got to understand what we went through. I had to go back to work when he was 5 months old, and it disturbed me and him. And he would hold my hand. Well, first he would say, Mommy, I want a BB. I need a BB. And he would take my hand when we would go in the room. He closed the door so he could get him a swig, a BB. And he had to have his fix, about 5 or 10 minutes. And then he was good. He was good. A BB. Oh boy. I was, you had me thinking of something. My oldest daughter, when she would have to do number 2, she would say, Mommy, it's on the tip. It's on the tip, Mommy. Hurry up. I gotta go. It's on the tip. Oh, I miss that. What I miss.
I remember when my son, he was so excited about going to the bathroom on his own. He was so proud of himself. One day I think I was having some menstrual cramps this particular day. So I was laying down on the sofa, and he was like, come see. I was like, oh man, I don't feel like getting up. So I got up anyway. I went in there. That poop was so long, it wrapped around the inside of the toilet bowl. I was like, that came out of you. Oh, that thing, it was like a snake wrapped around.
Oh. He was proud of that. He wanted to show it.
I was like, man, you ain't got to show me everything you do,
You know that happened a few months ago. Remember when I was telling you Nadia had a bad cold, and she said she had to go, and she's a real petite child. I was shocked that came out of her. The biggest turd came out of her. I said, damn, but she eats a lot. She's a meat and potatoes type of girl. And my oldest daughter is the same way, and they don't put on no weight. They just go to town on that type of food. But Lord, when your son went to the bathroom, everything came straight out of his colon like that.
Man, that I ain't never seen one that long in a long time. It actually made me laugh.
Yeah, my son sent me a picture of his daughter's poop. she was having a hard time doing it. So her mother laid her on her back and kind of pushed her legs back and forth, and it came out. And they're gonna send me a picture of a large ass tongue. Oh Lord.
Look what your grandbaby did.
Yeah. And they
The
wanted to,
Cyberdyne 100. Thank you for the super chat. Lisa got me laughing so hard. I needed to see one. Thank you.
that's great. That is wonderful. It's always good
Oh, yeah.
to get folks.
Yeah, I remember the day I got in trouble for using the F word. I was walking home from school. I must have been in kindergarten, and I was reading then when I was in kindergarten, and I was advanced. So when I was in kindergarten, I was going to second grade for reading class. So anyway, I'm walking home, and somebody wrote real big in letters across the street, F-U-C-K, right? So I looked at the word. We were sitting and having dinner, and I said, "What's fuck?" And my parents looked at each other and then was like, "I don't want to hear you say that." I was like, "I don't even know what it means."
How old were you?
I was in kindergarten.
You could read.
But somebody, I could read then. And somebody wrote real big in letters, F-U-C, right across the street.
Yeah, and you was just sounding
and
it
I
out.
saw it, and then when dinner, I guess I asked at the wrong time because we were eating dinner and everybody's jaw dropped.
Yeah, you were just sounding it out. It wasn't your fault that you
I didn't know. I mean, I know what it means now, but I didn't know what it meant when I was in kindergarten.
I'm gonna tell you how I got really embarrassed. I took my children to go see this movie, CB4 something, and Delbert was about 2 or 3, and Delbert would say this: "Bet on my balls, bet on my balls," and he kept saying it over and over. And so I would ask my back then I just had 3 children, my daughters. I said, because they could interpret a lot of times what he was saying. He was saying "sweat on my balls," and I was so embarrassed. And I had took the kids CB4, with Chris Rock. I took my kids to the movies. I was wrong for taking them. I admit sometimes parents can really mess up. And for the longest, he kept saying "sweat on my balls, sweat on my balls." Oh, I couldn't stop him from saying that. Oh, it was embarrassing. Your children you got to watch what you say around your children.
Yeah, you got to teach them they can't just say anything, because I got caught like that in the supermarket with my son. I was shopping and he kind of wandered away. He had to be about 3 at that time. So I'm looking around. I'm like, "Reggie, where are you? Where are you?" And I'm looking around, and he popped his little head out and said, "Mommy, I'm right here behind this fat white lady right here." Oh no! Oh my God! I was like, and I walked up and I grabbed him and I said, "I'm so sorry. He doesn't know what he's saying. He knew what he was saying, but I just said that to him. I said, "I'm sorry. He didn't know what he was saying."
Oh my goodness!
But yes, he did. He pointed at her and everything. "Right here behind this fat white lady, Mom. I'm right here."
Did that lady react to it?
Yeah, and I just said, "I'm sorry, he doesn't know what he's saying."
Oh my goodness!
And I grabbed him and put him in the car.
That boy was telling the truth, Lisa.
He was big. I mean, she was so big, I couldn't even see him standing next to her.
No, Lisa,
I couldn't.
Ooh.
Not from the angle I was on. I couldn't even see him there. If he didn't pop his little head out, I wouldn't have saw him at all.
Oh no! Oh wait!
But he pointed at her and everything. "I'm right here behind this fat white lady."
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing.
Girl, he was just telling the truth. Poor thing. He knew exactly what he said.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You should. Yeah. Some of the stuff. What I was saying was I miss. There's a certain stage when they're just getting up to start trying to walk, that toddler stage, and then they love to say no about everything. No. My granddaughter, we have a Mickey Mouse toy chest for her, and then it has a desk, and up under the desk you can You can put store books and stuff, and then on top of it, it has a cup holder. She can sit there, eat or draw, whatever. That boy, she get on my nerves. When I sit her down to eat, she looking for specks for you to wipe up and
Mhm.
stuff. She's like my oldest daughter, very clean and neat. And I'm like,
Mhm.
Nadia, I'm not gonna wipe down every damn speck. Then one day, she was in my bedroom, and she happened to see a spider web in the corner. And I was like, oh my goodness, I missed that. And she kept pointing to it. That's nasty. That's what she kept saying, nasty. So I
Mhm.
took it and this thing I took and got it out the way. So she gonna look at all the corners in the room. I said, get out of here. Then when we go in the living room, she just looking all around for stuff. I said, Lord, this girl.
Mhm. Yeah, when she start getting into Friends and everything, she ain't gonna be doing that so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard y'all remember that Netflix engineer that went missing in San Francisco?
Yes,
They
yes.
found his body.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, they found his body. Remember he
I,
missed
I
I
was
think he went missing like back in August in
yeah,
San Francisco
where
just a
did they
few days after he started working for Netflix.
yeah, where did they find his body at, Lisa?
They said he was found in Marin County,
Marin,
San
no,
Francisco Bay.
it's
It's
called
San
Marin.
Francisco Bay.
It's called Marin.
Marin. Okay, he was found in Marin County, San Francisco Bay, and the authorities have ruled his death as a suicide.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh
That's
wow.
what they're saying. And I
Yeah,
think
because
his last name was Cadane.
the family had came up, the mother, the brother. They have
Yeah.
a sister. I didn't see her, and I kept checking and checking, and I didn't. Damn, I lost track. I would have broke. Wow, that's so sad. I wonder what was troubling that young
Now,
man.
this is what they said his body was in the condition of his body. They said the cause of death was determined to be from blunt impact injuries with drowning as a significant contributing condition.
Mm, mm, mm.
But they said they determined it to be a suicide.
Well, you know something.
I
Uh,
don't know.
well, you never
I'm
know.
just
Yeah,
saying, us melanated people, we ain't big on that.
well, another thing, when I first heard about it, they were saying that because he was taking Uber rides and
Yeah.
somebody took him on a ride, took him, I think, to Oakland. And, he lived past South San Francisco, the
Uh-huh.
opposite way. So he had some kind of weird encounter with somebody or something like that that had spooked him.
Yeah, because they said the last footage of him, he was leaving his apartment and getting into a black Toyota Camry, and that was the last time they saw him alive.
Wow. Mm, mm, mm. That's
You
sad.
know, but you know what? When it comes down to us, they're always labeling every darn thing a suicide.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then they done with it.
Hmm.
Wow.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
but that's what they're claiming. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened to him leading up to the days that he committed suicide, but it's very unusual for somebody to move and start a new job and then they suicide themselves. That just the whole thing is just strange.
Yeah, we know our people. That's just not something heavily in our culture.
And plus you started a new job. Most people that start new jobs don't suicide themselves. That's just very strange.
You're right about that, DSB. We are not putting no rope around our necks, and we are not putting no damn gun to our heads either. We don't even want our families to see us in a condition like that to further traumatize them. We know the impact of something like that.
Oh, Kim, hold on. I just got to grab something at the door. Keep talking.
Okay,
I'll be right back.
okay, no problem, no problem.
But
That- that-
I don't know. I'm having my doubts that this was suicide.
yeah, I'm gonna look into that a little deeper because that happened up here this way. And when she was saying Marin County was where Tupac um used to live, and his mother. A lot of people, because even Spielberg have a huge house, um there. Um, a very huge house, but you'd be surprised. They got these projects over there that look like condominiums, and they've been there. They redid them. They look. There's a lot of Black folks that live over there. I don't know if anybody ever heard of the Marin City projects, but it's just something. You know how when you feel what you feel, I have learned over time. Don't dismiss it. You know, we'll say something, but something is Yahweh talking within us. Yeah, always crying suicide and everything. I'm so glad to just be hanging out with the royal family. I have really missed a lot of y'all and everything. The prayers. I needed the prayers. What do you got here, DSP? Exactly true, royal sister. Facts and truth spoken. Yeah. No problem, Lisa. Did you get a package with tons of hundreds in it or something?
No, I wish it was. I wish the hell it was tons of hundreds in there.
Yes.
No such luck.
No. Yeah.
But you know what? I'm always leery about their investigations, and it's because of the racism. You know, we know a lot of our investigations are half-ass investigations because they don't like us and they don't really want to be bothered with it in the first place. So I don't know.
Chris and Tex, I appreciate y'all. I really do. You know, the power of prayer.
Yeah.
You know, I've never had this many people pray for me.
It certainly does help, especially our prayers. That's why these other groups are trying to always get us to pray for them, because they know it is a lot of power in our prayer. I got the hiccups. And it is. It is a lot of power in our prayer.
Yeah, you were telling me about that last night. And the thing that I was thinking about, because
what happened? What news on Cash App? What news about Cash App? Soulfully sowing seeds. You know, I have to give it to Cash App. When my money got swiped, they got me every dime back. I have to give it to them. I didn't think they were going to get anything back. And it was because of the way one guy was talking to me. He made me feel like I might not get any money back. They went to work, and probably like a week later, they got every dime of my money that was swiped by somebody that hacked them. They got every dime of my money back.
At least I didn't know that had happened to you.
Yeah. Wow. Right out on Cash App.
Wow.
But I can't say nothing bad about them. They got my money back. It took them a couple of days. Like I got a bit at a time over a 3-day period. By the third day, I had it all back.
Is that something?
Their tax at Cash App saw that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they killed that man who was the founder of
I did the video on him. Yes.
And it turned out to be what I thought it was. An encounter with a gay dude. And that's not unusual up here in San Francisco.
Yeah, and a couple of more of those crypto millionaires got killed after him.
What?
Yeah, a couple of them got killed even after him. They stole $600 from me. Okay. Yeah, mine was not quite $600. It was probably half of that amount. But when I contacted them and I was able to give all the information about who came onto my Cash App that I did not know, I gave them all of that information, and they went to that account and they were able to retrieve all of my money.
Wow.
So if you go to them, make sure you give the names of anyone that said you gave money and you don't know them, and you definitely did not give them any money from your account, because it will come up and it'll look as if you gave them the money when you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so you got to get all of those names. Sometimes there's a bunch of different names. You got to give all of those names to them. And then what they do is they'll go out to those accounts that hacked into yours, and they'll just pull the money from those accounts and put it back in yours. And then they'll block them from coming back to your account again.
Oh, so that Blade Block feature really works, huh?
Yeah, yeah. So I at first I was kind of sour on them, but when they got my money back, I felt a little better.
Yeah, I didn't. I've had some.
Hold on. Force of One. Thank you for the super chat. Lisa and True Royal, keep doing great work. Lisa, I truly love your commentary and that Black Arkansas family dealing with racist devils. Okay, thank you.
What?
True Royal, are you still there?
Yeah, I was just reading something here.
Oh, okay.
Somebody was saying, they told me, you see, in Walmart, they stole millions from people who shop at Walmart. They refused to take a claim, told us we're not getting it back. Okay. I remember one time I had an incident in Walmart where I had bought my son a coat.
Uh-huh.
And when I got home, the coat wasn't there. And so I looked on my receipt and it showed that I purchased the coat. And so I came back to the teller at the register. It was a sister, older, and she instantly got scared. And I was talking real low. I never accused her of taking the coat or anything. I just said, did you happen to see it or anything like that? And she was like, no. And she was like real ghetto-fied. So she was just ready to go off. I said, no problem. I'll go to customer service. Mm-hmm. So I went to customer service, and that woman went in the back. It took her about 15 minutes or so. And what she had to do was look at, they record they film each transaction.
Uh-huh.
And then she told me they even have the receipt with some special number on it. But she had to, what she did, she wanted to see what happened, and it was an innocent thing. She did bag the his coat and some other stuff I bought, and they have it like on a carousel. And when I was grabbing the bags, I didn't grab his coat. But the people behind me, after they purchased the stuff, they grabbed it. I don't even think they even realized, I'm not sure, they grabbed the coat. Mm-hmm. But the sister was about to have a stroke over it. And I was like, shoot, she should be happy that they film everything that she doing. You know?
Yeah, but I guess she thought maybe it was possible that she would get accused. That's probably why she was reacting that way.
Yeah. And I approached her very quiet, and she was all uptight about it.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, it's important to keep your receipts.
Yeah, you really do.
You
really do.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago, I had bought my youngest son that little PlayStation that you can use with your own hand, a little one you could just take around. And when I purchased it, they asked me, did I want to get a warranty on it? And I almost hesitated. And I said, yeah, go ahead. So he took real good care of it and everything. In about 3 years, he dropped it and it cracked really bad. And so because I had kept that little slip they gave me for the warranty, and I called them and everything, and they wanted my address. And about 2 or 3 days later, there was a box, and I had to put it in that box and mail it right back. They took care of the shipping and handling. And maybe a week or so later, they sent a brand new one back. And if I did not have that warranty, I wouldn't have got it like that. And the warranty for the new one that they replaced stayed in place. And that was the time I said, damn, it's important to get those things, because we'd be thinking, damn, we done already spent all this money on some stuff. Now they want more money, but you just never know what's gonna happen. I got a warrant on my on my the foam that I have on my bed. It has a 7-year warranty on it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So in a few weeks, these folks gonna be acting crazy. My son works for Amazon. He delivered packages, and he said that it was interesting. Some things that he said to me, Lisa. He said a lot of white people buy a lot of costumes and stuff just before Halloween, because he works in the area where a lot of white folks. He said it's just it's interesting. He said it's little things that you find out when you're delivering
Yeah.
to people.
Well, this month is the month that you can't go to the animal shelter and get black cats or black dogs.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get either one, but after the month is over, you can go up there and get those things.
Yeah. They have a sanctuary in Berkeley, California, where they have black cats, dogs, anything black, rabbits, any black animals. They have them there. And I was like, wow. And that's when because I do let my cats out. I keep my cats in around December, especially my cat Shaka, because he jet black, and that's the ones they be really wanting. And then the other one, well, it's like Loretta have a tuxedo. My cat Tux, he think he is cool.
Well, the little black one was on my porch again today. He loves hanging around my house for some reason.
He came back, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, did you feed him?
No, because he just looked at me and he sat and looked at me for a while, and then he kind of just moved on.
Have Loretta seen him? Have she looked?
Yes, my son has seen him too. But I think he's a stray because he's dirty. Like I said, I can see he's not clean.
Well, eating somewhere.
And he got a big tear like that, the dry tears like around the eyes. He got that.
Wow.
You can tell he's I don't think he has a home. I think he's a stray.
Are you going to try to catch him and send him to the pound?
Well, I mean, if I catch him, I don't know. I don't even know if I should have him in my house. I don't know. He could have rabies.
No, you're right. No, don't have him in your house, but you can always catch him and put him in a little box or something, and they'll come and pick him up.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to even let me catch him. He might just run off,
because I mean, it sound like the cats I had born in the wilderness. They born wild because they got to survive out there. I might as well tell y'all what happened. I told Lisa, there's a new cat in my neighborhood. He's orange, and it's somebody's cat because he has a collar and some trinkets that hang down so you hear him when he walks. So when I got up the other morning, in my kitchen, we have a sliding glass door, and my husband opened it just enough for the cats to go in and out. When I step in the kitchen, this cat is in my house eating the food. I mean, tearing the cat food up. He shot out of the house when I seen him because I didn't say nothing to him. So I had told my husband, I said, we got a cat in the house and he eating up the food and stuff. And so we were laughing about it. I came back downstairs. I wasn't up there no more than about 10 minutes. That sucker came right back.
Wow.
But it's somebody's cat. He looks clean. He's well kept.
Yeah.
And he's comfortable to come in your house.
No, the one that comes around here is the total opposite. He's dirty. He's kind of small because I think he's still a kitten. I don't think he's a full-grown cat. And he just keeps coming to my porch.
Because I know Loretta. I know back in the day, Loretta had a boyfriend.
Yeah, he's still out there.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, this is the neighbor's outdoor cat. Yeah, they got a cat that roams around. But yeah, he's still there. He don't come over here looking for her anymore, but he's still roaming around.
Well, she told him to step off. Oh my goodness. My Tux, the tuxedo cat, he brought home a lizard the other day. And he came through the window upstairs, and then he gonna go downstairs with it. I don't know what it is about them bringing stuff. They like to bring it in the house. But you said Loretta will just play with what she catch. My cats will eat the thing. And like last night, Royal was in one position in the kitchen, all up under the table. And me and Amari was looking and we was real quiet. And I said, whatever it is, she gonna get it. And I know it's another mice. She gonna get that joker. She good. She bring home birds and everything because it was a mice in the washroom and she stayed in there for hours. She was so patient. And I guess it got hungry and came out and got caught. That was it.
Mhm.
That was it. Like he was talking about, Loretta got one in the bathroom.
Yeah. I watched her hunt. Man, it's amazing how they hunt. When
Mhm.
you watch them, they're unrelenting. They
Mm.
stay on. They make those mice feel like they absolutely have nowhere else to go.
Mhm.
And I mean, if it moved, she moved to that side of the room. If it moved back, she moved back. I mean, she stayed on them.
Oh, she did it like that.
Yeah.
How long did that take?
It took her probably about 2 hours. And you know, for that whole time, she never left the room. She stayed right in the room and stayed on top of them. And I said,
Mm-mm.
it's amazing watching them hunt. They are very diligent about going after what they want.
Mhm.
It's just unbelievable. I was like, wow. Like I told you, I said, when you watch that, you see the value in having a cat around. You really do. You see the value in having them around.
Yeah, it has really helped because my neighbor that lives on the left side of me, he told me and my husband that they were having some major issues with rats and mice and stuff. And he
Mhm.
said when we moved in, he said he noticed maybe about 2 or 3 months later, he didn't see as many. He didn't.
Yeah.
And they can smell the cats. And the
Mhm.
cats can smell them. And when they say it's a cat and mouse game, it really is. And
Mhm.
that cat has to have some patience
Oh
because
yeah, they do. There were some that got behind my refrigerator, and I think they like it because they feel warm back there.
yes.
And what Loretta will do is she lays right under the kitchen table, and
Uh-huh.
she'll do that every single night until she get them.
Wow.
She'll do it every night, and then one day you don't hear no more activity. You
Mhm,
know,
mhm.
you would think they would try to find their way out, and I think sometimes they just don't know how to get out,
Yeah.
and
Or
they end up getting caught and killed by the cat.
well, I think sometimes when they hiding under something, what also possibly draws them out is hunger. They be
Yeah.
so hungry
Yeah,
they
they
can't.
gotta move around. That's one
Yeah, they
thing
can't.
about them. They got to move around. They can't just stay in one spot.
Wow, you said my cat caught a total of 12 mice while we were living in our apartment.
Yeah,
Damn,
yeah.
that
They
cat
are
was yeah.
phenomenal to have around, especially, because my grandmother lived in rural South, and that's why she had a cat. That's
Mhm.
exactly why she had one. But she had one cat and one dog. But
Mhm.
whenever something got in the house, she put the cat in the house. The cat would always get it.
Mm, mm, mm.
Always.
On her job.
And sometimes you got to help them because one time one was behind a shelf
Mhm.
in my family room and I had to push the shelf out the way and Loretta got it.
Get out of
Sometimes you
here.
got to help them. You can't, when they get behind stuff, you got to sometimes move stuff so they can get to the mouse.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that's what I did. I heard it back there and I just shoved the shelf over a little and she went right in there and got it.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to tell the other one. You know about this one, Lisa. So about 2 months ago, my husband went to the restroom and it was a big ass mice in the toilet. And our cat Royal tail was all bushy and her ears were pent back and stuff. And she was just kind of running in a circle and scared the hell out of that mice, and he jumped in the toilet and stuff. I was like, oh shit. I wouldn't even go look. So my husband thought about getting a um one of those because we save our grocery bags and grab it and throw it out. I was like, oh no. So he just flushed him down the toilet. And I told Lisa about it. Lisa said, well, they can swim and stuff. So I don't know if it survived or not, but he flushed it down the toilet. Every
Yeah.
time I went to the restroom for a while, I would flush the toilet and just wait and then go to just double make sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
You
but that,
really do. But
yeah.
the thing is, what I like about them, once they capture it, that's one that you don't have to deal with
There
or
you go.
set down a bunch of traps. And sometimes they don't even go in the direction of the trap.
Hmm.
That's why it's good to have the cat there, because I've known people put glue traps down, and sometimes the mouse won't even go in that direction.
Sure won't.
So you're going to have, it's going to be quite some time. But one thing about them cats, it may take them a day or two, but trust me, they're going to get it.
Yeah, I've seen.
They
Yeah,
are going to get it.
yeah, yeah, because they know where
I
they hang
saw
out.
her determination. She was like, "Oh no, you ain't getting away from me."
Hmm.
she kept following that thing, and I heard two thumps, and she walked right out the bathroom with it. I was like, she had it right in her mouth and walked right out.
She was proud of herself.
I was like, wow. I said, boy, they are
Uh-huh.
something else. Like I said, if you got a weak stomach, don't watch them. But if you can handle watching them, they are
Hmm.
real true killers. Cats are real true killers.
I know when the summer first hit, um, all they kept bringing in the house was lizards. And so I was talking to my neighbor, him and his wife. There's I live in the hills, but then there's a valley in front, and then on the other side of the valley, there's a park that a lot of people like to hike. And he told me when him and his wife were out there in the morning, that's all you see is lizards everywhere and
Yeah. You know
stuff.
what, Danielle Meyer? I don't really get a lot of roaches, but you know how in the summer months I'll get the crickets in. Loretta will, I don't know why she does this. She'll get the cricket and pull all of its legs off. And so you're looking at a cricket with no legs. I don't
Oh
know why she does that.
Lord, she pulls the leg.
Yeah, she pulls the legs off of them.
Lord have
I said, what the
mercy.
hell? What the
Yeah,
hell is
well,
she doing?
like you said, she saves the tails from the mice.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she got her nice little collection. Lord
Yeah,
have
she won't
mercy.
eat the tail. She'll eat everything except for the tail. She will
Uh-huh.
not eat the tail. But yeah, for some reason, I don't know what it is, but when she gets a hold of those crickets, she just pulls their legs off.
Wow. How many legs does cricket have?
I
About
don't know.
four?
She takes them all off. I don't get to
Wow.
count.
Yeah,
But
because I
yeah,
remember I
I mean, the
remember
poor thing is laying there with nothing. Can't even crawl under nothing. Do nothing.
I remember when you first got started on YouTube and stuff, I would hear them crickets in your room. I mean loud. Just
Mm-hmm.
kept, loud. And one day it got quiet. I didn't know you had a cat back then. But it got quiet and stuff because they can make some. You have them in your house. It's even. Oh, it's annoying. It's
Mm-hmm.
very annoying. They get really
It
really loud.
gets loud, and she goes in the direction of the noise. She gets them and then pulls their legs off.
Boy, Loretta, like you said, she gangster about her stuff. She is not playing.
Mm-hmm.
But I sit back and just marvel and watch them because to me, to catch a bird, wow.
Yeah, that's unusual. It's just
Yeah.
like they'll get a squirrel too, but something usually is wrong with the
Oh,
squirrel.
yeah.
A cat
Yeah.
will get a squirrel too.
Yeah, because a cat will go crazy trying to get a very
But
active squirrel
yeah,
because
usually the squirrels can outmaneuver them. They're
yeah
just
they
a
can
lot quicker.
they can go on the utility lines and everything because they so light. They so
Mm-hmm.
lightweight. You're right about that. But yeah, a couple of weeks ago she brought in a bird. We had to take it from her just
Mm-hmm.
because she
And
cried.
rabbits, they'll get them little baby rabbits too. If they can get a hold of one, they'll get them too.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Uh,
And we one day when I was still working at corporate America,
uh-huh.
there was a rabbit and she had her little babies with her, and a hawk was up in the air, and we were watching the hawk swoop down and get them one by one. They were grabbing all of them. This hawk was
Whoa.
grabbing all of them.
Damn.
I said they must have a nest nearby because it kept
Mhm.
coming back awfully fast after it scooped them up.
You know, in Alameda, one time I went to go to my PO box. I was still working back then. That's how long I've had that PO box. And I kept hearing these old ladies just cracking up. They was parked right next to the tree. So when I come out of the post office, I got hit in the head. Pop! It was a bird. She was everybody that passed, she was knocking them in the head. And then when these two old ladies was chuckling, and so when I turned around and looked, she had a nest up there, and she was
Yeah.
defending her nest.
She was trying to protect her nest.
Yeah.
Well, we had you know those Canadian goose that come down, and every now and then you'll see a flock of them.
Mhm.
There was this one white guy that we worked with. For some reason, they did not like him. It got to be entertainment. We would run to the window and look out every time he went outside. And one got on top of the building, and as soon as he walked out, he swooped down on his head, and we were screaming and laughing every time he went out. One time they backed him up against the wall, and we were like, what did you do to him? He was the only one they went after. They wouldn't go after nobody else. Everybody else could walk outside with nothing. He stepped out there, and they would all gang up on him and start attacking. And everybody said, well, did you swing at him or something? Did you do something? And he was like, I don't know what I did. And I said, maybe they don't like the way he smelled. Maybe it's something about him. I don't know.
You know what? You know, remember,
he didn't do it to everybody. They just did it to this one man.
You remember years ago what happened with that white lady? What was that? Was she next to a monkey or a gorilla or something? And he grabbed her. I think he smelt something.
Yeah.
And I even remember a white woman. They were down. These white folks were diving in the ocean, and they would lure sharks and stuff. And they would put them down in a cage and stuff, and they could open the cage and go, swim out. And so the white woman opened that cage to swim out, and a shark bit her leg. And she, swim back. It was a pretty severely bite, and they could not figure out why would that shark bite her. And I knew exactly what it was. She was on her period, and he could smell blood. And he could smell blood. He could smell blood. He was coming.
Had no business going out there.
I don't understand what they be doing. They threw food out there to bring them in, and then and then they get in their little cages, and then they get bold and come out of them things, and be showing people, oh, I can rub them and stuff. It's like the dolphins. Dolphins will kill you. They're friendly, but they can kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have seen dolphins fight with each other and fight with other marine life. They're very highly intelligent.
Yeah. This old Suzanne Summers died. You remember Suzanne Summers?
Suzanne Summers, the name?
Yeah, Three's Company.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, I said she ain't been in nothing in years. I don't know why they keep. I must have about 4 emails about her dying.
She was the one that had married that guy. He used to do commercials. What was that? Was it Albertsons or some damn restaurant?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I don't know. That woman ain't acted in years. They got her out here like she was doing some ongoing movies or something. I haven't seen her in years in anything.
She was 77.
Yeah. I got like 4 emails. I'm like, oh, what the hell? She's like, oh, has been.
Mm-hmm. Let me see what happened here. Is she? Yeah, because I know they were back in the day. I think she had hooked up with a married man, and they couldn't hide it no more. Yeah, I think she broke up with that dude. Let's see that here.
Yeah, I don't know. Wow. She is somebody I never kept track of over the years. Not that she wasn't even that interesting when I was younger. So
what I be looking at, I always got to look at the pictures. They showing what she looked like when she married the guy, and then they're showing what she looked like after. Ooh, they age horrible, Lord.
Mhm.
And then what get me is they try to maintain and look try to look youthful, you know. They
Yeah, I
keep
know. Be wearing the same damn hairstyle for 70 years and all that. It's like, man, give it up.
they don't know when to stop. The chicken is good, Lisa. I'm gonna eat your piece.
Yeah, eat my piece for me.
I'm gonna have some hot
So,
sauce
you
on
know,
it.
that's okay. You know, it's easy to get you back on that, right?
I know. I
You know,
know.
because we get cherries year round. So it's
Lord.
easy to get you back.
You know what? I told y'all how she get down. See, I told y'all when I did that video, and some people was really concerned behind the scenes and everything. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they were concerned. And then there was a segment of the crowd that said they knew I was no good. So I remember that. I remember that.
Wasn't that crazy how some people took that for real? I was just having fun with you and KD. And some people was like really, really serious.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, Lord, have mercy.
Yeah. Yep. They said they knew I was no damn good.
They was,
I was like, well, damn. Really?
You know what that did, Lisa? I'm glad that I did that because it exposed some people. You know, because you can step your ass on. That's how I took it. Some people be so phony. They be what they really be waiting for. They be waiting for some big fallout or something like that. So they'll just lay in a cut and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. You gonna wait till you gonna drop dead because that's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. You ain't gonna see me and her fall out.
I don't know if you remember this, but it was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. And you remember back in the day when Phil used to take incoming calls on live stream.
Oh Lord.
And then one day, I think this white man must have sat there for like over 50 minutes on hold. Phil answered and he just went, nigger. I said, you sat there all that time just to do that?
Well, ain't that ridiculous? That's ridiculous. I thought that was the worst. I thought that was the funniest thing. That's the best. That's your level. That's your level of intelligence. You gonna wait all that time to call somebody a sack of niggers?
Right. He must have sat on the phone nearly an hour just to do that.
And what got me, Lisa, when he was saying it, he sounds slow. You remember that? He sounded like he did. I ain't gonna front. He sounded like something was he wasn't too literate. He didn't really speak well.
Yeah. I remember. I will never forget that. I was behind the scenes laughing my ass off. I said, you sat there all that time just to do that.
Yeah, I mean, waited all that time to get that. Yeah, to get that off.
He didn't sound like a young man on top of that. He didn't sound like a young person.
They can't come up with nothing original. And I tell you something, and they'll never get it. Even when they come in our chats, we know you there.
Yes.
And how we know?
Or even if they try to pretend like they one of us, it's always a giveaway in how they will type stuff. It gives it away every single time.
You're absolutely right. Well, we telling y'all, we know when you're here.
Oh, I remember that. It was in fact it was around those times when Phil was close to 1 million subscribers, but he wasn't quite there yet. He was close. And that was around the time when that happened.
Yep.
And I remember I was sitting there laughing. I said, boy, you sat on, you were desperate to say that.
Well, you know what got me was that fool that was messing with you. He was tripping off of how much money that you would be getting on your channel. And I'm like, that ain't, I mean, really? There be some people tripping. I
Yeah,
remember I had
'cause black creators don't get squat on YouTube. I don't
yeah,
know what they're losing their mind over.
I remember I had a little over 3,000 subs, and this girl who called herself being my friend went behind my back and started telling people that I was buying subscribers. I don't know how. I don't to this day. I said, how do you buy subscribers? Do you go on YouTube and ask people or beg them and say, I'll pay you to be on my to sub to my channel? I'm being serious, because she felt like having over 3,000 subs was a lot. I'm like, wow. It took me for a loop. I'm like, damn.
Well, I when all that stuff was going on with me,
Mhm.
and I only had like a little over, I had about 47,000 subscribers,
Mhm,
and
mhm.
they were sitting there saying those subscribers are fake. I was like, no, they're not.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, they were sitting there. Those are fake subscribers.
Oh, what got me was
Fake subscribers. No, those aren't fake subscribers. I got those subscribers very gradually. The
well,
only time it accelerated is when my channel went down. I got taken down
mhm.
and I got my channel back. That was when I got a lot of people subscribing after
Good
that.
deal. Mhm.
And I said, if they would have just asked, I could have easily told them how that
Mhm.
happened. My channel got taken down. I went to court. That was the first time. They
Mhm.
had to give everything back. They
Uh-huh.
gave it back. And then I would say, like in like a 2-week period, I had jumped up like 2,000-3,000 subscribers.
Mhm.
And then I jumped up again by the end of that month. That's
And
how
then
that happened.
some people were saying when all that drama happened, the reason why you won in court because you was white. And then what got me was they had a picture of so-called Lisa Cabrera and said that you was a newscaster.
I was
And
never a newscaster.
and
And I
the
don't
lady
sound like a newscaster either. I sound like an ordinary person.
and the lady, I
I sound
know.
like an ordinary person. I don't sound like no newscaster.
Mm-hmm. And then when I did my research, this lady her name was Lisa Cabrera, and they were saying that was her and stuff. And that was when because I don't give a damn. Dirty Kitchen kept screaming and hollering that that woman was you.
No, that was never me.
Uh-uh.
I have never been on any news station. And I don't sound like I've been on a new. Don't you think I would sound a certain way on video if I had professional training
Mhm.
as a news broadcaster? I would sound totally different.
Mhm.
You know, I don't even sound like a newscaster at all.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Even I have talked to newscasters behind the scenes that it's hard for them to switch that off, because
Mhm.
that I mean they relax a little bit more, but they just speak the way that they speak,
Yeah.
because that's their profession. But I was just what got me was how gullible some of our folks was to take that as for real. And I'm like, that is not, I mean, really? But see, when negative stuff pop up, you find a lot of people, like I said, to be laying in the cut and they pounce on you. They've been wanting to do it. And then what ended up happening is, okay, when everything died down, eventually those people will email you behind the scenes and apologize and said, I had it wrong and all that kind of stuff. Some of them just come back to your channel real quiet and
Mhm.
stuff. I can guarantee y'all that.
Oh yeah, I mean, some people did.
Mhm,
They did reach out to me
mhm,
behind the scenes and said they were sorry.
mhm. Even I think it was one or two.
You gotta take this.
Okay, Lisa, I'll be right back. I need to take this call real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Hello?
Take your time. Oh man. Well, yeah. I mean, some of these people were out on, Chris G. I mean, I can see how that would happen because some of these people were out on social media longer than me. I didn't really consistently come to social media until around 2014. And when I first came to social media, I would just do what a lot of you would do. I would just go to different videos and watch people's videos. I didn't make videos for a long time. So I would say like the first 2-3 years, I was just like, kind of like a spectator. I was just going from channel to channel, just listening to different videos and posting comments, and that was it. Yeah, some people do. They just love drama. They just love it. And they don't care whether it's real drama or not, but just understand that drama originated from a white guy. And it just goes to show you how much some of our people try to talk all that black stuff and black this and black that. But then all it took was some white man to come out and put some falsehood out there, and people dove on it. So it tells me that although some of our people claim you are beyond that, you're really not. You're really not. You're really not beyond that at all. So their word trumps everything, even the word of somebody that looks like you. That's what that told me. And some people are still like that to this very day. They're still like that. Well, behind the scenes, she went back and thanked him. She went back to Michael Anderson and thanked him for putting that stuff out about me. That's what she did behind the scenes. There is no way I would take, number one, I ain't going to take their word like that. And number two, even if they came out and said disparaging things about a black person, I'm not going to join in that mess, because I know historically the kind of stuff they do to us. So I would never join in that. Even if it's somebody I don't care about, I still wouldn't join in and do that online.
Excuse me for that, everybody.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, just to let y'all know, I have 2 therapists that are going to be coming to my house. So I told y'all earlier, I had a nurse that came by, and I was just setting it up. I don't have to go to no appointments. They can come to my house and continue my my therapy right at home.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
Okay. So they're on top of things, which is good. And that's
I was told I was off code, PD Chicago. PD Chicago, they told me I was off code, but I to this very day, I don't know what I was off code on.
What y'all talking about?
All that stuff that happened to me back in 2018. And Keith Newsom's fat ass was the biggest one talking about I was off code, but he let a white supremacist get on his panel. But I'm the one off code, okay? Make that make sense.
And he let
a white supremacist get on his damn panel, but he's sitting up there talking about I'm off code. Okay, how does that make any sense?
Let me say something about that. That white supremacist dragged black women, and they begged Keith to take him down. Don't let him disrespect black women. And he said he didn't care. He did not care.
I mean, you gonna let them? I guess the next time he gonna let the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan get on his panel. I guess that's the next thing he gonna do.
But see,
and the funny part is he knew he was wrong. If y'all remember, after that happened and people dragged him the next day, because it was like instant. The next day he got dragged on that. You notice he disappeared from YouTube for a while before he came back.
Yep. And he real quiet over there because
well, ain't nobody but 20 people listening to him anyway. So he would be real quiet to anybody.
Well, he got too excited when he had all them folks on the channel and he couldn't handle it. That's really what it was. He thought you got some people, you had a few extra subscribers, and they'll get big-headed and think they some kind of big celebrity. I remember one time I was talking to a girl on the phone, and she was like, "Wow, True Royal, wow." She was just going. I said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm just a normal person. Nobody know me out here. I'm a
Yeah,
grain of
a
sand."
couple of people have done that to me, but
Yeah, that's
I
a couple.
always let them know I'm just like you. I don't have their
Mhm,
I'm not no, I'm no big household name. You know, I
mhm,
may be a little known across YouTube, but it really doesn't go too much beyond that.
mhm.
You know, it really don't.
And I remember some people were telling Lisa to stay away from me and stuff, and you gonna see watch she gonna do this and that, and ain't nothing happened yet.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
People will say things. Look, there were, like I said to you before, there were people telling me not to let KD back on my panel.
Mhm, mhm,
I've had
mhm,
that happen.
mhm. I've had that happen too. And KD did some videos. It happened more than once.
Yeah,
Told
Astarte Jones, Keith did lose a lot of his. He still can't get them back to this very day.
and
I
see,
think a lot of people, I think they were all entertained by it initially. And then when he let Michael Anderson on the panel, and then Michael Anderson was sitting there talking about black people on welfare, and
mhm,
he started criticizing black women, and he was sitting there, Keith was sitting there laughing.
mhm,
He wasn't even trying to stop him and say, wait a minute, you can't come on my panel and talk about my people like that. He sat there laughing.
mhm. Said he didn't care,
And
but what got
after
me,
that, that was his downfall right there. That
what
was
got
his downfall.
what got me was then the next day this boy come out waving a gun
Yes.
and stuff, and that's when Dirty Kitchen backed up and stuff, and I you that's when I went off. Lisa called and told me about that, and I couldn't wait to get off the phone. I was sitting up there putting the as I'm talking to Lisa, I'm putting a live stream together. Me and Lisa didn't even hook up like that. She never told me to do that. She wasn't even over there to watch the video for 2 days in a row. I just went off. I was done with people doing that. And what got me was there was a whole bunch of Muslims on my channel that used to support her, and they was asking them, "Do y'all support stuff like this that she's doing?" They said no. They was just sitting there watching what was watching what was going down. It was one of them. I still got them videos. I would not hold back. I put everything into it and stuff. And it would have proved to you, you got people that dish out stuff, and then when it get too hot and heavy, you go run and tuck your tail and stuff. And then you got people
Yeah,
that
yeah. Prince of Paraphernalia. Yeah, he did have a 38 caliber in that picture. Yes.
yes he did. And if it wasn't for people like LVZ,
Mm-hmm.
Cap, Big Mike, KD, they went over there and handled his ass.
Mm-hmm.
And then what got me was I ain't never seen that many thumbs down on somebody's channel.
Oh yeah, he was crying about that too.
It bothered
How
him.
many thumbs down I got? I think he had like maybe like 30 thumbs up, and the rest of them, it was like over almost 300 thumbs
Mhm.
down. I was like, whoa,
Mhm.
people were really going over there and thumb down in all of his videos, and he was feeling sensitive about that.
Mhm. Yep. He
Oh
got
man, he was feeling real
that
sensitive
dude was
about
that
that.
dude was a tweaker.
Yeah, he was. After a while, if you really looked at him on the videos, it was obvious. Dude was a junkie. He was a
Mhm.
drug addict.
Mhm.
And some people did pick up on it. Some people
Mhm.
did. Not everybody did, but
Mhm.
some people did pick up on his mannerisms, and they were able to catch on to the fact that he had a drug problem.
He sure did. And he was paranoid because LVZ had a picture taken of himself. LVZ had a assault
Yeah, the
rifle.
Malcolm X picture. Y'all remember Malcolm X standing there with
Uh-huh.
that AK-47 looking out the window? Y'all remember that, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. And then LVZ had a picture like that.
Mhm. DSB, me and Lisa do have a channel. We just haven't used it in a long, long time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We did a few interviews on that channel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and the thing is, he eventually dropped off and disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm. And one more thing. Taryn Rain did a video on him and proved that he was unquote buying, or however he did it, buying subscribers, because he could show the difference in, like, when he would put up a video, how many people were like thumbsing it up and thumbsing it down.
Yeah.
And the way Taryn did it, I clearly could understand that. Now I could see that, okay, this person is got manufactured subscribers in here. Because like I said, I was accused of it. And to this day, I'm still trying to figure out, how do you do that? Yeah, on that meth and all that. And then the killer part was he used to date a black woman.
But you know what? A lot of white supremacists do that, I notice.
That's crazy to me.
They'll be all anti-black, but they'll have some black girlfriend or black wife. Mm-hmm. Now, I know that's crazy, but it's even crazier that a black woman would be with them.
Yeah, that blows my mind.
That's what I can't get beyond.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and to me, when something happens to them, that's why it's hard for me to feel bad for these black women, some of them that get harmed or even killed by these men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember it was some big incident happened, and it was a heavyset white boy. He was a biker, had a long beard and all that. And then when he came into court, suit and tie, cut his beard off. He come in there with his family. There's this black woman.
Yeah, black woman and his biracial kid, and he was a proud boy. I remember that. He was a proud boy, and I was like, "Is this woman high?" But y'all know what? Y'all know what I do notice. I notice, and y'all let me know whether or not you notice this too. I notice that every time we see these cooned out women, either married or dating these white guys, there's always these women in dreadlocks. Y'all notice that? Is it me, or do y'all notice that? I noticed it's an awful lot of these women with dreadlocks.
I've seen that too.
With these white dudes.
That's some dangerous stuff. Because
I'm like, what the hell is up with that?
Because when he was talking about his black girlfriend, I found it on Facebook, pictures of her.
I saw pictures of her too. And she was a good-looking woman
named Hannah.
It wasn't that bad, yes. And I think her family is the one that got her, because I knew as soon as I heard she was Somali, a lot of Somalis don't do white guys. They don't. That's why I was shocked that she was with him in the first place.
Yeah,
they don't do white guys for real.
She was rebelling big time. I mean, I was shocked, and the stuff that he was saying on Facebook about her. And then I found a video where he had met her family, and I mean, he was hurt.
Yeah, they didn't embrace him. See, I guess he thought because he was some white dude that they were going to just embrace him. Her family didn't like him. And I think they were, because I think he was saying something like they were trying to break them up. And eventually she did leave them.
Sure did. And I said, and I could, for the life of me, just looking at her pictures, she seemed like a very respectable person. How could you hook up with that trash? I mean, this dude was a tweaker. I mean, somebody that's the type
he was. Like I said, if you go back and look at them old videos, you can actually pick up on it and see it. He was even spazzed out on many of those videos.
Yes.
You know, he was not all there. You could tell he was high.
Yeah, and then he would just get paranoid. And I remember he did a live one time, and it was some of his friends on there, and they said, "You need to get off the drugs, man."
Yeah, he was on the lives talking about things are on his wall, and you don't know where these things are coming from on his wall. And then he was saying somebody was climbing in his apartment and taking his gun and climbing. He couldn't find his gun and all. Yeah, you should have heard the stuff he was on the video saying. Stuff all over my walls.
Well, you know what? There was another component to this. Remember that other troll? He used to come on my channel from time to time. He started trolling Mike. And they both lived in the same state. I just can't think of his name. offhand, because he used to sometimes he would
Yes,
come.
he was trolling Mike because he was dating black women.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
And this guy was a white supremacist too. And
mm-hmm.
so he started trolling him over that. I remember that.
You had two trolls, and now trolls is at each other.
I
Troll
remember that.
and stuff. I see Craig J in there. Craig J been with me day one.
Mhm. I remember Craig J.
He was with me from the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Mhm.
I thank him so much. But that tweaked him out, Lisa, because I was following it. A troll, trolling a troll. He couldn't
Yeah.
handle him.
Yeah.
I remember Chris. Yeah, y'all men that found out where he lived and everything. He thought y'all was coming for him. That tweaked him out. He did not know that Lisa was going to get that type of support. You know, he couldn't handle.
Yeah, then he started doing videos talking about Lisa Cabrera and her crazy supporters. I said, my people ain't crazy. All you got to do is just leave folks alone. Okay? Yeah, they're acting crazy because you're the one coming over here bothering me. I'm not seeking you out.
You never asked not one person to do anything. You didn't ask me to put up them videos. You didn't ask LVZ and them to do what they did. We were just naturally doing what we're supposed to do. Protect our own at the end of the day. Not be sitting there tucking our tail running and stuff. We on the battlefield. We're for real. And that's what we have to do. We can't look away no more and let these people think that they're gonna get away with shit. We seen what went down on the waterfront. Right there, that was spiritual. What we was looking at and stuff. Enough is enough. You know, these people think they got free will to put their hands on us anytime they feel like it. They really think that. They think they own us. They think they can just make a citizen arrest on the street. Well, we can make a citizen arrest too. And if you hit me, I'm gonna hit your ass back. And I've seen a lot of videos like that. The white women will come up and hit a black man and get knocked on her ass.
Well, look, we have that black woman that got off a damn hover round and she knocked a white man out. Woo, that was funny.
Remember that sister that was in that little scooter in the store?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, that one. Okay, that one. Yeah,
that's the one.
That's right. Yeah, she knocked him on his ass. And she wasn't
the first time I've seen that a few times on video.
She wasn't in shape at all.
That's why I said that's why she was on that motorized scooter. She sure wasn't.
And she warned them. And stuff. It took a little or nothing to knock him on his mind.
Yeah, well, you know, his channel is still there, but I think he just don't come out and do videos on that particular channel. But I kind of think he's still out there, probably under a channel with a different name.
Yeah, you have people to come and peek and see what's going on.
Yeah, well, that's where Oxyman, y'all remember Oxyman that used to come and troll? That's where he came from. He came from Michael Anderson's channel, and he took it upon himself to come over here and troll me, but I ended up trolling him back.
Yeah, we would ask for our reparations and everything like that. When he would come, we wouldn't even get rid of him. We'd be so happy he come. And we would just bombard him with stuff. We was happy to see him and stuff. So he left. You know, Oxyman couldn't handle that. It was like,
no, he's still out there, y'all, but he's just trolling different black people.
Yeah, he had to go find
still
somebody
trolling
else.
Black folk, but he's not. You know, I notice he's on channels that are a lot smaller. Trying to troll, and it, I guess maybe is working out a little better over there for him.
Was the elder over there had all them trolls on his channel, and he telling folks, get them. He didn't know how to get nobody no damn wrench. Tell him, get them. I said, oh, them trolls was picking his channel apart. You got to learn how to use your damn features on your channel. Get them. What did you say about the waterfront? Oh yeah, the Waterford Banner will be
Oh
the
yeah, we got to celebrate the anniversary of that
uh,
coming in 2024.
2020. Yeah,
We
okay.
got
The
to
house.
put the grills out on that day. The grills are going out on August 5th, 2024.
Well, I'm gonna celebrate it twice. I'm gonna celebrate it um when our new year come and when their anniversary come.
Mhm.
And then the music that was put around it with Sam Cooke. Oh my goodness,
Yeah, that, and they
that was
also
beautiful.
took Jason Aldean's "Try That in a Small Town."
Mhm.
I know that, oh boy, I know that burned him. They took that and put it on.
What I
They
liked
put that on the video.
um what I liked about it was the videos that I seen on TikTok. I got some more, insight what had went down and
Uh-huh.
everything and stuff. And what tickled me is the handful of white folks that even popped up and said, "Well, that's what you deserve, messing with the."
Yeah,
I said,
yeah.
that's what y'all ass get and stuff.
Mhm.
But what really pissed me off was when they were talking to the captain, and he was talking about these guys would come every year and do this shit,
Yeah,
and they would let them get away with it. They would they had like a little golf cart, and that was used for like somebody that's either handicapped or a senior citizen that can't walk that far. And the cops would just say, "Oh, it was just a little, prank, ha ha ha." If it was us, it's time to get chained up,
right,
killed, and all of that
right.
and stuff. And I blame the law enforcement. They knew who they were, and every year they come down with them
Yeah,
damn
they said
answers.
they came down from Selma. They were
Mm-hmm,
not from Montgomery at all. They would
mm-hmm,
bring their boat from Selma and ride the boat all the way down to Montgomery. And that's
uh-huh.
how they got there every year. And they were troublemakers.
They purposely came just to fuck with people.
Hmm.
And what got me was that last portion of the video, or let me go say not the last, but it was things were still popping, where
Yeah.
the black folks was up on the deck, and then they jumped in that boat because they realized, oh, we didn't really fucked up. Let's get up out of here. And they jumped on that boat, and them brothers said, "No, y'all not going nowhere today."
They got every last one of them off of that boat.
Sure
They
did.
got every last one of them off of
Uh-huh.
that boat.
And when I was watching that video, this it was a sister that was filming stuff, and she said to one of the black police officers, she said, "You can come and look at these videos." And then it cut off, but he was coming towards her. And I know he watched them videos. See, that's the difference. If your head is on right and you a black person in law enforcement, we can communicate like that with each other. And he wanted to see who else was out here doing whatever they was doing.
Yeah, but
And
I'm not satisfied with them just getting 3 people. But when you look at the footage, it was more of them white people involved than just those
uh-huh.
3 they arrested.
You
So,
right
they did a half-ass job.
about that. They sure did, because um um it was one white woman in particular. She couldn't keep her hands off of black men,
Hmm.
jumping all up in their face and everything. And in fact, the cops even pushed her back.
Yes, I do
Uh,
remember that part. Yeah.
And I said her ass needed to be arrested too.
Hmm.
She was jumping up, but boy, um, them two sisters beat the shit out of some white girl. I mean, they handled that
Hmm.
real, real good.
Boy, they were butt sore that we had videos out and was laughing all over social media about that. Woo, them people were hot.
It sure was.
Woo,
It
they
sure
were
was.
hot.
Yeah, because I got the video from KD. He had sent it to me privately, and I was watching that, and I said, "Ooh." I said, "I'll be damned," but I didn't expect it to explode like that.
Yeah, but you know what I had gotten? I knew it was big
Mhm.
because when I went to my email, it had to be about 10 to 15 people that sent me that footage. It
Wow.
was so many people sending it. I said, okay, this must be something big.
Yes. Yeah, it did morph into something very big.
Because
And
usually when something explode like that, that's when I'll get a lot of email from people on the same, subject matter. Then I know, okay, let me just look at this because it must be something big.
if you're right about that, you're right about that. Mm-mm-mm.
But that's the only issue I had. That man was jumped by several people, not just the 3 they arrested. That I don't like. They should have definitely grabbed up more of them.
Hey Lisa, didn't
Yeah.
did they put that girl in jail that claimed that she was missing? Did they put her in jail, lock her up, or
I think
sentence
she
her?
is going to have to serve some time. I think didn't they say like a year?
Yeah, I was just wondering had they did anything, because I had briefly seen something
Yeah.
about her, and I'm gonna have to.
I know they were going to I knew they were moving forward and pressing charges. The last article I saw said that she would probably have to spend 1 year in
1 year.
jail. Yeah,
Okay.
for what
Yeah.
she did.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't kill nobody. You can't keep her in there for 20 years or anything like that.
Yeah, they you know how they get down. They took it like she had did something to them
Oh,
and stuff.
please. Karen goes out there and do that on any given day.
And,
And they don't even put her in jail for a year.
yeah, and then she can lie and say a black man did it, and they always can dig up a black man.
Yeah, they sure can.
They real quick at digging up one.
Yeah, they sure can. That is the truth.
Yeah, I have seen it more than once. Yeah, so
Well,
they're gonna grandstand that one too, as well.
yeah, I'm sure they are. You know, what about Hannah Payne? Is there anything new on that?
You know what, Lisa? I keep looking and looking and looking. I do not. I'm gonna look right now as I speak. I do not understand what the hell is going on and why is it taking so damn long to do what they need to do. That girl murdered that brother.
Yeah,
And
she did.
and what? This been like 3 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time some stuff went down, her lawyer, I guess he was playing sick or whatever the hell he was doing. And let me see here. Hannah Payne update. There's her fat ass right here. Okay. What do they have here? Trial for Hannah Payne delayed. Attorney held in contempt. Now that was back in November.
Now, what the hell is going on with Jackie Johnson? That's another one.
I might have to look that one up too.
You know, y'all know Ahmaud Arbery, that attorney general that tried to get the McMichaels out of everything. She never went to trial yet either. She should have went to trial right after the McMichaels trial was over. Her trial should have began right then and there.
Yeah. They're saying that this happened in 2019. Keith Harington. They were supposed to have trial. Payne's trial now is June 23rd, and it didn't happen. And after June 23rd, we have not heard nothing at all. At all.
Yeah, we haven't.
And I check it a lot because I'm looking at the same thing as I speak to y'all. They were saying here, Keith Harington, Hannah Payne would face murder and other charges in the 2019 shooting of Keith Harington during a traffic dispute. Is set to go to trial January 2023 on the 23rd, 2023.
And it did not happen. It did not happen.
And we are in October 15th, and I can't find nothing in here. And then they said Superior Court Judge Malone ordered a specific set date after she said Payne's defense attorney Matt Tucker failed to notify the court that he had suffered a stroke 2 days before jury selection and was to have started. Malone declared Tucker in contempt of court and said she would file a complaint with the bar of Georgia. Tucker has previously been half an hour late to motions and hearings. See, he always pulling some kind of antic. And, and since that, ain't heard nothing else. Now, another one that I check often is that ex DA Jackie Johnson
Yeah, that's the one I've been trying to stay on top of.
Mhm.
And it's been
Mhm.
absolutely nothing out there.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Okay.
They sure know how to cover for their own.
Mm-hmm. Here it is. What the hell they got? Do they got anything up here? Huh. Interesting. 4 days ago. What they got here? Okay. Oh, I want to show this, Lisa. I'm gonna show this one, okay?
Okay.
I want you to see this. Everybody to see this. Okay, let me present this. Let's see. All right. Can you see it, Lisa? Can you all see it?
I don't see anything.
Don't see anything yet? Let me see what's going on here. Okay. It just popped up on my other screen because I'm working off of 2 computers. And you say you still don't see anything.
No, I don't see anything.
I'll be damned. This is such a good one. I'm gonna send you the link, Lisa. Okay, I ain't gonna worry about it. Okay. Okay, there we go, right here. Okay, there it is. There we go, right here. Okay, I just sent it to you, Lisa.
Okay.
And let me, I'm gonna take this down. It's not being seen. Let me see. Let me go over here. I'm gonna have to stop it. Let's see, and take this one. How many do I have? Okay, I just have that one.
Okay, I see it. All right, hold
Okay.
on.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Do everybody see my screen? Give me a 1. Give me a 1 if you see the screen.
Let me see. Let me go over here to you. Okay, let me go back over here and look. Yes, I see it.
You see it?
Uh-huh. Let me give you a 1. I see it now.
I don't know if this is much of an update because I don't think she still went to trial. One step forward, 1 step back in prosecution of Jackie Johnson and Aubrey case. Then it says the former DA lawyer appeared to miss recent deadline put in place to move stagnant case along. So it's still not moving along, and there's really technically no excuse.
Yeah.
So apparently, retired Judge Bullock, County Superior Court Judge John Turner, ruled by request by Johnson's attorney, Brian Steele of Atlanta, allowing him to file documents supporting Johnson under seal, according to a September 25th order. Turner ordered those documents by October 9th and looked like they missed that deadline. So they're just talking about documents that were supposed to be filed with the court, but they still have not moved forward with her case. There is still no trial date, because it says right here, no trial nor hearing dates are set. So it's just sitting there.
Yeah, they said what DA Johnson, which is more than 2 years, the judges in September ordered in a 8-month document stalemate.
Right.
And
So they missed the deadline, but the judge is not saying anything like, "Hey, we're going to move forward on this case." He ain't saying crap.
prolonged. Yeah, because right here they were saying that it did not exist before Johnson and her attorney 3 weeks prior to the order. The current report on the prolonged case and how Johnson's attorney still has been the major uphold in the case moving forward. They
Yeah.
playing
So
games.
they don't have no trial date, no nothing. And
Mhm.
you know, and trust me, she knows this woman was a DA. She knows these judges. She knows
Mhm.
these judges personally. But you see how they have done everything for the last 2 years not to bring this woman to trial. They have done everything not to bring her to trial. They barely, if you remember, they barely wanted to arrest her and even do her mugshot. I remember that too.
Yeah, you remember I stayed on her ass. I did a bunch of videos on her. Let's see. I'm just reading through the rest of this stuff.
Yeah, so she they don't have nothing.
Mhm.
So that means we're going to go into 2024 and this woman is still not going to go to trial.
Mm-mm-mm.
She still won't go to trial.
And they in here talking about all the other dirty shit she done did, and her ass just waltzing around and stuff.
Yeah.
They just show you how they get down.
Mhm. Exactly.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah. I mean, she is still walking around here free like she's done nothing wrong.
Yeah, and and as you go further, they got a log here where it shows that Jackie Johnson was talking to McMichael, and she would make calls and he would make calls, and they would even show the duration
Yeah,
of
there were 5 phone calls, in fact. In fact,
Well,
because I remember I did the video on that. They called and spoke to each other 5 times
it's way more
right
than that.
after they killed Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay, then later on, there was way more calls than that.
No, I'm talking about the day he
Yeah,
was
yeah.
murdered.
I know
They said
exactly
it
what
was
you're talking
5
about.
phone calls. Oh, yeah, there were plenty of phone calls between them.
Yeah, yeah. That and the initial day, yeah, it was 5 phone calls, but then after the fact, they are showing calls that she made. Let me see, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 calls. Either she would call or he would call. And it shows you the caller and the receiver and the duration of the
Yes.
call. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And
Mhm.
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and this woman still don't have a trial date. She still don't have a trial date.
Okay.
You know, it's not like she's on a monitor where she can't, a house arrest, nothing.
Mhm.
She is free to go out and about and live her life.
Yeah, and waltz around. That's how they protect them. You don't even have to meet deadlines.
Mm-mm. No, they don't care about no deadlines. I mean, these
Mhm.
people, they got laws and they don't even follow them themselves. They don't follow these laws.
Mhm.
That's why we got to stop letting them get in our faces talking about rules and laws and all that stuff. You got to shut that
I'm
mess down.
I'm glad that I found this because this particular um website here got even other stuff, and this is something that even though ain't nothing happened, it's just one of them that you can go to, and they currently keep you up with what's the same old mess that's going on. Because I see there's articles further down that was like put up in April
Yeah.
of this year, in August, and then April again. And no, just 2 of them. Let me take that one away. But just showing you the games that they play. Ain't
Yeah.
nothing
Yeah.
new.
They don't want to do nothing. It's so obvious. You
Uh-huh.
can always tell when they don't want to do something about a person that really should be in a lot of trouble. You were a DA. You are
Mhm.
supposed to uphold the law and you help break the law
Mhm.
for a friend. That's what you did because you favored this person. You helped them break the law.
Mhm.
And then I will never forget when they finally got arrested, like 2-3 months after killing Ahmaud Arbery, because she did everything she could to keep them free.
Mhm.
Travis, the one that pulled the trigger, was crying like a baby. Y'all, he
Mhm.
was boo-hooing and crying all over the place when they
Mhm.
went there to arrest them.
Sure did.
He
And
wept like a little kid.
sure did. And I mean, the whole the thing that got me, Lisa, that touched me was like his mother, or just his family in general, would see father and son out fishing, just doing whatever they wanted to do, and they had killed this person.
Yeah, that was
And
one thing Ahmaud Arbery's mother brought up in court.
yes, she did.
Mhm.
And everywhere she went, they were slamming doors in that woman's face, just slamming doors in her face. And I never forget the look on their face when they said that they was guilty, and then they sentenced him, and then they wanted to jump up because they want to go to a plush type of jail setting. Then they wanted to jump up and say that they yes, I am a white supremacist, anything and stuff. And then the other thing that got me was the um the DA just fully disrespected Ahmaud Arbery's family and their requests,
Yeah.
and just was flippant and dismissive. And they had a really good judge, I feel, that on this case, you know. But you're gonna talk to the family and disregard them. That's like
Yeah,
Daniel Cameron.
they were trying to get into a federal jail, but that
Mhm.
murder was on the state level. They should not go. But I think, if memory serves me right, the judge denied that. But the father did eventually get out of there because of heart problems. They put him in a special medical unit of
Mhm.
the prison because of his heart problems.
Mhm.
Yeah, that
Yes, he
happened.
did.
But
Yeah.
no, they wanted to all three go to Club Fed, and the judge was like, no, they should. Why would they go to a federal jail? You killed Ahmaud Arbery on the state level. Why would you go to a federal jail? That didn't make any sense.
Well, they got here. While she awaits trial, Johnson, who was voted out of office in the fall of 2020,
Yep, I
remains a
love doing
lawyer.
that video.
Remains a lawyer in good standing in Georgia and Florida. According to the states, they received bar. She received $10,000 bond after her arrest and a same-day release from jail September 2021. All they did was just take a mug shot of that ugly
Right.
bitch.
They
And
took a mug shot and sent her on her way.
yeah, and they got her out there as quick as possible. And just very flippant about the whole thing. These are the games that they continue to play with us, and they're gonna have to pay for this.
Mm-hmm.
They just, it just, because like I said, I've been saying for the longest, they asking something of us. And what they are asking of us is, what is an acceptable way to keep doing what we doing to y'all? Can we kill you this way opposed to that way? I can understand you don't like me putting my knee on your neck, but could I put my knee below your neck? I mean, I'm just exaggerating stuff, but that's what they really asking
Yeah,
of
well,
us.
they're not getting that. So
No,
they're
they're
not getting that. And number
Mhm.
two, one thing I am loving is now when they come to us for prayer requests, we're just looking at them like they crazy. They don't get no prayers for. I noticed that. I noticed
Mhm.
that's becoming a big thing. Oh, pray for this and pray for that. They're not getting that from us. And our people are blatant now. I'm like, I ain't praying for them. I'm
Mm-mm.
not praying for that.
Mm-mm.
Our people are really putting it out there too that we're not doing that no more.
Yeah, and then they're gonna keep doing what they doing. That's the thing. And then they have the audacity, because I said earlier, they think that they can come to Yahweh and negotiate the punishment.
No, nobody got to do that. They ain't gonna do it either. They'll find out the hard way.
Yeah, they sure is, because
We couldn't even do that. Like I said,
no,
we
we
couldn't do
can't.
that, and we're his children.
Yeah,
Okay, you none of his children. We
no,
know he ain't gonna do that with you.
and I can say it like this: the force of Yahweh is something that I cannot explain when I have my spiritual experience. I don't have words for anything like this. Y'all, I'm just telling you something deep. And Lisa know what I'm talking about. I don't want to go too deep in it, but I put it to you like this. If you ever have an encounter with Yahweh, the one thing that ran across my mind is how he spared me. It's not nothing to play with. And these so-called people think they're gonna go up and go up out of space and set up something where they think they're going to encounter him. And at the end of the day, what Esau want to do is kill and maim everything. You
Well,
know, they
first of
eating
all,
their
look
own.
at what they have done so far since being in charge. You
Mhm,
think, I mean, it's been nothing but straight up destruction from day one. So you
mhm,
can't even say I've done a good job in running the world. They haven't.
mhm.
They haven't. I mean, since they've been in charge, it's been nothing but nonstop violence, day
Yeah,
in and day out.
yeah.
Day in and there's always something going on, always some murder, some war, some this, some that. It's just nonstop killing and violent. I mean, you can't
Mhm.
even say, okay, for this 10-year period, it was peace on earth. They have no example of that.
No.
None.
Uh-uh.
None.
They just want to keep it going. And the deep part about it is then if we ain't around, then they start coming in their own. I remember I was watching a documentary where it was over in Europe, and they had found these bodies that were well preserved in mud, and that was back in the so-called Viking days. We are really the true Vikings, because I even got Lisa's son a book about the true Vikings. But anyhow, when they started pulling these bodies up, one thing that they kept saying consistently is they lived a very violent existence. When they did the autopsy on their bodies, they just had wounds everywhere, things that were healing, that healed completely, something that was healing, just starting to heal, and then something new. And just looking at the structure of their body, they would literally attack each other. You know, they had to release that energy some kind of way. It was just really deep. When I watched that, I said, wow. So they just was living a violent existence. Think about what happened during the
Still
shutdown.
are. Still
Uh-huh.
living one. Still
Uh-huh.
living a violent existence.
Yeah, when they amongst each other, and they got to release that energy. So you got to remember, it's animals in the house. So them animals leave the house and go to different jobs and fuck with us. Okay, then they come on home. But if they got to be at home around the clock with each other for a long period of
Yeah, you
time,
saw what
it's,
happened to COVID. Domestic violence went up. That was not
mm-mm,
us.
mm-mm,
That was
mm-mm,
all that was not coming from us.
mm-mm, mm-mm. No, you didn't hear that from us. I have to admit, I took joy watching the skits that Black folks had did on Facebook. I mean, it didn't matter the age or anything. I remember it was an older Black couple. They would put on clothes like from the 70s, and they would do all the songs. They was just, our folks was just having fun, just being with each other. They was doing cooking shows, and even some of my family members were doing cooking shows, and it was a joy. Because somebody, I don't know who she was, but I had made an announcement on my channel, and they said they're going to do a shutdown because it's COVID. And this one sister on my channel said, "Oh, that's good. I can be with my children." Think about that. She was happy. They were shutting shit down, so you can be with her kids. The
And
more time,
remember,
the more better.
that's when a lot of our people back then were starting businesses. They said Black people, it was the
Yes.
highest number of Black people starting businesses ever. It was historic that ever happened in the country. They were buying, they were getting business licenses left and right,
Amazing.
which
Truly
I don't
amazing.
blame them. I mean, you get out, you get a dose of what it's like not to be around these folks every day. Who wants to go back to that?
Yeah. And
I
boy,
don't
boy,
blame
boy.
them.
You tickle me with the lice infestation.
Mhm.
Oh
I
Lord.
don't blame them.
boy, it got bad.
You get a dose of being, on your own or working from home, and you're not dealing with the office racism and all that. Hell, who the hell wants to go back to that?
Yeah, my
I don't blame
daughter. My daughter's had now that she has to work in the office 3 days a week, and then 2 days a week at home.
them.
They because one of the big issues is they said all them office spaces and stuff is empty. It was like, shoot, we don't have to spend that money to rent out an office space, and then what they have to pay for that. A lot of these companies like it,
Yeah. Yeah.
and you got a whole bunch of stuff going on, but it really changed the dynamics of some things and stuff. People are making different, choices.
Yeah.
We don't have to ask nobody for nothing
Mm-hmm.
or permission for anything. Get that out your system.
No, but I think it made our people realize we don't have to be micromanaged every day. Like these folks try to always make it so you better watch them. Get out of here with that crap. If
Yeah, you're
anything,
right.
we're more likely to sit and do our job. They're the ones that are always trying to sneak away or come in late and do all that stuff. That's them.
Well, you the one that told us when you were still working in corporate America how your stuff was stolen and plagiarized, and like that white guy, it was his turn to do. He was working on the weekend. His hunting went wrong and stuff. It was real
Mhm.
flippant.
Yeah.
And what gets me is
Yeah.
how they
What
can.
would happen, y'all? I used to work in IT, and then on the weekends when nobody would be there, we would have to remotely work just in case the server would go down. And there was this one weekend, this one guy in our group, he was assigned to go in remotely just in case. And lo and behold, the server went down. They couldn't find his ass anywhere. He could not be found. They called his house, they called his cell phone. They could not
Oh,
find this dude anywhere.
ooh,
And yeah, and I said, "Oh, okay." It's funny how we got to be watched because we might do this and we might do that. So they got to keep an eye on us. But when something really goes down, you can't find them. And that's what happened. They could not find his butt nowhere.
well, Lisa, answer this question. Was when everything went down, was he aware that they were trying to reach out to him? When
No,
did
they
he
couldn't
become
even get
aware?
him. They couldn't get him at all. They tried to email him. They tried, he had a company cell phone. We all did. I had one too. I had a cell phone that was issued to me by the company. He had one. We had issued laptops. I mean, they
Wow.
tried the cell phone, his home landline. They tried his
Oh,
email. They tried everything and couldn't get him. Ultimately, it was me and one other person that logged in remotely, and we were able to get the server back up and running.
mm, mm, mm,
And that
mm.
whole weekend, in fact, they couldn't get him until he showed up Monday for
So he
work. And
wasn't.
that's when he got fired.
Yeah, he wasn't even aware of what went down until he
No,
showed up.
he
Oh,
had,
wow,
yeah, yeah. So
wow. He got.
I guess he went off with his buddies, believing that nothing was going to happen and he didn't have to worry about nothing. But I said, it's awfully funny how we got to be watched and micromanaged, but it wasn't one of us that dropped the ball that weekend.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah,
wasn't one of
but
us at all.
it wasn't no way of covering that shit up at all and
Yeah.
stuff. So they just called you and another person.
Yes. And
Because
we were
even though
able to
it
go
wasn't,
in and we just worked together until we got the server back up.
so it wasn't even though they would rotate the weekends and stuff, y'all still sort of have to be like on call then if
Right.
something
But
like
we
that.
should not have had to work.
That's true.
As long as there's somebody was competent enough to do that, we should
Mm-hmm.
not have had to work. So they had to give me another weekend off because I ended up working when I
So
should not have been working.
did y'all get overtime for that?
Yeah, I got paid for that. And then they had to give me, I think they gave me the next weekend off as well because I didn't really get my full weekend off and they had to give me something.
Did Did you ever find out what was his excuse or anything?
Yeah, he went away for the weekend with his girlfriend.
Uh-huh.
And I guess he thought he didn't have to check anything while he was gone.
Wow.
But yeah, they did fire him. Yes.
Ooh,
But
they was
like I said, we get micromanaged, but it was somebody that looked like them that dropped the ball. That's usually what happens.
Yeah, I had an experience like that working with this white boy, and they had to fire him. The shit that he was doing, and it was like it was hurting their feelings that they had to fire one of their own. But in front of everyone, he had almost got some guys killed at work, and it would have been about 6 dead men. And the stuff that this white boy was doing at work, because the kind of construction I did, it was very heavy construction. The last job I worked on was the Bay Bridge. And this white boy is out here in a lawn chair, Lisa, a little lawn chair. We working on barges in the middle of the ocean. And he's just sitting there holding a rope, and these guys are down in a shaft, and he orders the crane operator to pull the metal up inside the shaft, and there are men in there. And they said tons of water was hitting them. They were screaming for their life. And luckily somebody had a radio on down in there, and they had to get to him to stop. And when I came to the next barge, because I was somewhere else, the white boy had a funny look on his face. He said, "I'm about to get fired." And I was like, what the hell going on? And then I started seeing these guys climb up out of this shaft, and they were soaking wet. One guy pissed on himself because he thought he was going to die. He said, you should have heard the noise, because this screeching metal is coming up. There's tons of metal and all this water, and you don't have to have, nobody wasn't supposed to be down in there. And nobody laughed at him or anything like that. I can understand pissing on yourself. That was it and stuff. But to get to that point, to fire him, the shit that he was doing blatantly and open, they knew he was doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the part that get me. It had to take something where everybody seen it, and then they was left no other choice but to do it. It's always something really big that they have to, then they'll get them on it. And it can be the most minute thing with us. You're fired.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think they were embarrassed that, because this is one of them guys that they used to talk up and act like he was so great and so much better than everybody else, which he wasn't. We all knew he was full of crap. And then when that happened, they got silent. They couldn't say a thing. I almost felt like saying, well, what happened to your great guy? Your great guy. What happened to your great guy?
When they fired him, how long was he in the building?
Oh, they took him in the office as soon as he walked in. And usually, you're getting fired when you go to the conference room. If they take you to the conference room, you're getting fired. And that's what happened. He ended up in the conference room as soon as he came in. And I think like within an hour, he was out the door and he was gone.
Oh, Lord. I would have loved to have been the fly on the wall that day.
Yeah. I had to go. I took people in the conference room and fired them. I had to fire a few people. And usually the procedure is the manager, who I was the manager. You have somebody from HR, and you have a security guard to escort them off of the property. And I fired a man, and two security guards actually came. So it was me, HR, two security guards, and the guy that I fired. And then what they do is they just walk them out to the parking lot all the way to their car and make sure they get completely off of the property.
So when you fired the guy, was they in the same room with you, or just only when they escorted?
No, we were all in the conference room together.
All together.
Yeah, all of us were together.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
because they got to leave immediately when they're fired. And they had security guards that would make sure anybody fired would get escorted off of the
I
property.
guess they didn't have enough experiences with people going off. They
Yeah.
have to get
Yeah.
security and all.
The guards are right there in the room when you're firing them.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they get mad and argue with you and this and that. And the guy I got, he was an older guy, and he was sleeping on the job.
Oh,
He worked third shift, and he was sleeping on the job instead of doing his job. And I was aware of it for a while, and finally I just pulled him in the conference room and I let him go. I fired him.
Yeah.
And then I had to fire a second guy I fired. These were both white men. The second guy I fired, he was a supervisor.
What?
And he was a supervisor, but he was one of those guys that would be hanging out with the employees and stuff instead of being a supervisor. And
He
so
was fraternizing.
yeah, he would just be hanging out and smoking with them and doing all that stuff. And when reports and things had to be done, he wasn't getting it done. So I had to let him go. You too busy trying to be buddies and pals with everybody to the point where you're not even doing your job.
Yeah.
So I had to let him go. He was in fact, I let those two go like a few months apart.
Wow. I know my daughter had worked on a job where she had to fire everybody, and then she had to fire herself.
Yeah. I mean, look, I have been in situations because, people be like, God, sometimes you're rough. That's because I've been put in rough situations. I took on a job where I was a supervisor and there was cliques in the place. So I had to come in and break up the cliques. And that wasn't easy, but I did manage to do it. I got the whole thing done. But yeah, they had these big cliques among people, and I had to go in and bust the cliques up.
Wow.
So yeah, you got to have a tough skin when you do stuff like that.
Yeah. How many cliques was it?
It was one big one, and there were a few smaller ones. But yeah, these people were cutthroat. They were doing all kinds of wicked stuff on the job, and they wanted them gone. And so that's what I did. I had to go in there and clean house, and I did.
So you just had to assess the people at first?
Yeah.
Or did they give you a list of names of people they were?
Oh, no, I knew who they were. I knew who they were before I even started. They gave me all of the information and told me about each one before I even got in the door. So I knew what I was dealing with.
Oh, wow.
They had a supervisor prior to me, but she failed to do her job. That's why they let her go. So when I got in there, because she was buddy and showing a lot of favoritism towards certain people, and she ended up losing her job because of that. So when I got in there, I wasn't friends with anybody. I just came in the door. So it was easy for me to clean house.
They didn't at first. They didn't even know what you was in there for, huh?
No, they knew that I was the new supervisor. Yes.
Oh, that's all they knew was just you was the new supervisor.
Yeah, they did know that.
But they wasn't aware that it was time to clean house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. So I had to show them the door and bring in a bunch of new people, and I was able to do it. I mean, everybody can't do that. Some people, they're like, I just can't do that. Yeah, well, sometimes you just got to put on that tough skin and go in there and do what needs to be done.
Correct.
It's not always easy.
That's true. That is true. Well, my royal family, it's getting a little late. And
yeah, but it was nice spending this evening together.
Very nice.
It was nice. And we had a great time yesterday during the eclipse.
Yes. I was glad I caught that because I had almost forgot. And I enjoyed catching that. I really did. And
Yeah.
stuff. It was a
Yeah.
joy.
You do enjoy it. And we're definitely going to do it again. Like I said, I already got permission to do the one for April 8th, 2024. And I
Oh,
know that's
cool.
the big one a lot of people are waiting for.
Okay.
That's the one that's going to put the X across the US.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's
Oh,
the big
wow.
one that a lot of people are waiting on. There's people booking hotel rooms to get the best view of that upcoming eclipse. I said, what if you book a hotel room and it's overcast and cloudy that whole day? I don't know if I would do
Right
that.
about that.
I'll just take a chance and just watch it from home.
That's right. You're right. Me too. I understand.
Spending
That's
all
too
that
much.
damn money and just, you may not be able to see it at all.
You know them people jacking them prices up high.
Yeah, they said there are no available hotel rooms for
Hmm.
April 8th, 2024 across the US. You can't find a room for that day.
Mm-hmm.
They are booked all over the country.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
We shall see.
But there is a lunar eclipse, y'all, on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes. There,
Oh, cool.
that's how it goes. If there's a solar eclipse, the lunar eclipse comes right after that.
What you want, Shaka? What you want? Hey, Shaka.
Shaka, shut up. Shut up, Shaka.
He in here just hollering.
Yeah, he sure is. I still hear him.
Uh-huh.
He's like, get off of that damn computer and attend to me.
I'm not giving you no meat. You're going to go upstairs, Shaka. Shaka?
Nope, he ain't taking no for an answer.
I'm not doing it.
He ain't taking no for an answer.
You need to go about your day. We laughing at you, Shaka. You upset?
He's like, what up? Give me that meat. Give me that meat.
Go to Amari. He'll give you meat, Shaka. Bye-bye. Shaka, you leaving? No, he ain't leaving. He's determined to try to get some meat out of me. I ain't giving no damn meat.
You're going to have to film him acting like that and put it online for us to see.
I'll do it. I'll definitely do it. Uh-huh. Yeah. Hey, Shaka, you're not hungry. You trying to get a little extra something on the side. Shaka. Shaka old, everybody. This cat is old.
Mm-hmm.
I done had him about 15, 16 years.
Yeah, well, everybody, when I got Loretta, when I was at the shelter with her, bringing her home, they said she's going to live for a long time. And I said, okay. I said, well, I'm used to that. My dog, he made it to be 19 years old. So I said, well, I'm used to an animal living long. I had him for 19 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, cats are demanding. Loretta gets me up every day. She'll come in here and get next to my bed and start going and going and going until I open my eyes. She does that to me.
Yeah, Shaka get in the bed and Royal get in the bed. Royal will walk all over your head and stuff. They be wanting meat. I always want some damn meat. Shaka is LGBT. Well, his lover passed. I had a cat that died months ago, but yeah, they were both males. But Shaka's confused, even though I got him fixed and stuff. I'm telling you, it's poor thing. But he's nice to the two new cats. He's nice to him. At first he was, but they cool now and stuff. I really enjoy Royal. She's fun. Yeah. All right, my Royal.
That's good. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for being here in the chat. Thank you so much for the super chats and super stickers that you gave. And some of you reached out to me in Cash App. Thank you for that too. And I especially want to thank all of you that were more than willing to help when you heard about True Royals health. And, that will never be forgotten, and it's deeply appreciated.
Yes. What could I say? I'm really kind of lost for words, but prayers. Like I said, I never had that many people pray for me. And the thing that keeps coming up to me is I don't want to waste those prayers. I'm going to try my best to, take heed and take better care of myself. It's not just this injury that I have, also just my overall being is very important, because I seen how it affected my family, and that took a lot out of me. And then I have almost 7 grandchildren, and I want to be able to at least walk to the park with them and everything.
Mhm.
So I appreciate. I'm very humble about this. I appreciate y'all donations. I really, really do. And I appreciate you again, Lisa, for facilitating it, setting it up, and doing what you always do. Lisa's always there to help. So, my royal family, like I often say, render your voice with your beautiful divine words. And as always, my royal family, I thank you for your love, and I thank you for your support. And with that said, Ashe.
Okay, and everybody, just look in my community tab. I will put the GoFundMe link over there. Okay, shalom, family.
Shalom.